Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. I grew up in a village in Antipolo, a place people often described with a kind of quiet pride because it was known as a community where generals and other high-ranking soldiers eventually retired. So the streets felt disciplined in a strange way even when everything was calm, like the neighborhood itself carried a certain order, with trimmed hedges, steady routines, and a feeling that rules mattered. And when I was around 14 years old I already understood that our village had a different atmosphere compared to other places, not because it was fancy, but because it felt watched over, as if the people living there were used to keeping their eyes open. And that sense of awareness rubbed off on kids like us even when we were just trying to have fun. At that age my friends and I were the kind of teenagers who wanted excitement, not the loud, reckless kind, but the kind that felt like a secret adventure. And we loved the idea of ghost hunting, not because we had real equipment, or real plans, but because it gave our nights meaning, like we were doing something brave while everyone else slept. And on one particular night we decided to have a small camping trip in an empty lot, the kind of open space that existed like a gap between houses, with uneven grass and patches of dirt, and maybe a few stones and bits of trash left behind. But to us it was perfect. Because it was close enough to home to feel safe and far enough to feel like a real camp. We brought the usual things teenagers bring when they think they're being serious: snacks and plastic bags, water, flashlights that were either too dim or too bright, maybe a cheap lighter, a small radio or a phone for music, and blankets that smelled like our closets. And we sat in a loose circle talking and laughing, telling each other the kinds of stories that feel scarier at night even when they're not well told. And the air felt warm but not heavy. Like the night was open and still, and somewhere far away you could hear the distant sound of a tricycle or a dog barking and then stopping. And it was one of those nights where you think everything is normal, and because everything is normal you start to believe you can handle anything, even ghosts. Just beside our village there was another village people called Haunted, a place that was technically part of the area but felt separate, like it belonged to a different mood, and even though it wasn't that far away, it always felt like you crossed an invisible line when you went there. And the reason people called it Haunted was partly because not many houses were built there. And even the ones that existed were not all occupied, so at night it looked like a half-finished place that never fully became a community. And those empty houses had the kind of dark windows that made you think someone might be watching from inside even if no one lived there. The road inside that village was long and straight, and it was surrounded by trees and weeds, and the tall grass, the talahib, grew thick enough that it looked like it could hide anything, and when the wind moved through it, it made a soft rustling sound that could easily become the sound of footsteps in your imagination, and that was exactly why we were drawn to it, because we wanted to test ourselves, to see if we could walk down that road and come back laughing, to prove we weren't scared. After a while of sitting at our camp and telling stories, we decided we should go there, not as a joke, but like a challenge, so we gathered our flashlights and moved together, trying to keep our confidence high, and the way teenagers do. We teased each other a little, acting brave, talking louder than necessary, making fun of anyone who looked hesitant, and we walked toward the haunted village. And even though it was close, the moment we entered it, the air felt slightly different, not colder, not dramatically changed, but quieter in a way that made our voices sound out of place, like laughter didn't belong there. We stepped onto the long street, and our flashlights threw thin beams across the ground, catching patches of gravel, weeds, broken leaves, and occasional bits of trash, and the trees on both sides made the road feel narrower than it was, and the talahib rose in uneven walls along the edges, and I remember thinking that the road felt like a corridor through a forest that didn't want visitors. And that thought was enough to make my stomach tighten slightly even though I tried to ignore it. We kept walking, our footsteps soft on the ground, and the deeper we went, the more the darkness between the trees seemed to collect, and the empty houses, when we passed them, felt like silent faces in the night, their shapes clear but their details lost, and it was easy to imagine movement behind those windows even if there was none. At some point, while we were still moving forward, I felt something like a pull. Like my senses suddenly woke up, and I glanced behind us without knowing exactly why. And in that quick look I saw a white figure, not close enough to touch, not close enough to see details, but close enough to recognize as a shape that didn't match the trees or the grass, a pale form standing where nothing pale should have been, and for a second my brain tried to label it as something normal. Maybe a person wearing a white shirt, maybe a plastic bag caught in the talahib, maybe a reflection of our flashlights. But the more I stared, the less it made sense. Because it looked like it had its own presence, like it was upright and aware. My voice came out small even though I tried to sound casual when I asked my friends if they could see the white figure behind us. And I remember that moment clearly, the way the question hung in the air. Because asking it out loud made it real, and for a second no one answered. And then one of my friends turned his head to look back, and the instant he did, his whole body changed, like fear grabbed him by the spine. And without saying anything he took off running as fast as he could, and the suddenness of it shocked all of us, because he wasn't the kind of person who ran for no reason, and the way he ran wasn't playful, it was desperate, like his body knew something his mind didn't want to explain. That reaction hit us harder than the sight itself, because when you see fear in someone else, it becomes contagious. And in that moment all the teasing and bravery dropped away, and we ran too, not in a neat group, but in a messy rush, flashlights bouncing, breath loud, feet slipping slightly on uneven ground, and I could hear the talahib brushing against our legs as we passed, and the trees and empty houses blurred in the corner of my vision. We didn't stop until we were out of that village and back in a place that felt more familiar, and when we finally slowed down, our chests were tight and our throats dry. And we stood in a cluster trying to catch our breath, and I asked the friend who looked back what he had seen, and his face was pale in the flashlight glow, and he told us the figure I saw was a white lady and that she had already started moving toward us. And the way he said it was not dramatic, it was matter of fact, like he wasn't trying to scare us, he was still trying to understand what his eyes had just witnessed. After that, none of us suggested going back, not even as a joke. Because the road in that village had already taken on a new meaning in our minds, and we returned to our camp in the empty lot. Trying to act normal again, trying to laugh and calm down, telling ourselves maybe it was just the darkness, maybe it was someone playing a trick, maybe it was our nerves. But the truth was the fear stayed with us like a thin film on the skin, and even when we started talking again, our voices didn't have the same careless confidence. Eventually the night grew deeper, and one by one my friends began to settle down to sleep, wrapping themselves in blankets, using bags as pillows, lying on their backs and staring up until their eyes closed, and the camp became quieter as breathing replaced conversation, and I was left awake, not because I wanted to be brave, but because my body refused to relax, and every time I tried to close my eyes I saw that white shape again, and I imagined it moving closer, and I imagined hearing footsteps behind us, and my mind kept replaying the way my friend ran, as if his running had unlocked something in me that couldn't be locked again. After a while I decided I didn't want to lie there fighting sleep, and I also didn't want to sit alone in the dark listening to every small sound, so I thought it might be better to go home, to check if anyone in my house was awake to open the door for me, because even though our camp was close to home, it still felt like a different world at night, and home felt like a safe boundary. I walked quietly away from the sleeping group, trying not to wake anyone. And as I approached my house, the familiar shape of it should have been comforting. But at night even familiar houses can look strange, their corners sharper, their windows darker. And when I reached the door I checked carefully and peeped inside, and I could see that everyone was still asleep, the inside of the house quiet and still, and I realized I couldn't go in without waking people, and for some reason I didn't want to wake them. Maybe because I didn't want to explain why I was coming home in the middle of the night, maybe because the whole night already felt fragile, like if I spoke too much it might break something. So I stayed outside instead, thinking I would just wait for the sun to rise, because sunrise always makes fear feel smaller, like daylight can erase whatever shadows try to do in the dark. I sat or stood near my home, alone but close enough to feel like I wasn't lost, and I listened to the night, and the sounds were ordinary at first, a dog barking and then stopping, leaves shifting slightly, a distant vehicle passing and fading away, and I tried to focus on those normal sounds as if they were proof that everything was okay. Then, without warning, I felt a strong urge to look to my right, the kind of instinctive pull that makes your head turn before you even decide to turn, and when I looked, I saw a soldier about 100 meters away, walking down the road in a way that didn't match the disciplined image of soldiers I was used to seeing in our village, because his body swayed side to side like a drunken person, unsteady and loose, as if he couldn't hold himself straight. And the strange thing was that he was still wearing his uniform, and I remember thinking how unusual that was, because in a place like ours, a soldier being drunk while still in uniform felt impossible, like something that would be considered shameful, a disgrace to his superior, something that wouldn't be tolerated. And that thought made me curious more than scared at first, because I wanted to know who he was and why he was walking like that at that hour. I tried to look at his face, and that is when my confusion deepened, because I couldn't see it, and at first I thought it was simply because of the distance and the darkness, because 100 meters at night can blur details even with streetlights, and shadows can hide faces under hats, and the angle of light can turn features into darkness. So I blinked, trying to sharpen my sight. And in not more than a second, in a way that felt like a jump in a broken video, he moved from being about 100 meters away to about 70 meters away, and the way he moved didn't feel like normal walking, because there was no gradual approach, no steady closing of distance. It was as if he had been pulled forward, or as if the space between us had been folded, and my heart did a strange stutter because even if you try to rationalize, your body knows when something is wrong. His swaying became faster too, not simply because he was closer, but because the motion itself increased, the side-to-side movement becoming more aggressive, more hurried, like a pendulum swinging faster, and I remember standing there trying to convince myself I was misjudging distance, that he had been walking the whole time and I only noticed him at different points. But the speed of that change didn't match any normal movement I had ever seen. I felt this mix of curiosity and fear. And curiosity can be dangerous because it makes you step towards something you should step away from, and I took a few steps closer, not rushing, just trying to see him clearly, trying to confirm that he was really a soldier and not someone wearing a costume, trying to see his face and read his expression. But even as I moved closer, I still couldn't see his face, and the darkness where his head should have been seemed too deep, like the night itself had gathered there. I blinked again, and it happened once more. Another sudden change, and now he was only about 10 meters away from me, close enough that the outline of his uniform was clear, close enough that I should have been able to recognize the shape of his jaw, the curve of his nose, something, anything. And yet the place where his face should have been remained unreadable, and his body movement was even more frantic now, the swaying no longer slow and drunk but fast and urgent, like something moving in a hurry while still pretending to be human. And the closer he got, the more the motion felt wrong, like a puppet being pulled by uneven strings. I froze for a fraction of a second, and in that frozen moment my mind finally allowed itself to notice what it had been refusing to process. Because as he came close enough for my eyes to adjust, I realized the problem was not simply that I couldn't see his face, the problem was that there was no head at all, and the realization hit me like cold water. Because the uniform ended at a place where a neck should have been, and above it there was only empty darkness. No helmet, no hat, no outline, no shadow of a head, just nothing, and the swaying suddenly made sense in the worst way, because it wasn't the sway of a drunk man. It was the sway of a body moving without the normal balance and purpose a head gives, a body that looked like it was moving on instinct alone. Fear snapped through me like electricity, and my body chose for me, because in that moment there was no curiosity left. No desire to understand, only the urgent need to put distance between myself and that thing. And I ran, turning back toward the camp and sprinting with everything I had, and I didn't look back, not even once, because looking back felt like inviting something closer, and all I could think about was getting back to where there were other people, even sleeping people, because being alone suddenly felt like the most dangerous thing in the world. I reached the camp breathless, my legs burning, my throat tight. And I stayed there, waiting for the sun to rise, because the night no longer felt like a space we could control. It felt like a place where things could appear and move too quickly and vanish into darkness. And I remember the way the air felt during those last hours, cooler now, quieter, with the faint damp smell of grass and dirt, and every small sound made me tense. But I forced myself to stay still, to endure. Because moving around in the dark felt like it would only invite more attention. When morning finally came and the world softened into daylight, the fear didn't vanish immediately, but it loosened enough for my mind to start asking questions again. And later, when I had the chance, I asked one of the older men in our village about it, not describing everything in a dramatic way, just asking carefully, trying to see if there were stories, trying to see if anyone else had experienced something strange. And the old man told me that the area used to be a burial ground back in the Japanese era, and hearing that changed the way the whole night settled in my memory, because it wasn't just a random ghost story anymore. It became attached to history, to the idea that the ground itself could carry old violence and old fear. And the old man added something that made my stomach turn in a slow, heavy way, because he said that Japanese soldiers were known to cut off their enemies' heads. And even if that is something you only hear in stories or in history lessons, the suggestion of it connected too neatly with what I had seen: the headless uniform, the urgent swaying movement, the sense of something unfinished. And when you're young, connections like that can feel like proof. And even when you grow older, the memory doesn't fade into something harmless, because you remember the exact moment your eyes recognized what your mind didn't want to accept, and you remember the instinct that told you to run. And you remember that some roads feel wrong long before you can explain why. After that night, we never returned to that long street in the haunted village, and even the empty lot where we camped didn't feel the same for a while, because it reminded me that fear doesn't always arrive with loud sounds or obvious danger. Sometimes it arrives as a quiet figure in the distance, a pale shape behind you on a dark road, a question you ask out loud that changes the mood instantly. And sometimes it arrives as something that looks almost normal at first: a soldier in uniform, a familiar image in a village where soldiers are common, until the normal details fail one by one, until distance collapses too quickly, until motion becomes too fast, until you understand that what you are looking at is not a person who needs help, but something that should not be there at all, something that belongs to another time or another kind of place, something that moves as if it is searching. And even now, years later, when I think of that night, I remember the trees in Talahib swallowing the street. I remember the way we ran without thinking. I remember standing outside my own home waiting for sunrise because I was afraid to wake anyone. And I remember how the darkest fear wasn't the white figure itself, but the moment a familiar image became impossible. Because once you see something impossible up close, your mind starts to wonder how many impossible things might be walking through the night unseen, and how many times you might have been close to them without ever knowing. I work in an office building along Ayala Avenue, right in the busy center of Makati's financial district, where the streets are lined with steel and glass towers and the sidewalks stay crowded from morning until late at night. But what I'm about to share didn't happen inside those bright, modern skyscrapers, and it didn't happen recently either. It happened several years back, a few blocks away from the polished business district, in a place that looked and felt older, heavier, and somehow more tired, as if the building itself carried decades of stale air and old routines in its walls. And even now, with all the time that has passed, I can still remember the exact way that office felt on certain nights, especially the way it sounded when almost everyone had gone home and the floor was left with only a few lights, a few humming computers, and the quiet creaks of a structure settling into darkness. The year was 2001. And I was still with my previous company then, working a job that was steady but not glamorous, the kind of job where you learn the rhythm of deadlines and meetings and office politics, where you know what time the elevators get packed, what time the phones start ringing, what time the pantry runs out of coffee, and what time the cleaning staff begins moving through the hallways like ghosts of a different kind, pushing carts and wiping down surfaces with the same silent efficiency every evening. Our office back then occupied several floors of a 10-story concrete building that had been built sometime in the 1970s, and that mattered because it was the kind of building that didn't hide its age, with a boxy shape and plain lines, the sort of design people call utilitarian, where the goal was never beauty but function, and where the years had left their marks in small ways, like slightly uneven floors, dull paint, outdated fixtures, and elevator doors that didn't always close with a confident smoothness but sometimes hesitated, shuddered, and then slid together with a metallic sigh. My best friend at work used to joke that the building looked like the perfect set for a low-budget police movie, the kind you might see late at night on cable, with fluorescent lighting, scuffed floors, and a heavy atmosphere that makes every scene look a little more serious than it should, and the funny part was that he wasn't wrong. But at the same time the building didn't stand out much on that street because most of the other buildings around it were roughly the same height and the same age, the same shoebox design lined up one after another, all of them built in that older style before the city's skyline started changing into the glossy look people associate with Makati now. Our company had just rented a modest office space on the 9th floor, and the team I belonged to was assigned to that new area, which meant we all had to move our things, adjust to a slightly different layout, and settle into desks that still smelled faintly of new paint and old dust. And for the first week or two, the biggest issues were practical ones like figuring out where the nearest pantry was, which windows caught the best light, how cold the air conditioning got during the afternoon, and whether the restroom was too far from our cluster of desks. And in those early days, nobody talked about anything strange because nobody wanted to be the first to say it out loud, and besides, we were busy with work. Busy with the awkwardness of change, busy with learning the small habits of a new space. As the weeks and months passed, though, little stories began to float around the team, the way office gossip always does, and because we were on the 9th floor, the stories became what we casually called 9th floor stories, told in quick whispers during breaks, laughed about when the mood was light, and then quietly remembered again when someone had to stay late and the hallway felt too empty. It started with small things, the kind of strange details that can be brushed off if you're determined to stay practical, like one coworker claiming he noticed a small, dark, shadowy hand reaching up toward the counter where we kept our cookie jar, and the cookie jar was a simple thing, a clear container we refilled now and then, meant to be a small comfort in the middle of long days, and the idea of a hand reaching for it sounded ridiculous at first, like someone was joking. But the coworker who said it wasn't the type to invent stories for attention, and he didn't describe it like a prank either, he described it with a serious face, almost annoyed, as if it bothered him that he couldn't explain what he saw. Another person said they heard something knocking on the cubicle dividers as it approached, a steady sound moving closer like someone dragging their knuckles along the partitions. But when they looked, there was no one there, no footsteps, no shadow, nothing. Just the quiet office and the hum of air vents. When it was my turn to add something, I told them about those mornings when I'd arrive early, earlier than most, sometimes because I wanted to get a head start on my tasks, sometimes because I liked the calm before the day officially began, when the building was still half asleep and the city outside hadn't fully woken up, and I mentioned that on some of those mornings, before the centralized air conditioning was switched on, I'd hear something in our manager's area, a sound like pages being turned, not just a single flip but the steady movement of paper, as if someone were calmly flipping through the pages of our manager's leather-bound planner, and our manager's planner was the kind of expensive, thick notebook a person uses when they like to feel organized, with smooth leather covers and paper that made a crisp sound, and the idea that someone was turning those pages when our manager wasn't even in yet made my skin crawl a little. Especially because I had checked, more than once, just to be sure. Peering into his office, glancing at his coat, his chair, his desk, and seeing nothing that suggested he had arrived early, and still, the page-flipping sound would come, soft but distinct, the way it sounds when someone's fingers slide along a stack of pages and lift them gently, In the moment those stories were shared, we would shudder and laugh, because laughter is what people use to soften fear. Especially in a place like an office where you're expected to be rational, professional, and not easily spooked. And we'd say things like maybe it's the building settling, or maybe it's the air vents, or maybe someone is playing tricks, and then we'd mostly forget about it, because that is what you do when you have work to do and you don't want to let the strange things take over your thoughts. It also helped that our previous floor, before we moved to the 9th, had its own share of odd stories too. Little unexplained noises and small incidents people couldn't fully explain, so in a way, we had become used to hearing these kinds of tales. And maybe that made us too comfortable. Maybe it made us careless in the way you become careless when you think you've already handled the worst. But there was one time I can't dismiss so easily. One time that didn't fit the pattern of harmless office weirdness. Because it wasn't just a shadow or a sound that could be argued away as the building settling. It was something that felt personal. Something that made the air change, something that made two people stop what they were doing and look at each other with the same silent question in their eyes. And the reason I still remember it so clearly is because it happened in the simplest setting, on the most ordinary kind of evening, and the fear came not from a dramatic moment, but from the slow realization that what we were hearing should not have been happening at all. It was a Friday evening, the kind of night when everyone is already halfway out the door before the clock even hits the official end of the shift. Because people have weekend plans, family dinners, dates, errands, or just a deep desire to get away from fluorescent lights and computer screens, and by the time the sky outside started turning dark, almost everyone had hurried home, leaving the office with that hollow, late-night feeling where the open floor plan looks bigger than it did during the day, the rows of cubicles look like silent boxes, and the small sounds of the building become more noticeable because there are fewer human voices to cover them. Someone from my team, the new girl, had to stay behind, and I still remember the way new employees always look a little out of place at first, not because they don't belong, but because they're still learning where they fit, still learning who is safe to talk to, still learning which jokes are harmless and which ones carry hidden meaning. And for the sake of the story I'll call her Tanya, because I prefer not to use her real name, and Tanya was waiting for her family to pick her up for a dinner they had planned. Something that sounded simple, but it meant she had to sit there a little longer, killing time, pretending to work, or actually working, listening for the sound of an elevator ding or a phone call that would signal her ride had arrived. I had no real plans that night, no urgent reason to rush home, and Tanya and I had become cigarette break buddies, which is a funny kind of friendship that forms in offices, not always deep but often comfortable. Because cigarette breaks create little pockets of honesty where people speak more freely than they do at their desks, and because Tanya and I had chatted so many times in those brief moments, I offered to stick around with her for a bit, partly because it felt polite, and partly because there's a certain uneasy feeling that comes from being one of the last people in a large office, and it felt easier to face the emptiness if someone else was there too. Tanya's desk was near mine, close enough that we could see each other without moving, and we both sat at our computers, each working on our own tasks in quiet, the kind of quiet that feels peaceful at first, with only the faint clacking of keys, the occasional click of a mouse, the low hum of the office lights, and the distant sound of traffic outside the windows, and for a while it was normal, just two coworkers finishing up, waiting out the time, and if you had looked in from the hallway, you would have thought it was nothing more than that. The 9th floor office had a layout that I can still picture, with a short corridor near the end of our section, and at the end of that corridor there was a row of windows, and beyond those windows you could see the distant cityscape, the lights of buildings, the glow of street lamps, and far below, a long drop to the street, and behind the last door on that short corridor was the unisex bathroom, a simple restroom with a door that never seemed to close perfectly, so it was often slightly ajar, leaving a thin dark crack that made the inside look even darker, especially at night when the main office lights were dimmer and the bathroom light wasn't on, around 7:30. When the office was even quieter because the last few remaining people had likely left, I heard something that made my fingers pause over the keyboard, something faint at first, so faint I wasn't sure I had heard it correctly. like a soft sound that could have been the air moving through the vents, or the building making one of its usual settling creaks. And I tried to ignore it for a moment, telling myself it was nothing, but then it came again, clearer, a sound that seemed too human to be dismissed, and my stomach tightened before my brain fully processed it, because it sounded like a woman crying, not laughing, not talking, not singing, but crying, and at first it sounded distant, like the sound was trapped behind a wall, but as I listened, the direction became clearer, and I realized it was coming from the bathroom. 5 desks away, from behind that partly open door at the end of the corridor. I remember the exact way the sound reached my ears, the way it rose and fell like someone trying to catch their breath between sobs, and it wasn't the light sniffing of someone with a cold, and it wasn't the quiet sound of someone trying to hold back tears, it was sobbing, the kind of crying that comes from deep sadness or fear, the kind that shakes a person's chest and makes their breath uneven, and in the office, in that empty floor. It sounded wrong in a way that made my scalp prickle. My eyes moved to Tanya without me even thinking about it, because when something strange happens, you look for a witness, you look for proof that you're not imagining it, and Tanya's posture had changed too, because she had frozen in front of her monitor, her hands still, her shoulders slightly raised like she was holding tension in her body, and the look on her face told me she heard it too even before either of us said a word. I still asked, because I needed to hear her confirm it. I needed to hear another person say yes, I heard it too, but Tanya replied before I could even finish the question, her voice low and quick, like she was afraid of making noise, like she was afraid that if she spoke too loudly the crying would stop and then start again even closer, and for a second we just sat there listening, 2 people holding still as if movement might disturb something, and the sound kept coming from behind that door. A woman crying in the bathroom. What made it worse was the simple fact we both knew, without having to discuss it, that no one else could have entered that bathroom, not without us noticing, not without footsteps on the floor, not without the faint sound of the door moving, and because the office was so quiet, we would have heard someone approach, yet neither of us had heard anything, and the bathroom door was still partly open, leaving that dark gap that made it feel like the room inside was watching us instead of the other way around. My mind tried to search for explanations fast, the way a practical person does when faced with something unsettling, and I thought maybe the cleaning staff had arrived early, but it didn't make sense because our cleaning schedule wasn't usually that early, and even if someone from the cleaning staff was there, why would they be crying like that? Why would they be sobbing alone in a dark bathroom with the door half open? And why would they not respond if someone called out? And then I thought maybe someone from another team, another floor, had come in, but again, it didn't fit, because you don't usually wander into a mostly empty office floor at 7:30 at night unless you belong there, and because we would have seen them pass, and besides, the crying didn't sound like someone who had just stepped in for a moment. It sounded like someone who had been there, locked into their grief, and the longer we listened, the more it felt like the sound was not just noise but presence. Tanya's eyes kept flicking toward the corridor, and my own eyes did the same, and I remember how the windows at the end of that corridor looked like a black rectangle reflecting faint lights, and beyond them was the city's night glow and the invisible drop. And the image of a person crying in that dark bathroom, with that drop outside, sent a cold thread of fear through me because it suggested a possibility I didn't want to think about, something tragic, something dangerous, the idea that someone might be in pain or might be planning something terrible, and for a few seconds I considered standing up and calling out, asking if someone was inside and needed help, but even that thought felt wrong because the sound wasn't accompanied by any other human sign, no movement, no shuffle of feet, no cough, no sniff of a person trying to hide tears, and somehow the emptiness around the sound made it feel less like a human in trouble and more like an echo of something that didn't belong. The sobbing continued, steady, and as it continued, Tanya and I seemed to arrive at the same decision without having to debate it, because sometimes the safest choice is not to investigate, not when you are alone, not when you are unsure, not when the building has already collected too many strange stories. And I remember my voice sounding unusually firm when I told Tanya to shut down her computer, because it was a small act of control, a way of saying we are leaving now, We are not staying to find out what that is. And Tanya didn't argue, she didn't ask questions, she just moved quickly, hands shaking slightly as she clicked through her shutdown process. And I did the same, closing my programs with more speed than care, not worrying about perfect file organization. Not worrying about anything except getting out of that space. Even the small sounds of shutting down, the click of the mouse, the tapping of keys, felt too loud in that moment, like we were announcing ourselves to whatever was behind that door, and the sobbing kept going, rising and falling, and I remember being struck by the strange detail that the bathroom door remained partly open the entire time, as if the crying wanted to be heard, as if it was not hiding, as if it was meant to pull attention. When our computers finally powered down, I grabbed my bag. And Tanya grabbed hers, and we stood up at almost the same time, and the moment we stood, the office felt even emptier, because sitting can trick you into feeling sheltered by your desk, but standing makes you realize how open the space is, how many dark corners exist at night, how many silent rows of cubicles can hide nothing and still feel threatening. Tanya's family was supposed to pick her up, but we didn't want to wait there. Not on that floor with the crying still coming from the bathroom. Not with the corridor leading toward those windows and that drop, so we decided it was smarter to leave the building and wait somewhere else, somewhere bright, somewhere crowded, somewhere filled with normal human noise that could break the spell of that empty floor. And there was a well-lit burger place a block away, a busy spot where you could always count on hearing conversations, laughter, the sound of orders being called out, the clatter of trays. The comforting normalness of a place that exists for people to eat and talk and live. We didn't say much as we walked, because talking would have required us to form our fear into words, and sometimes forming fear into words makes it bigger, and besides, we were focused on the practical steps, getting our things, moving quickly, not looking down the corridor, not giving the crying our full attention, and as we made our way toward the exit, I could still hear it faintly behind us. That sobbing sound. And even though we were walking away, the sound seemed to follow in the sense that it stayed in my ears, like my brain had grabbed it and refused to let go. We reached the elevator area, and I remember the wait for the elevator feeling longer than usual, because waiting in a quiet hallway at night makes every second stretch, and I kept looking at the elevator doors, willing them to open faster, while Tanya stood close, her arms folded tightly. Her eyes fixed downward as if she didn't want to look around too much. When the elevator finally arrived, the doors slid open with that familiar mechanical sigh, and we stepped in quickly, and the moment the doors closed, I felt a small release of tension, not because I felt safe, but because the elevator's bright light and enclosed space felt like a barrier between us and the 9th floor, and I watched the floor numbers change as we descended. And each number that passed felt like we were being pulled away from something heavy. In the lobby, the world felt different, because lobbies are designed to feel neutral, with polished surfaces and security presence. And even if the building was old, the lobby had a more public feeling, a place where people come and go, a place where you feel less alone. And when we stepped outside, the city air hit us, warmer and louder, filled with traffic noise, distant horns, footsteps, and the constant movement of Makati at night, and that normal noise did what we hoped it would do. It made the crying seem less real for a moment, like maybe it had been a strange echo or a trick of acoustics, like maybe we had overreacted. But even as we walked toward the burger place, I could tell by Tanya's face that she was still hearing it in her mind the way I was, and the fact that neither of us made jokes about it, either of us tried to laugh it off the way we did with the shadowy hand or the knocking cubicle dividers, told me that this was different. That this had crossed some line where humor couldn't fix it, inside the burger place. The lights were bright and warm, the smell of fried food and grilled meat filled the air, and there were people everywhere, groups of friends, couples, families, office workers still in their work clothes, and the noise was constant, orders being taken, trays sliding, conversations blending into a steady hum, and we found a spot and sat down, and only then did Tanya's shoulders drop slightly. And only then did I realize how tight my own muscles had been, how my jaw had been clenched without me noticing. Tanya called her family to confirm their pickup, speaking in a normal tone like everything was fine, but her eyes kept drifting toward the windows as if she expected to see the office building in the distance doing something impossible. and I remember taking a sip of a drink and feeling my hands shake slightly. And the shake annoyed me because it felt like my body was emitting fear even though my mind wanted to stay calm. While we waited, we talked about small things at first, like work, like schedules, like how long her family might take, because small talk was easier than talking about what happened, and when we finally circled back to the crying, the words came out quietly, almost reluctantly, and Tanya asked if I thought someone could have been in the bathroom without us seeing, and I told her honestly I didn't know, but I also told her what both of us already knew. That the office had been too quiet for someone to walk in unnoticed, that we would have heard footsteps, that we would have seen movement, that the crying had sounded too close and too steady to be something outside. And Tanya nodded, and for a moment we just sat there in silence, listening to the normal noise of the burger place while holding the abnormal sound in our memories like a secret. Tanya's family eventually arrived, and when she stood to leave, she thanked me for staying with her, and I could hear the relief in her voice, the relief of being back in the world of people, the world of cars and lights and family, and as she walked away, I felt grateful that she didn't have to go back up to that floor alone, grateful that she wouldn't have to stand in that quiet office with that crying sound again. And when I finally left too, I walked home or traveled home with the city around me, still busy, still bright, and I told myself that maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was some odd echo of sound traveling through vents, maybe it was a person we somehow missed, maybe it was a radio left on somewhere. And I tried to convince myself that I could file it away the same way I filed away the other stories, as another strange detail of an old building. But that night stayed different in my mind, because unlike the shadowy hand or the knocking on cubicle dividers or the page flipping in a manager's planner, the crying had felt like emotion, and emotion is harder to dismiss than movement. Because when you hear someone sobbing, your body responds as if there is a real person suffering nearby. And the fact that there was no person we could find, no proof we could hold on to, made the feeling sharper, not softer, because it meant we couldn't solve it, couldn't help, couldn't confirm, couldn't deny, and that helplessness is its own kind of fear. In the days that followed, I listened more carefully to the office sounds, especially near the bathroom corridor, and I paid more attention to how the doors were left, how the air vents hummed, how echoes traveled, and I watched people as they walked by, wondering if anyone else had heard what we heard. And when the 9th floor stories came up again in casual conversation, I noticed something, that people laughed about the small things but got quiet about the crying, because Tanya and I weren't the only ones who had heard similar things before, and even when the details differed, the idea of a woman crying in that empty restroom lingered in the office like a rumor nobody wanted to confirm too loudly. I never saw a ghost that night. I never watched a shape glide through the corridor, and I never opened the bathroom door to find something waiting inside, because we chose to leave, and some might say that makes the story incomplete, but for me, that choice is part of what made it stay in my memory, because the fear didn't come from what we saw, it came from what we couldn't explain and what we couldn't bring ourselves to confront. And as time passed, as people changed jobs, as the office moved again, as I moved on to different buildings and different floors and eventually to my current workplace along Ayala Avenue, I found that the memory of that Friday evening didn't fade the way most office moments fade, because it wasn't tied to a deadline or a project or a coworker's joke. It was tied to a sound so human and so out of place that it still feels wrong when I replay it in my mind. And even now, when I'm working late and the hallways of a modern building start to feel too empty, when the lights are reduced and the city outside looks distant through glass, there are moments when my brain remembers that sobbing behind a partly open door, and for a second I feel the same tension I felt back then, the same instinct to find another person nearby, the same urge to move toward brighter, noisier places. Because sometimes the scariest thing isn't a shadow hand reaching for cookies or a knock on a cubicle divider, it's the sound of someone crying where no one should be, because it suggests a sadness that doesn't belong to the present. A sadness that may have been trapped in a place for a long time, repeating itself quietly, waiting for someone to hear it, and waiting for someone, anyone, to decide whether to open the door or walk away. It happened when I was in high school, back when life felt simple in the way it only feels simple when you're young. when your biggest worries are assignments, practices, and whether your team is going to win the next game, and when friendship can feel like a permanent thing, like the people beside you will always be there because you've never had a reason to imagine otherwise. I had a best friend then named Danny. And he wasn't just a friend I talked to during breaks or sat beside in class. He was the kind of friend who became part of your everyday rhythm, the one person you could count on to show up, to laugh the same way you laughed, to understand the same jokes without explanation, and to share the same victories and frustrations without needing to make it a big emotional moment. Because with friends like that, you don't have to announce how close you are, everyone can see it. Danny and I were classmates and teammates. And in our school basketball team we were known as a duo, the pair who moved together on the court in a way that felt natural, like we could predict each other's steps without speaking. And off the court we were also a duo in a different way, partners in pranks and mischief. The kind of boys teachers shake their heads at because they know you're not bad kids, just restless, loud, and always testing the line between fun and trouble. We shared hardships, shared championships, shared the kind of stories that felt like they would last forever, and because of that, Danny was one of those people I assumed would always be there, the same way you assume school will always be there until graduation arrives and proves otherwise. That's why the morning everything changed still stands out so clearly, because it began in such an ordinary way, with a ringing phone in the dark, at an hour when most teenagers are still asleep and most homes are quiet. And because what Danny said to me on that phone call sounded strange even before I understood why it mattered. It was early, around 4:30 in the morning, and I woke up because the phone was ringing, that sharp, persistent ringing that cuts through sleep and makes your heart jump a little, and for a second I didn't even understand what was happening, just that the sound felt wrong for that time of day, and I remember blinking hard, reaching out half asleep, and answering in a voice that was still thick with sleep, expecting it to be some kind of mistake, or maybe a relative calling with news. But when I heard Danny's voice on the other end, I was surprised, because Danny wasn't the type to call that early, and he wasn't the type to call about schoolwork either. He sounded awake, too awake, and his tone was light at first, almost normal, and he asked me, "Hey bro, have you answered the assignments already? Are you done with the projects and our reports?" And the moment he said that, my confusion sharpened into disbelief, because Danny was stubborn when it came to school, the kind of student who could be brilliant in his own way but didn't like being pushed into responsibilities, the kind of guy who would joke about assignments, complain about projects, and usually wait until the last minute before taking anything seriously. So hearing him ask those questions at 4:30 in the morning felt completely out of character, like hearing someone speak in a voice you've never heard them use before. I responded the way a close friend responds, half teasing, half genuinely confused, asking him what was going on, telling him something like, "Of course, are you sick or what? Calling me so early in the morning and you're suddenly concerned about school projects?" And I expected him to laugh it off with one of his usual jokes. But the laugh he gave was different, softer, and then he went quiet for a few seconds, and that pause felt heavier than it should have, because silence on the phone at that hour is strange, and even though I didn't know it then, I can still remember the feeling of that silence, like the air in my room had stopped moving. I asked him why he was quiet, and Danny's voice came back calm, almost gentle, and he said it was nothing, and then he said something that didn't sound like him at all, something serious and direct, telling me to start being serious with my studies, telling me it was time for us to be mature, telling me to quit making our parents cry, and the words hit me in a strange way, because on one hand it sounded like advice older people give, the kind of lecture you hear from teachers or parents, but on the other hand it was coming from Danny, my partner in jokes and pranks, the guy who usually shrugged off seriousness, and I didn't know how to respond except with the only thing that felt safe, which was laughter, because laughter is what you use when you don't want to admit you're caught off guard. I laughed, and said something like, "Yeah right," as if he was teasing me, as if he would suddenly switch back into his normal tone and admit he was just messing with me, but he didn't, and instead he said goodbye, and then he spoke words that have stayed in my head ever since, words that sounded too clear, too intentional, too heavy for that early hour, because he said, "Life is short. Make sure that you enjoy every moment in life and go for the things that will make you a better person and happier person." And then the call ended, just like that. No long goodbye, no extra joke, no laughter to soften the message, just the click of the line going dead and the sudden quiet of my room returning. For a moment I lay there staring into the darkness, my sleep gone, my mind trying to replay what I had just heard, and the feeling I had was a mix of amusement and curiosity. Because I still didn't understand that something was wrong, I only understood that Danny had sounded unusually serious, unusually thoughtful, and I wondered if something had happened to him, if he was in trouble. If he had gotten into some kind of argument with his parents, if he had been scared by something, or if he was just having one of those rare moments when a teenager feels suddenly grown up for a few minutes. When I finally got up and started getting ready for school, that phone call stayed with me like a small pebble in my shoe, not painful, but impossible to ignore, because the words were still echoing in my head, and the fact that he called at 4:30 felt so strange that it made everything else feel a little off, even the normal morning routines. Even the sound of water running and the light creeping into the sky. I hurried to school after getting ready, and I arrived earlier than I usually did, still thinking about Danny's voice, still wondering what had gotten into him. And when I stepped into the classroom, the air felt normal at first, the usual smell of chalk and paper, the quiet chatter of classmates arriving, chairs scraping lightly across the floor. And I took my seat with the kind of restless energy you get when something unusual has happened and you want to talk about it. I told my classmates about the call, repeating Danny's weird words with a laugh, trying to make it sound like a funny story, because that was easier than admitting it had unsettled me, and at first everyone did laugh, because teenagers laugh at anything that seems dramatic or out of character, and one of my classmates even joked, "Maybe he is about to die." And the moment those words left his mouth, something shifted in the room, because the laughter didn't continue the way it should have, it stopped too sharply, as if the air itself tightened, and there was a brief silence that felt bigger than the room, the kind of silence people later described by saying it felt like an angel passed. And even though that phrase sounds exaggerated, it matched the feeling. Because for a second it was like everyone's instincts rose at once, like some part of us recognized that the joke had brushed against something real. Before anyone could laugh again or dismiss it, there was a knock on the classroom door, and the sound of that knock felt loud and final in the sudden quiet. And when we looked up, the people standing there weren't students or a teacher making a routine announcement. It was Danny's parents, and they weren't alone, because my advisor was with them. And the sight of Danny's parents at our classroom door in the middle of the morning instantly made my stomach drop, because parents don't come to school like that for normal reasons, especially not without calling ahead, and especially not with a teacher beside them wearing the kind of serious expression that already feels like bad news. My advisor called me by name, and I remember standing up slowly, feeling my legs heavy as I walked toward them, and the whole room seemed to fade into the background. Because all I could see was Danny's mother's face, the way her eyes looked wet and exhausted, and Danny's father's expression, tight and controlled in the way some people try to be when they don't want to fall apart in front of others. When I got close, Danny's mother hugged me, not a polite hug, but a tight, desperate one, the kind of hug that grabs you like you're a lifeline, and she burst into tears against my shoulder. And in that moment my mind still refused to accept what my body already suspected, so I asked if there was a problem. I asked if something had happened to Danny, and even as I spoke, my voice sounded small to my own ears, because I felt like I was standing at the edge of a cliff and one more step would change everything. My advisor's voice was gentle but firm when she said, "He's gone." And the words didn't make sense at first, not in a way my mind could grasp, because gone is a word people use in many ways, gone somewhere, gone home, gone to practice, gone to the clinic, and for a second I tried to fit it into any meaning that wasn't the worst one, but the way Danny's mother was crying, the way Danny's father was staring at the floor, the way my advisor wouldn't meet my eyes for a moment, all of it pushed the truth forward. Still, I asked again, because disbelief makes you repeat questions as if repeating them can undo what you're hearing, and I said something like, "What do you mean?" And my advisor clarified, and Danny's father said it in a way that left no space for hope, telling me Danny was no longer with us, telling me he had been stabbed the night before, at the basketball court, and that one of his rivals did it, and I remember the word stabbed sounding unreal, like something from a movie, not something that could happen to someone who had called me only hours earlier, and my first instinct was to reject it completely, because my mind clung to the one fact it could hold onto, the call. And I told them he had called me that morning. I insisted it, I repeated it, because the call felt like proof that he had been alive. And in my head, if someone speaks to you, they exist. And if they exist, they can't be gone. Danny's parents told me it couldn't have happened, and the way they said it wasn't accusing, it was confused and broken, as if they wanted my words to be true because that would mean there had been some mistake, some misunderstanding. But then I asked the question that still makes my chest tighten when I remember it. I asked what time he had passed away, and they told me it was around 4:15 in the morning, and my mind immediately snapped back to the clock in my room, the ringing phone, the time I answered, 4:30, and the difference between those two times was only 15 minutes, and that small difference made everything feel impossible, because it meant that according to them, he was already gone when he called me, and in a logical world that can happen, and yet I know what I heard. I know Danny's voice, I know the way he spoke, I know the pause before he gave that advice, I know the exact sentence he said before he hung up, and the memory of it is as clear as any normal conversation I've ever had. After that moment, the rest of the day moved like a blur, like my body went through motions without fully being present, because shock has a way of turning time into something thick and slow, and people spoke to me but their words felt distant. And the classroom looked the same but felt completely different, because the seat Danny usually sat in, the space where his laughter usually lived, suddenly felt like a hole in the room, a silence that didn't belong there. I remember classmates staring at me, some with wide eyes, some with hands over their mouths, some crying, and I remember the earlier joke echoing in my head like a cruel accident. Maybe he is about to die. And I remember thinking how strange it was that words can be thrown into the air like nothing and then become something you can't escape. In the days that followed, the call became the center of everything for me, because it didn't feel like a normal call, it felt like a message, like Danny had been given a chance to speak one last time and he used it not to complain, not to joke, not to talk about basketball, but to say what mattered, and I wrestled with it in my head in the way people do when they encounter something they can't explain. Because part of me wanted to believe there had been a mistake with the time, part of me wanted to believe the phone record could be wrong, part of me wanted to believe Danny had been alive a little longer than they thought and somehow called me before it happened, but the times they gave me didn't leave room for that kind of comfort, and the most terrifying possibility was the one I didn't want to accept, the possibility that the call truly came after he was already gone, that somehow his voice reached me anyway, clear enough to joke at first, clear enough to offer advice, clear enough to say goodbye. I didn't have the words back then to describe what it felt like, but even now, years later, I can say it left me with a strange mix of grief and gratitude. Grief because losing a friend so suddenly rips a hole in your sense of safety, and gratitude because in the middle of that loss, I was given something I didn't know I needed, a final conversation, a final set of words that felt like they carried Danny's real heart. The part of him that was deeper than pranks and stubbornness, the part that loved his friends enough to want better for them even in his last moments. Over time, the pain of that day became something I could carry without falling apart, but the phone call never became ordinary in my memory, and Danny's words never faded into something vague, because they didn't sound like random advice, they sounded like a reminder spoken with urgency, and maybe that urgency is why they stayed with me. Why they became something I return to whenever life feels heavy or confusing. Even now, I still hear him saying it in my mind, the same message he gave me before hanging up, and it has become a kind of philosophy I hold on to, not because it makes the loss easier, but because it feels like a piece of him that didn't disappear, a piece that still lives in the way I make choices and the way I measure what matters. And if there is one thing that call taught me, it's that the future is never promised the way teenagers think it is, and the things you put off, the apologies you delay, the gratitude you forget to express, the effort you refuse to give because you think you have all the time in the world. All of it can become painful when you realize how quickly a person can be taken away. Danny's last words to me still sit at the center of that lesson, simple and direct. And even though I wish more than anything that the call had never happened because that would mean Danny never left, I can't deny that those words have guided me ever since, because they remind me to take life seriously without losing joy, to grow up without becoming cold, to stop wasting time on things that don't matter, and to choose actions that make me a better person and a happier person, because life is short, and sometimes the truth of that arrives in the most unbelievable way, through a phone ringing in the dark, a familiar voice on the line, and a goodbye you never expected to be the last. I have lived in San Andres since I was 2 years old, and for as long as I can remember, it has always felt like the kind of place where life moved at a gentler pace, where people still knew their neighbors by name, where doors were not always locked during the day, and where everyone seemed to watch out for one another in small, quiet ways that didn't need to be announced or praised. It was a peaceful neighborhood, not perfect, but warm. The kind of community where children grew up under many eyes and adults grew old surrounded by familiar faces. And because of that, San Andres never felt like just a place to live, it felt like a shared home shaped by years of ordinary lives intersecting again and again. We moved into our house there when I was still a sophomore in high school, old enough to remember the change clearly, old enough to notice the personalities of the people around us, and old enough to feel that strange mix of excitement and unease that comes with settling into a new home, even when the surroundings are welcoming, because a new house always feels like it carries stories you don't yet understand. One of the families who lived nearby stood out to me early on, not because they were loud or strange, but because they were different in a way that added color to the neighborhood. A family from India made up of the parents and their 2 children, a son and a daughter, and from the outside they seemed comfortable, even well off, the kind of family that appeared stable and content, with the parents often dressed neatly and the children polite and well-mannered, and although they kept some distance, as many families do, they were friendly enough, exchanging greetings, smiling when spoken to, and becoming part of the quiet rhythm of the street. Years passed in the way years often do when you're young, blending together through school days, exams, friendships, and small milestones, and somewhere along the line, without a dramatic announcement or a clear explanation, things changed for that family, because one day the wife and the 2 children were simply no longer there, and the man of the house was left behind alone, and as often happens in neighborhoods like ours, rumors began to circulate softly, not shouted, not spread with malice, but whispered in concerned tones, and the story that reached us was that the man had a drinking problem, that it had grown worse over time, and that it had eventually driven his family away. Whether that story was entirely true or only part of a much larger, more complicated reality, I never knew for certain, but what I did know was that from that point on, his life seemed to unravel slowly, not in a dramatic collapse, but in a gradual decline that was painful to watch precisely because it happened in small, human steps. Without his family and without steady support, he fell into poverty. And it wasn't the kind of poverty that comes suddenly and shocks people into action. It was the quiet kind, the kind that makes a man walk the neighborhood asking if he could borrow a little money for food, the kind that forces dignity to bend a little more each time help is needed. And yet, despite his circumstances, despite the whispers and assumptions, the neighbors continued to see him as a good person at heart, and because of that, they almost always helped him when they could, offering small amounts of money, leftover food, or simple kindness. Not out of obligation, but because in San Andres, people still believed that helping someone didn't require a long explanation. Over the years, the man became someone everyone recognized, someone everyone quietly worried about, and because Filipinos have a way of embracing others into their sense of shared humanity, we affectionately called him kabayan, a word that means fellow man, someone from the same place. Someone you acknowledge as one of your own even if they come from far away, and that word suited him, because despite his struggles, he never became a stranger in the neighborhood. He remained part of us, walking the same streets, greeting the same faces, existing in the shared space of everyday life. As more time passed, his health began to fail as well, and it was clear that his body was paying the price for years of hardship, because he grew thinner, weaker, and more fragile, and he was often hospitalized, sometimes for long periods. And those hospital stays were made possible only through the help of his immediate family and the friends who had not completely disappeared from his life. And each time he returned, he seemed a little more tired, a little more worn down, but still polite, still gentle, still grateful for every small kindness extended to him. By the time I graduated from college and started working, Kabayan had already become a familiar figure in my adult life, someone I had known for years. Someone whose story unfolded quietly alongside my own growth, and whenever I saw him around the neighborhood, I would smile and greet him, and he would do the same, and those brief exchanges felt meaningful in their simplicity, because they reminded me that relationships don't always need deep conversations or grand gestures. Sometimes they are built on nothing more than acknowledgement and respect. It was one afternoon in October, a month that always carries a strange feeling of transition, when something happened that I did not understand at the time, but would later look back on with a heavy heart. Because I was talking with a friend on my cell phone while standing near our gate, half distracted, focused on the conversation, when I noticed Kabayan waving at me from outside, his gesture polite and hesitant, as if he didn't want to interrupt but also didn't want to be ignored, and I motioned for him to wait for a moment, while I finished my call, and he did, standing there patiently, not rushing me, not pressing the matter. And when I finally ended the conversation and approached him, he spoke softly and asked if he could borrow some money. There was nothing unusual about the request, because by then it had become part of his routine, and without hesitation I gave him what I could, genuinely happy to help, and he immediately began telling me again and again that he would pay me back as soon as he came back, his voice full of insistence, as if repayment mattered deeply to him, and I told him not to worry about it, that it was a gift, that he didn't need to pay me back at all. And I said it casually, without drama, because at that moment I saw no reason for those words to carry any weight beyond kindness, and he nodded, thanked me, and left, and only later would I realize that his repeated promise to return the money had meant more to him than I understood at the time. Weeks passed, and life continued in its usual rhythm, workdays blending into weekends, errands filling the hours. And then it was almost New Year's Eve, that strange time of year when people pause to reflect even if they don't consciously try to, when the air feels slightly heavier with expectation and memory. And one evening I was at home and about to close the door when something caught my attention outside, and I looked out and saw Kabayan walking by, turning around the corner, wearing a clean white shirt, and for a moment I felt a genuine sense of happiness because he looked healthier, lighter somehow, and I noticed he had a new haircut. Neat and fresh, the kind of detail that suggests someone is trying to take care of themselves. And I remember thinking that perhaps things were getting better for him, that maybe his health had improved, that maybe he was finding some peace after years of struggle, and the image stayed with me as I closed the door, unaware that I was holding on to something that would soon make no sense at all. Another week went by, and one day I went into the small store next door. The kind of neighborhood store where people linger and chat while waiting for their purchases, and as I stood there, I casually asked the store owner if she had seen Kabayan recently, expecting a simple answer, maybe that he had passed by earlier or that she hadn't seen him in a few days, but instead I was met with a strange look on her face, a look that immediately made my stomach tighten, because it wasn't confusion or annoyance, it was something closer to shock mixed with pity, and she asked me if I had not been informed. And in that moment I felt completely lost, because I had no idea what she meant, and I stood there silent as she explained that Kabayan had died around the last week of November, succumbing to the liver problems he had been battling for so long, and the words didn't settle in my mind right away, they floated there, disconnected from reality, because they directly contradicted what I believed I had seen with my own eyes just a week earlier. I told her it couldn't be true, that I had just seen him walking by not long ago, wearing a white shirt, looking healthier than before, and she shook her head gently and went on to tell me that before his death, Kabayan had borrowed some money from her son so he could get a haircut, and that he had died the very next day. And as she spoke, the room seemed to narrow around me, because her story explained details I had noticed without understanding: the haircut, the clean appearance, the sense that he was putting something in order. When I left the store, my thoughts were tangled and heavy, and I walked back home slowly, replaying everything in my mind. And it was only then that I began to remember the way Kabayan had looked when I saw him that last time, the way his walk had seemed slightly unsteady, the way his eyes had appeared unfocused, as if he was staring through the world rather than at it, and I realized that he hadn't looked truly alive in the way we usually mean it. He had looked distant, like someone preoccupied with something important, something unresolved, and the memory of him insisting that he would pay me back came rushing back, and suddenly his words took on a different meaning, because maybe he wasn't talking about coming back from wherever he was going that day. Maybe he meant something else entirely, something deeper, something tied to his sense of honor and responsibility. In many cultures, and especially in India, promises are not made lightly, and the idea of owing someone, even a small amount, can weigh heavily on a person's conscience, and the thought struck me that perhaps Kabayan had been worried about that promise, that perhaps it lingered in his mind even after his body had failed, and that maybe, in whatever state he was in when I saw him, he was still trying to keep his word, still trying to settle something he believed was unfinished. Standing there alone with that realization, I whispered softly that he didn't need to worry about the money, that like I had told him before, it was a heartfelt gift from me to him, given freely and without expectation, and I don't know if anyone heard me. I don't know if those words reached him in any way, but saying them felt necessary, like closing a circle that had been left open. After that, I never saw Kabayan again, not walking down the street, not waving from the gate, not standing quietly waiting for someone to finish a phone call, and yet his presence lingered in the neighborhood in subtle ways, in the empty space where he used to walk, in the memories neighbors shared in hushed tones, and in the way his story became part of the collective history of San Andres. Even now, when I think about him, I don't feel fear or dread. I feel something closer to sadness mixed with respect, because his life was not an easy one, and yet he remained gentle, grateful, and deeply concerned about the promises he made, and the experience taught me something I didn't expect to learn that way. That kindness given without conditions can matter more than we realize, that small gestures can stay with people in ways we cannot see, and that sometimes, the last thing a person clings to is not their pain, not their regrets, but a simple promise they made to someone who treated them with dignity. San Andres remains peaceful, the neighbors still greet each other, the days still pass in their familiar rhythm, but whenever I see someone pause at a gate, or wave politely before approaching, I think of Kabayan, and I remember that not all goodbyes are clear. Not all endings announce themselves, and sometimes, the most meaningful encounters in our lives are the ones we only understand after they have already passed. I studied in an exclusive Catholic school for girls in San Juan back when I was in high school, a place that looked calm and orderly on the surface, with clean hallways, neatly pressed uniforms, daily prayers, and strict routines that made it feel safe and predictable. Yet beneath that structure, there were countless unexplained things that happened over the years, things whispered about between friends, things that made students glance over their shoulders, things that teachers rarely acknowledged but clearly noticed, and although many of these experiences did not happen to me directly, they became part of our shared memory as students, passed quietly from one batch to another like cautionary tales, and I've always felt that if I were ever to talk about them, I would have to do so slowly, one story at a time, because each experience deserves to be remembered properly, without rushing, without exaggeration, and without dismissing the confusion they left behind. This particular story is my own, something that happened to me when I was still in second year, and even now, years later, it remains one of the most puzzling moments of my school life, not because it was frightening or dramatic, but because it challenged something very basic, my trust in what I saw with my own eyes. During that year, our seating arrangement was always organized alphabetically, a system the school strictly followed. And because my last name fell near the end of the alphabet, I almost always ended up sitting in front, which meant I was used to being close to the blackboard, close to the teacher, and very close to the front door of the classroom, also called the teacher's door. And in our school, every classroom had two doors, one at the front exclusively for teachers, and another at the back for students, a design meant to maintain order and control movement. But it also meant that students seated near either door had a clear view of the hallway outside. On the day this happened, we were in a subject called vacant, which was a 40-minute period the school intentionally built into our schedule, a rare gift in an otherwise demanding academic environment, and during vacant, we were allowed to do almost anything we wanted as long as we stayed inside the classroom and remained quiet enough not to disturb others. And our advisor would usually sit at her desk, observing us. Sometimes grading papers, sometimes doing her own work, while students slept with their heads on their arms, worked on assignments, chatted softly, or finished projects they had been putting off. And to us, this subject felt like breathing space, a pause in the day where time moved a little slower. That afternoon, I was not relaxing at all, because I had a formal writing assignment due later, something I had not been able to finish at home the night before due to a power outage in our neighborhood, and so during vacant, I was writing intensely, focused on my paper, my pen moving steadily across the page as I tried to organize my thoughts, occasionally glancing up to rest my eyes before continuing again. And because of where I was seated, right next to the teacher's door, I was subconsciously aware of movement in the hallway, the passing of shoes, the sound of footsteps, the flicker of shadows beneath the door frame, things you don't actively pay attention to but still register at the edge of your vision. While I was writing, I noticed someone approaching from outside. And without lifting my head fully, I glanced sideways, enough to see the lower half of a person walking past the classroom, and what I saw were very familiar details, a specific pair of shoes, white socks, and the hem of our school skirt, and immediately, without hesitation, my mind identified the person as a schoolmate of mine named Rika, not her real name, but someone everyone in school knew. Someone popular not because she was loud or flashy, but because she had a beautiful singing voice and was chosen almost every morning to sing the national anthem and the school hymn during flag ceremony, and she also happened to be known for wearing stylish shoes, always different pairs, and as someone who appreciated small details, I often noticed her footwear when she walked by, so when I saw those shoes, I did not question it at all, I simply thought, "Oh, it's Rika," and continued writing, because there was nothing unusual about seeing her walk past our room. In my peripheral vision, I watched her continue along the corridor until she moved beyond my line of sight, disappearing naturally the way people always do when they walk past the doorway. And only a few seconds after she vanished from view, our advisor suddenly looked up and called Rika's name out loud, her tone firm but casual, as if calling a student who had just passed by and needed to be asked a favor, and without hesitation. My advisor asked one of my classmates, Leah, again not her real name, to wait for Rika by the student's door at the back, because she needed something to be brought to the principal's office, and Leah stood up and positioned herself near the door, and everyone in the back of the classroom expected Rika to appear any second, because from our point of view, she had just walked past, and it would make sense for her to enter through the student's door. Seconds passed, then more seconds, and still no Rika. And the quiet confusion in the room slowly grew heavier, and Leah, being one of the fastest runners in our class and a known sprinter, decided to go after her, confident she could catch up easily, especially since there were no other regular classrooms after hours, only a long corridor leading to the biology and chemistry laboratories, the typing lab, and the computer lab, all rooms that were often empty during that period. Leah ran out, and the classroom buzzed softly with murmurs as we waited. And when she returned a few minutes later, her face looked genuinely confused, not playful or exaggerated, but unsettled in a quiet way, and she told us that there was absolutely no one in the corridor, no students walking, no teachers, no staff, and she even checked inside each laboratory room, peeking through doors to make sure Rika hadn't entered any of them. But all the labs were empty, lights off, silent, untouched, and there was no sign that anyone had passed through recently. By this point, our advisor looked visibly confused as well, and she said, without laughing or joking, that she was certain she had seen Rika walk past the teacher's door just moments earlier, and that was when I spoke up and told her that I saw her too, although I had not seen her face, only her shoes, socks, and skirt, and I described the shoes in detail, the exact pair, and as soon as I did, Several of my classmates nodded in agreement, recognizing the description instantly, because everyone knew Rika's shoes. And the room grew quiet in a way that felt different from the usual classroom silence, because this was not a silence enforced by rules, but a silence born from confusion. We were still discussing whether it was really Rika who walked past when suddenly, almost casually, Rika herself peeked through the teacher's door and asked to speak with our advisor, and the effect this had on the room was immediate and intense, because we all froze, staring at her, and she noticed our reaction right away, her brows furrowing slightly as she asked why everyone was looking at her like that, and our advisor, clearly unsettled but trying to stay composed, asked Rika if she had just walked past our classroom corridor a few minutes earlier. And Rika looked genuinely confused as she replied that she had just come from a student council meeting, one that started right after the flag ceremony, which had taken place more than an hour ago, and she explained that she was there because the principal needed to speak with our advisor. The timing did not make sense, and the more we tried to fit the pieces together, the more impossible it seemed. Because both my advisor and I were absolutely certain we had seen her walk past the door moments earlier, and yet here she was, arriving from an entirely different direction, with a solid explanation that matched the school schedule, and there was no reason to believe she was lying or mistaken. The discussion faded slowly as the period ended, but the confusion lingered long after, and even though nothing about the experience felt threatening or frightening, it left a deep impression on me because it made me question something very fundamental: whether our eyes can truly be trusted all the time, whether familiarity can trick perception, and whether there are moments when what we see is not exactly what is there. To this day, I still don't know what my advisor and I saw that afternoon, and I've replayed the memory countless times, examining every detail, considering every logical explanation, from simple coincidence to optical illusion to mistaken identity. But none of them fully satisfied the certainty I felt in that moment, the certainty of recognition, and while the experience did not scare me, it did leave me with a quiet unease, the kind that doesn't make you run or scream, but instead makes you pause and wonder, and sometimes, I think that is far more unsettling than fear itself, because it leaves no clear answer, only a lingering question about how much of reality we truly understand and how easily it can slip, even in a bright classroom, in the middle of the day, surrounded by people. My best friend in high school was a member of the Thespians Club, and for the sake of this story I'll call her Irene. The Thespians Club was one of the most active organizations in our school, and every year, during the month of August, they were given full use of the school auditorium to stage their annual plays in celebration of the club's founding. Aside from their own productions, they were also responsible for supervising and assisting any other organization that needed to use the stage, whether it was for skits, short plays, or performances scheduled during another club's week or celebration. Because of this, the officers of the Thespians Club often stayed in school long after regular class hours, rehearsing, fixing props, arranging stage setups, and making sure everything ran smoothly. Irene was the vice president of the club at the time, which meant she carried a lot of responsibility, and staying late in school was already normal for her. This particular incident happened one late afternoon, while they were preparing the stage for an upcoming play by the Kung Fu Club. Our school auditorium was beautiful from the audience's point of view. It had wide wooden flooring, tall ceilings, and heavy red curtains framing the stage, the kind of place that felt grand and impressive when the lights were on and the seats were full. But backstage was a completely different story. Behind those curtains was chaos. Over the years, many organizations had performed there, and most of their props, costumes, and set pieces were simply left behind. Old backdrops, broken furniture, fake weapons, masks, fabric, boxes, and random items were piled everywhere. The idea was that these things might be useful for future productions, but in reality, they were rarely kept in proper order. Even with the constant effort of the Thespians Club, the backstage area often looked like a storage room that had been forgotten for years. On that day, only Irene and the president of the club, whom I'll call Rachel, stayed behind to finish preparing the props and set. The rest of the members were asked to go home because it was already getting late. Irene's parents were abroad at the time, so she didn't have to worry about someone waiting for her at home, and Rachel lived just a few blocks away from the school, so both of them were allowed more freedom to stay late compared to other students. The two of them worked quietly, moving props, adjusting placements, and making sure everything was ready for the Kung Fu Club's performance. As the sun went down, the auditorium became quieter and quieter, until the silence itself began to feel heavy. At some point, Rachel commented that the auditorium felt too silent, almost uncomfortable. To break the stillness, she decided to go upstairs to the audio room, the enclosed glass room overlooking the stage where sound and lighting were controlled during performances. Once inside, she played some local music to make the space feel less empty. She then sat down for a few moments, resting while the music played in the background. One of the songs that came on was Beautiful Girl, a well-known local song in the Philippines sung by Jose Marichan. As the song filled the auditorium, Rachel casually looked down through the glass at the stage below. That was when she noticed a girl standing alone at the center of the stage. Rachel was immediately curious but not alarmed. She knew that only she and Irene were supposed to be in the auditorium, but she assumed that perhaps one of the performers had come back for a last-minute rehearsal. From her vantage point in the audio room, she watched the girl closely. The girl was moving her hands and body gently, as if she were singing along to the song Rachel had just played. She looked graceful, almost theatrical, as if she truly belonged on the stage. She was wearing a long dress in shades of white and pale purple, flowing softly as she moved. As Rachel continued watching, a strange thought crossed her mind. The Kung Fu Club's play was supposed to be about the history of martial arts. It was serious and action-focused. Why would someone be rehearsing to a sentimental love song? Why would this song fit into a performance like that? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Acting on instinct, Rachel stopped the music halfway through the song. The moment the sound cut off, the girl on the stage stopped moving as well, as if frozen in place. Rachel did not take her eyes off the girl. Slowly, the girl lifted her head and looked up toward the audio room, her gaze passing through the glass and meeting Rachel's eyes directly. Rachel noticed then that although the girl was very beautiful, there was something deeply sad about her. Her skin looked pale, and her expression was filled with a quiet sorrow that was hard to explain. The girl simply stared at Rachel, and Rachel found herself staring back, unable to move or look away. She couldn't tell how long this silent exchange lasted. Time seemed to stretch strangely in that moment. Suddenly, Rachel's attention was broken when she noticed movement on the stage below. Irene was dragging a large wall partition across the stage as part of the setup, and the path she was taking would pass directly through where the girl was standing. Panicking, Rachel shouted down to Irene, yelling that she was going to squish someone. Irene immediately stopped and looked up at Rachel with a confused expression, clearly not understanding what she meant. Rachel shouted again, insisting that there was a girl standing right there. Irene looked around the stage, scanning the area where Rachel was pointing, then looked back up and asked who Rachel was talking about. At that moment, when Rachel looked back toward the spot on the stage, the girl in the white and pale purple dress was gone. There was no movement, no fading, no sound. She simply wasn't there anymore. Alarmed, Rachel rushed down from the audio room to the stage and asked Irene if she had seen a girl wearing a white and purple dress. Irene said no and looked genuinely confused. She told Rachel that they were the only ones left in the auditorium and that the janitors had already asked her to lock it up because they were about to clean the gym area. Still shaken, Rachel insisted that they search the auditorium just to be safe, worried that perhaps a student had been left behind or trapped inside without them noticing. Together, she and Irene checked the stage, the backstage area, the rows of seats, the corridors, and even the storage spaces filled with props and costumes. They found no one. The auditorium was completely empty. In the end, they locked up and left, both unsettled by what had happened. To this day, either of them could explain who or what Rachel had seen on that stage that evening, and the image of the sad girl standing alone under the lights remained one of the strangest experiences connected to our school auditorium. This is something that has stayed with me for a very long time, not because it was frightening in the usual way, but because it never made sense to me, no matter how many times I tried to understand it. It is something that happened when I was younger and continued quietly into my early 20s, always at the edge of my life, never directly touching me, yet always somehow connected to me. Even now, when I think about it, I don't feel fear as much as confusion, a deep and lingering confusion about what it was, why it appeared, and why it eventually stopped. Back in high school, I shared my bedroom with my younger stepbrother. Our room was not very big, but it was comfortable enough for the two of us. Our beds were placed parallel to each other, with just enough space in between to walk through. Sometimes, my step-grandmother would also sleep in the same room, on a mattress beside my stepbrother. He was a sickly child, often having fevers, coughs, and other health problems, and my step-grandmother was very protective of him. She preferred to sleep beside him at night so she could check on him easily if he had trouble breathing or woke up feeling unwell. Because of this, having 3 people in the room was not unusual for us, and it never felt strange or uncomfortable. One morning, after waking up and getting ready for school, my step-grandmother asked me a question that caught me off guard. She asked me if I had felt anything unusual the night before. Her tone was calm, not dramatic, but serious enough to make me pause. I tried to remember the night, thinking back to how I slept, whether I had woken up, whether I had any strange dreams or feelings, but nothing stood out to me. In fact, I remembered sleeping very well that night, the kind of deep, restful sleep you only notice because you wake up feeling unusually refreshed. So I told her honestly that I hadn't felt anything strange at all, and that I had slept very soundly. She became quiet for a moment, then told me what she had experienced. She said that in the very early hours of the morning, she woke up because she needed to use the bathroom. She got up quietly so as not to wake either me or my stepbrother. When she finished and returned to the room, she noticed something that made her stop in her tracks. She said that she saw a large shadow in the room, shaped like a man. According to her, the shadow was tall and solid, and it appeared to be bent slightly forward, as if it were leaning down and looking at me while I slept. She said it was not moving, just there, looming over my bed. She told me that when she saw it, her first instinct was to approach it, to see what it was or to chase it away, thinking perhaps it was just a trick of the light or her tired eyes. But the moment she took a step toward it, the shadow vanished. It didn't fade slowly or move away. It simply disappeared, leaving the room exactly as it had been before. When she finished telling me this, I didn't feel scared. I felt more skeptical than anything else. I was young, practical, and not particularly inclined to believe in things that couldn't be easily explained. I told her that she might have just been half asleep, that maybe she was still dreaming when she saw it. I also mentioned that she wasn't wearing her glasses at the time, so perhaps shadows in the room looked different to her without them. I tried to explain it away gently, not wanting to dismiss her experience entirely, but also not wanting to accept it as something strange or supernatural. She listened to me and nodded, but she didn't seem fully convinced. Before ending the conversation, she told me to be careful anyway, just in case. Her words didn't sound like a warning filled with fear, more like a quiet concern from someone who had lived long enough to know that not everything always has an easy explanation. I thanked her and went on with my day, and for a long time after that, I didn't think much about what she had said. Years passed, and that memory faded into the background of my life, something I remembered only vaguely, like an odd story from childhood that didn't really matter anymore. By the time I was working my first job, I had almost completely forgotten about it. I was employed as an outlet auditor for a small company, and my days were filled with paperwork, reports, numbers, and long hours in front of a computer. I worked in an inner office, a smaller enclosed space inside the main office area. There were 3 of us in that inner office, myself, another colleague, and our boss. My desk was positioned in such a way that people entering the inner office would see me almost immediately. One ordinary workday, while I was focused on my computer screen, one of my colleagues approached the inner office to submit some documents to me. She suddenly stopped just outside the doorway. After a moment, she asked me a strange question. She asked if I could see the shadow standing in front of me. I looked up, confused, and asked her what she meant. She explained that when she was about to step inside, she saw a large shadow shaped like a man standing right in front of my desk, facing me, as if watching me work. Before I could even process what she was saying, she added that when she saw it, the shadow suddenly ran toward the restroom. She said it moved quickly, like a person who had been caught doing something they weren't supposed to do. I immediately told her that I didn't see anything at all and that I hadn't felt anything unusual either. I wasn't frightened, just puzzled. We both laughed awkwardly and shrugged it off, assuming it was just her imagination or perhaps a trick of the lighting. It was only later, after that moment had passed, that my mind went back to what my step-grandmother had told me years before. The memory resurfaced suddenly and unexpectedly, connecting itself to what my colleague had just described. I felt a strange chill, not fear exactly, but recognition. Still, I pushed the thought aside, telling myself that coincidences happen and that there was no reason to connect the two events. But things didn't stop there. Over time, more colleagues began to ask me similar questions. Some would casually ask if I ever noticed a shadow standing in front of my desk. Others would mention that they often saw a dark figure there when passing by. What unsettled me was not just that they saw something, but that their descriptions were almost always the same. They described it as a tall male shadow, solid and human-shaped, standing quietly in front of me. And just like the first colleague had said, whenever someone tried to approach it or call my attention to it, this shadow would suddenly bolt and run toward the restroom. At first, I thought people were joking with me. I laughed it off and told them they were just tired or overworked. But the number of people who mentioned it kept growing. Some of them looked genuinely unsettled when they talked about it. A few of them even tried to investigate. One time, after seeing the shadow run toward the restroom, a couple of my colleagues immediately checked the restroom to see if someone was hiding there or playing a prank. They found no one. The restroom was empty, silent, and unchanged. What made it even more difficult to dismiss was the fact that even my supervisor saw it. My supervisor was not someone who believed easily in strange things. He was logical, calm, and practical, the kind of person who trusted what he could see and measure. One day, while standing behind my desk and looking over some documents, he noticed something unusual. He later told me that he saw a shadow of a man standing right in front of my desk. He said he didn't think much of it at the time, and assumed it was just his eyesight playing tricks on him, perhaps caused by the lighting or fatigue. He told me about it much later, during a company outing. We were relaxing by the pool, and I was grilling fish nearby. In a casual tone, he mentioned that he saw the same shadow again that day, standing beside me while I was cooking. He described it the same way others had, a tall male shadow, just standing there, not moving, not threatening, just present. He laughed it off afterward, saying he was probably just imagining things, but the fact that he mentioned it at all told me that it had left an impression on him. What disturbed me the most about all of this was that I never saw the shadow myself. I never felt watched, never felt afraid, never sensed a presence beside me. If no one had told me anything, I would have lived my life completely unaware of it. It was always other people who noticed it, other people who reacted to it, other people who described its movements. I was simply the common factor, the person it seemed to appear near, the one it seemed to watch. This continued throughout my early working years. People would occasionally mention it, sometimes seriously, sometimes jokingly, but always with the same underlying confusion. And then, without warning, it stopped. Later in my life, I experienced a miscarriage. It was one of the most painful and emotionally heavy experiences I have ever gone through. It changed me in ways that are difficult to explain, reshaping how I saw my body, my future, and my sense of loss. After that period in my life, something else changed as well. No one ever mentioned the shadow again. Not a single colleague, not a friend, not anyone. It was as if it had never existed. I don't know if these things are connected. I don't know if the shadow was something that followed me, something that watched over me, something tied to a specific phase of my life, or something that existed only in the perceptions of others. I don't know why it appeared when I was young and disappeared later on. I don't know why it never interacted with me directly or why it always ran away when noticed. What I do know is that many people saw it, across different times, places, and stages of my life. These people did not know each other's stories, yet they described the same thing. And then one day, without explanation, it was gone. I've thought about it many times since then, especially during quiet moments when memories tend to surface. Sometimes I wonder if it was something protective, something curious, or something unfinished. Other times I tell myself it was nothing more than coincidence, shadows, stress, and imagination lining up in strange ways. I don't claim to have an answer, and I don't even claim that it was something supernatural. All I know is that it happened, quietly and persistently, and then it ended, leaving behind only questions and a lingering sense that there are parts of our lives we may never fully understand. This story happened around 1996, just a few months before I migrated to New Jersey, during a time in my life that felt uncertain and full of waiting, when everything seemed to be in between, not fully here and not fully there. Because while my visa was being processed, my days felt suspended, as if I was simply counting time instead of living it, and to keep myself busy and distracted. I decided to go back to school and enroll in a short computer course, thinking it would be useful for work later on and would at least give my days some structure and purpose. It was there that I met Leo, not his real name, but someone who would unexpectedly leave a deep mark on my life, even though our friendship was brief, because from the very beginning, he was warm, friendly, and easy to talk to, the kind of person who made you feel comfortable almost instantly, and before I knew it, we had become close friends. The kind who talked every day, shared lunches, laughed over small things, and walked together to class without even planning it. He was especially fond of me, not in a romantic way, but in a way that felt protective and familiar, and he once told me that I reminded him so much of his girlfriend, who was studying nursing in another city, and because of their conflicting schedules, they barely had time to see each other, sometimes only once a month. And I could tell just how deeply he loved her because she was always on his mind, always part of our conversations, and every plan he talked about somehow included her, from small things like where they would eat next time they met, to big dreams about their future together. He trusted me enough to share things that felt very personal, including his plans to propose to her, something he had clearly thought about for a long time, and he told me with so much excitement that he wanted to propose on her 21st birthday, describing how he imagined it would happen, how nervous he felt just thinking about it, and how certain he was that she was the one he wanted to spend his life with. And listening to him, I couldn't help but feel happy for him, because his love felt genuine and sincere, the kind of love that believes in forever without questioning it. Then one morning, something strange happened, something that still confuses me even now, because I woke up unusually early, around 4:30 in the morning, long before my alarm. And the very first thing that entered my mind was Leo, not a random thought, not a passing memory, but his face, clear and vivid, as if he was standing right in front of me, and at first I didn't think much of it, because sometimes people do cross our minds for no clear reason, and I tried to go back to sleep, telling myself it was nothing, but every time I closed my eyes, his face appeared again, clear and persistent, and I remember feeling unsettled, thinking how strange it was that I couldn't shake the image. And even though I eventually managed to fall back asleep, it wasn't a deep or peaceful sleep, and when I woke up again, it was already late, around 7:20 in the morning, which immediately sent me into panic because my class started at 8 o'clock, and I rushed through my routine, barely thinking straight, hurriedly taking a shower, throwing on clothes, trying to make up for lost time. But even then, even while standing under the running water, his face kept appearing in my mind. And this time it really bothered me, because it felt intrusive, like my thoughts were no longer under my control, and I remember asking myself why I couldn't stop thinking about him, why his image felt so heavy and urgent. As I left for class, still trying to shake off that strange feeling, I saw him, or at least I thought I did, and for a brief moment, everything felt normal, except something about him looked off. His face seemed blurry, as if I couldn't focus on it properly. Yet his eyes stood out clearly for some reason, and before I could fully process what I was seeing, he passed by me and continued walking down the stairs without saying a word, which was odd because he was usually cheerful and talkative, especially if we were running late together, and instinctively I called out to him, asking where he was going and reminding him that we were already late for class. But he didn't respond, he didn't slow down, didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge me at all, and he just kept going down the stairs. And I stood there for a second, confused, brushing it off as him being distracted or upset, not realizing how important that moment would later become. When I arrived at the classroom, the atmosphere felt wrong almost immediately. It was unusually quiet, the kind of silence that feels heavy rather than calm, and everyone was already there, sitting in their seats. But Leo was not, and neither was the teacher, and I remember sitting down slowly, my heart feeling oddly tight. Though I couldn't explain why, and when the teacher finally came in, his expression was serious, not the usual casual demeanor, and without wasting time, he announced that Leo was gone, and the words didn't make sense at first, because gone could mean many things, late, absent, sick, but then he explained that Leo had been found by his father hanging from the ceiling in his room, discovered around 6 in the morning, and in that instant, everything around me seemed to blur. As if the room tilted slightly, and the only thought running through my mind was disbelief. Because I had just seen him, I had just thought about him, I had just spoken to him, or at least I believed I had, and I kept asking myself if I was dreaming, if this was some kind of mistake, because it felt impossible that someone could be there one moment and gone the next, and the timing made it even harder to accept, because later that day, I learned that he had actually passed away around 4:30 in the morning. The exact same time I woke up suddenly thinking of him, the same moment his face first appeared in my mind so clearly that it wouldn't let me rest. That night, I went to his wake with some of our classmates, and the atmosphere there was heavy with grief, the kind that clings to the air and makes it hard to breathe, and while there, I spoke with his sister, who told me the truth behind what happened, explaining that Leo had taken his own life because his girlfriend had left him for another man. And what made it even more heartbreaking was that she had been seeing this other man for 10 months before finally ending things with Leo, meaning that while he was making plans for their future, dreaming about proposing, believing in their love, she had already emotionally left him behind, and hearing that shattered the image I had of his happiness, making me realize how much pain he must have been hiding behind his smiles and conversations. How alone he must have felt even while talking about love. It has been more than 10 years since that day, yet I still think about him often, not just about what happened, but about who he was, about his kindness, his sincerity, his dreams, and the strange way our paths crossed at the very end, and I still pray for his soul, hoping that wherever he is now, he has found the peace he couldn't find in life, and even now. I sometimes wonder if that morning was his way of saying goodbye, not in words, but in presence, in thought, in the quiet space between waking and sleeping. And while I may never fully understand what happened or why I felt him so strongly at that moment, I carry his memory with me, as a reminder of how fragile life is, how deeply unseen pain can run, and how sometimes, the people who seem the most loving are the ones hurting the most. It was Christmas vacation, that time of year when everything feels slower and louder at the same time, when days stretch out lazily and nights feel endless because there is always something happening somewhere, and as I usually did every year, I decided to spend New Year's Eve in the countryside instead of the city, because that was where all my cousins and childhood friends gathered, and where we always had the most fun simply being together. Away from rules, schedules, and expectations, the countryside had a different kind of energy during the holidays, one that felt raw and alive, filled with laughter, music, fireworks, and the smell of food and smoke in the air, and for us, it was the one time of the year when we felt truly free, when stories were made that would be retold again and again as we grew older. Every year, we were known for pulling pranks on one another and on unsuspecting neighbors, nothing too harmful. Just enough to scare or surprise people for entertainment, and those pranks were almost a tradition for us, something we looked forward to as part of our New Year celebration. But that year, for reasons I can't fully explain, we decided not to do any pranks at all, jokingly calling it our New Year's resolution, as if we were finally growing up and leaving childish things behind. Instead, we planned to just walk around, watch fireworks, talk, and kill time until midnight came. Thinking that would be enough to keep us entertained, that night, it was me and 3 of my cousins, all teenagers, restless and full of energy, wandering around the neighborhood as the sky lit up every few minutes with bursts of color from fireworks launched by people celebrating with their families. And it was much noisier than previous years because more people had come back to the countryside to spend the holidays, turning the usually quiet place into something lively and chaotic. Despite all the noise and light, we somehow found ourselves bored, because once you've walked around enough and seen the same fireworks again and again, the excitement fades, and boredom sets in quickly, especially for young people looking for something thrilling. Someone suggested, half-jokingly at first, that we head toward the woods, the thick, dark forested area at the edge of the countryside that everyone avoided at night, a place filled with stories meant to scare children into behaving, and although we laughed it off at first, the idea slowly took hold, because boredom has a way of making even bad ideas sound interesting. Eventually, we agreed to go, telling ourselves it was just for suspense, just to see how far we could go before chickening out. And so we headed into the woods armed with only one cell phone and a single flashlight, confident in that careless way teenagers often are, believing nothing truly bad could happen to us. It was around 10:38 at night when we were already deep enough into the woods that the noise from the fireworks sounded distant and muffled, as if it belonged to another world entirely. And the trees around us were tall and thick, their branches forming strange shapes against the night sky, blocking out most of the light, making the darkness feel heavier, almost solid. We walked slowly, joking less now, more aware of our surroundings, our footsteps crunching softly against the ground, and despite heading toward what we knew were the freakiest parts of the countryside. Nothing happened at first, no strange sounds, no sudden movements, just silence broken only by the occasional echo of fireworks far away. Then, after a few minutes, one of my cousins suddenly stopped walking and said she sensed something near one of the trees, and the way she said it immediately made my stomach tighten, because it wasn't said jokingly, it was said with genuine fear in her voice. She pointed toward the darkness and told us she saw something. Something that didn't look human at all, something that appeared to be floating, with bat-like wings and a body, but nothing below the waist, as if the lower half was either hidden or invisible. And before she could fully describe it or understand what she was seeing, the thing suddenly flew away, disappearing into the darkness. The moment she finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the 4 of us, the kind of silence that feels unnatural, where even the night sounds seemed to pause, and none of us knew what to say or do. Because fear had quietly crept in, replacing boredom in an instant. That silence was broken when another one of my cousins suddenly started walking away from us, moving deeper into the woods without explaining where he was going or why, his movements stiff and strange, as if he was following something only he could see. We called out to him, asking what he was doing, but he didn't respond, and panic began to rise in my chest, because something about the way he walked felt wrong, unnatural. And when he still didn't stop, I picked up a rock and threw it toward him, not to hurt him, but to get his attention, and when it landed near him, he finally stopped and turned around, his face blank, his eyes unfocused, and he told us, in a flat voice, to follow him to wherever he was headed. The moment he turned his back again, I felt a sudden cold chill rush through my body, like the temperature had dropped instantly, and sweat started running down my back despite the cool night air. And the hair at the back of my neck stood straight up, a physical reaction I couldn't control. Even so, as the eldest among us, I felt responsible, and despite my own fear, I followed him, with my 2 female cousins walking behind me, already panicking, begging me to take them home, their voices shaking as they kept asking what was happening and why he was acting that way. Looking back now, I know it was a stupid decision to continue instead of turning back immediately, but at that moment, leaving one of our cousins alone in the woods felt even worse, and fear can make people choose badly when they think they're doing the right thing. While all of this was happening in the woods, something else was unfolding back at my friend's house, where the rest of our group had stayed, drinking beer and celebrating, eventually passing out one by one from exhaustion and alcohol. One of them, who had fallen asleep sitting on a chair, was half awake when he began to hear scratching noises on the window beside him. And in his drowsy state, he wasn't sure at first if it was real or part of a dream, but the sound persisted, slow and deliberate, enough to make him open his eyes. The room was dimly lit, with only occasional flashes of light coming from the fireworks outside, and during one of those flashes, he saw a shadow behind the window, a floating shape that matched exactly what we had seen earlier in the woods, the same winged, hovering form, and fear immediately jolted him awake. Trembling, he slowly crept toward the others sleeping nearby, waking them up one by one, whispering urgently about what he was seeing, and as each of them looked toward the window, their fear grew, because they all saw the same shadowy figure hovering outside, silent and still. Somehow, fueled by panic and adrenaline, they managed to gather enough courage to confront whatever it was, grabbing knives and anything they could throw, moving together as a group because none of them dared to face it alone, and leaving the house in a rush, not even bothering to clean up the mess from the party. At that exact moment, the phone rang, startling them all, and it was one of the girls who had gone with me into the woods, her voice shaking as she told them we were lost and terrified, begging them to come and find us. And as soon as that call came through, the floating entity outside the window suddenly fled, disappearing into the darkness, and the group didn't hesitate, running in the direction it went, which happened to be toward the woods where we were. Back in the forest, we finally caught up to my cousin who had been walking ahead of us, and when we did, he suddenly stopped and began screaming at the top of his lungs, a raw, desperate scream that echoed through the trees, as if he had just come face to face with something beyond his understanding. When we reached him, we saw something on the ground that made our blood run cold, what appeared to be the missing lower half of the floating creature my cousin had described earlier. And that was enough to send us all into full panic, and we ran as fast as we could, not caring where we were going, only knowing we needed to get away. Behind us, we heard loud flapping sounds, heavy and powerful, accompanied by strong gusts of wind that made it difficult to move forward, as if the air itself was pushing against us, and terror took over completely, leaving no room for rational thought. In that chaos, we saw the creature again, swooping down from above, grabbing its missing half with ease, and disappearing into the darkness once more. And at that point, survival instinct kicked in fully, and I broke away, running ahead to find help, knowing that if we wanted to get home alive, we needed more people, more light, more noise. Not long after, I ran straight into the search group from my friend's house, breathless and shaking, and led them back to where my cousins were, and together, we made our way out of the woods, not stopping until we reached safety. Once we were home, shaken and exhausted, we made a silent agreement never to mention what happened to the elders, knowing they would never believe us, and knowing we would be in serious trouble just for being in the woods alone at night. Whatever it was that happened that night, we kept it to ourselves, locked away as a shared secret, because who would believe a group of teenagers wandering around at night anyway, especially with alcohol involved back at the house. Even so, I know what I saw. And I know I wasn't drunk, and neither were the cousins who went into the woods with me, and to this day, we believe that the creature we encountered was what Filipino folklore calls a mananagal, a being said to appear human during the day, but at night grows bat-like wings, splits its body in half, hides the lower part, and flies off to feed. And whether people choose to believe that or not doesn't change what we experienced that night, because fear like that, real fear, doesn't come from imagination alone, and no matter how many years have passed, the memory of that night still feels vivid, still feels real, as if the woods themselves never forgot what happened there. I think I can honestly say that that year was one of the most uncomfortable years of my high school life, not because of academics or teachers or even family problems, but because of the classmates I ended up with. And anyone who studied in the Philippines will probably understand exactly what I mean when I say that the people you are grouped with can make or break your entire school experience. I was a very simple person back then, not popular, not particularly smart, not athletic, not pretty. In the way people usually notice, just quiet and trying to get through each school day without drawing attention to myself. But somehow, despite the school having mixed sections, fate decided to place me in a class filled with almost all the well-known girls of our batch, the smart ones who always topped exams, the athletic ones who dominated intramurals, the pretty ones who everyone admired, and unfortunately, the bullies who thrived on making quieter students feel small, and being surrounded by all of them at once felt like living in constant tension, like walking on thin ice every single day, because you never knew when someone would decide to mock you, challenge you, or pull you into something you wanted no part of. On that particular day, it was again during our vacant period, the same 40-minute class where we were usually allowed to do anything we wanted inside the classroom as long as we behaved. But this time our class advisor was not around because she was attending a teachers' meeting, and without her presence, the classroom felt different, looser, louder, and slightly chaotic, with some students wandering in and out to visit other classes, others clustering into groups, gossiping, laughing, and doing whatever they pleased. I stayed in my seat as usual, minding my own business, watching everything unfold from the sidelines, because that was how I survived most days, by staying invisible. Suddenly, one of my classmates, whom I will call Eve, rushed into the room from the library with an excited look on her face, speaking quickly and loudly as she announced that she had just read something fascinating in a book and wanted to try it out, and the way she spoke immediately drew attention, because Eve was known for being curious, outspoken, and slightly reckless when it came to experimenting with things she didn't fully understand. She said the book talked about something like soul exploration, a process where a person could be placed in a trance and their soul allowed to travel or explore, and she referred to it using the term lakbe diwa, which loosely translates to a journey of the spirit or mind, and even as she explained it, I felt uneasy, because it didn't sound like something a group of teenagers should be attempting inside a classroom without supervision. Eve then asked for a volunteer and emphasized that she needed the bravest person in the class, someone who wasn't afraid and wouldn't back out halfway, and almost immediately, one of the loudest and most skeptical girls in class, B, volunteered with a smirk on her face, clearly treating the whole thing like a joke and perhaps enjoying the attention, because B was known not only for being outspoken and intimidating, but also for being one of the meanest girls in our batch, the kind who enjoyed challenging others and proving she was fearless. She sat down in front of Eve, arms crossed at first, suppressing laughter and making sarcastic comments under her breath, clearly not believing any of it was real, and one by one, the rest of us stopped what we were doing and turned our attention toward them, curiosity overpowering our better judgment. Eve explained that B only needed to listen to her voice, empty her mind of all thoughts, relax, and let herself be guided, and she repeatedly reminded B to stop laughing and take it seriously if it was going to work, and though B rolled her eyes, she eventually complied, placing her hands in Eve's hands as instructed. Eve then asked that all the doors be closed, which already made some of us nervous, and once the room was sealed, she began whispering something softly, words I couldn't clearly hear from where I was sitting, but the tone alone sent chills through me, because it didn't sound playful anymore, it sounded focused and deliberate. As Eve continued whispering, we noticed BA's behavior begin to change, her laughter fading, her eyelids slowly closing, her head tilting slightly to the right, as if she were drifting into sleep, and from my perspective, it looked very much like she had fallen into some kind of deep rest or trance, not pretending, not acting, but genuinely unaware of what was happening around her. After a while, Eve straightened up and asked B to open her eyes, but B didn't respond physically. Her eyes remained closed and her head stayed tilted, yet to our shock, we heard her voice, low and slurred, like someone talking in their sleep, asking where she was and angrily demanding to know what Eve had done to her, cursing loudly and repeatedly, and the sound of her voice coming out of her still body made the room feel suddenly very cold. Eve tried to calm her, telling her to relax and describe what she could see around her, and after a brief silence, B began speaking again, saying she was in a garden, a strange place where everything seemed to glow, the plants, the trees, the flowers, all shining as if lit from within, and Eve encouraged her to walk forward and explore, guiding her verbally, and there was another pause before B said that a huge tree was blocking her way, its trunk too thick to go around easily. And Eve calmly told her to keep going, to walk around it slowly, even moving BA's hands gently as if physically guiding her around an obstacle. B then said she had passed the tree and could now see a beautiful fountain, and she described children playing around it. Boys and girls holding hands, laughing, running in circles, and, for a moment, the room felt strangely peaceful, as if we were all holding our breath, listening to a story unfold, until Eve asked B to approach one of the children and speak to them, and that was when everything changed. B suddenly went silent, then spoke again, her voice filled with fear, saying that as she approached one of the little girls, all the children stopped playing and turned to look at her. Their expressions no longer playful but angry and threatening, and then B began to writhe in her seat, her body twisting, her legs kicking violently, her hands clenching, as she screamed and shouted in pain, yelling that it hurt and begging for it to stop, and at that moment, the room erupted into chaos, chairs scraping back as students stood up, some rushing toward B, others crying openly in fear, and I remained frozen in place, my heart pounding, unable to move yet unable to look away. Eve, visibly shaken but trying to remain composed, announced that she would end the exploration and told B that she would wake up after she counted to 3, but when she finished counting, nothing changed. BA's eyes remained closed, her body continued thrashing, and her screams grew louder, and some of BA's friends began praying out loud, placing rosaries on her, trying to restrain her movements while Eve still held onto her hands, terrified of letting go. Then suddenly, one of my classmates, Rain, stood up, walked over without hesitation, and slapped B hard across the face, the sound echoing through the room, and the force of it knocked B off the chair, breaking her contact with Eve. And she fell to the floor, still screaming and crying, kicking and twisting, until she suddenly jerked and opened her eyes, gasping as if she had just surfaced from deep water, her eyes bloodshot red from crying, her face pale, and her friends immediately surrounded her, hugging her tightly and asking what had happened. Through sobs, B explained that when she tried to speak to the little girl, the child suddenly scratched her. And then all the other children joined in, attacking her while shouting that she was not supposed to be there and that she should never have come, and as she spoke, she unbuttoned her uniform, and we all gasped in horror when we saw deep scratches and bleeding gashes across her shoulders and back, marks that had not been there before, and when she rolled up her sleeves, we saw more wounds along her arms, red and raw, as if clawed by many hands. Fear settled over the room like a thick fog as B continued crying, her friends trying to calm her, while others began hurriedly fixing the classroom, pushing chairs back into place, wiping away signs of what had happened, terrified that our advisor might return at any moment, because none of us could explain what we had just witnessed, and no one wanted to face the consequences of trying something so dangerous. B managed to act normal for the rest of the day, hiding her injuries and brushing off questions, determined not to let any teacher find out, and although life returned to routine on the surface, the memory of that day never left me, because I truly did not know what happened in that room, whether it was mass hysteria, suggestion, something psychological, or something far beyond our understanding, and to this day, I still remember the tension in the air, the fear in BA's screams, and the scratches that had no logical explanation. Later on, rumors spread that a similar experiment had been done in another class, and that the student involved began having vivid recurring dreams about a mysterious woman encountered during her own soul exploration, and while I don't know how much truth there was to that rumor, it only added to the unease, reinforcing the feeling that we had crossed a line that day, touched something we were not meant to touch, and even now, years later, I cannot say with certainty what Lakbe Diwa truly is or whether it is real, but I know that what I saw was not a joke, not imagination, and not something easily forgotten, because some experiences don't need explanation to leave a lasting mark, they simply stay with you, quietly reminding you that there are things in this world that should be left alone. I remember our family used to feel whole in a way that is hard to describe, the kind of wholeness you only notice after something precious is taken away, and ever since my niece passed, that sense of completeness has been cracked, not because we stopped living, but because we are living with a space that will not be filled. And the hardest part is that the loss did not only belong to one person, it spread through all of us in different ways. Like grief always does, choosing its own shape for every heart it visits, and the person who carries the heaviest weight is our eldest sister, the mother of the child we lost, because her daughter passed away in February 2009, and even though many years have already gone by, it still feels like my sister is stuck between that month and the present, like time moved forward for everyone else, but she remains standing in the same painful place, holding the same sorrow. And what makes it harder is that she is not only missing her daughter in the normal way people miss someone who died, but she is also longing for something very specific, something that feels like it would bring her relief even if only for a moment, and that is to see her daughter face to face again, to look at her directly, to talk to her, to know she is okay, to feel, even briefly, that the bond between mother and child has not been cut in the way death makes it feel, and yet this seems not possible for her. Because even in her dreams, where many people say they meet loved ones who have passed, my sister does not get the kind of dream she hopes for, and instead she often sees her daughter the way she looked in her last days, sickly, weak, still carrying the illness that took her away, as if the only version of her child her mind can reach is the version from the most painful part of their story. And every time this happens it reopens the wound, because it is already hard to lose a child. But it is another kind of pain to keep seeing that child suffering. Over and over, even in sleep, where you wish your heart could rest. My sister says that in her dreams she always sees her daughter as sick, the same as the days before she died, and recently she had a dream where her daughter was lying in bed and said she would not be able to study anymore because she was always sick, and when my sister told me that, I could hear how helpless she felt, not only because she misses her child, but because the dream sounded like a sentence being repeated, like a door closing again, like her daughter is trapped in a state of sickness in my sister's mind, and my sister cannot change it no matter how much she loves her. About 2 weeks ago my sister had another strange dream, and this one confused her so much that she asked what it could mean, because she dreamed of a red lizard inside a red balloon, and she keeps turning that image around in her mind, trying to understand if it is a message, a warning, a symbol, or just a random picture, and along with that, she also keeps asking the question that hurts her the most, which is why she cannot see her child face to face when other people, who also lost loved ones, claim they can see and speak to them in dreams, and why her dreams about her daughter are always sad, always heavy, always tied to illness, as if happiness is not allowed to enter those dream spaces. I understand her pain because I also feel the loss. But my way of coping has been different, and I admit I have tried to survive by doing something that might not be perfect but has helped me keep functioning, which is that I gathered the worst memories, the images that hurt too much, the moments that make my chest tighten, and I placed them inside a box in my mind. Then I hid that box in an invisible cave, and I told myself I will open it one day when the time is right, because right now, if I open it too often, I might not be able to close it again. And I might drown in the sadness, and I do not want to drown, not because I loved my niece less, but because I want to keep living in a way that honors her, and I want to be present for the people who are still here, especially my sister who is her mother. Still, even if I try to move on, the truth is all of us miss my niece deeply, and when we speak about her, it is not only the fact that she died that makes us cry, it is the memory of who she was while alive. Because she was the kind of child that filled a room without even trying, cheerful in a way that felt natural, full of stories, full of energy, the kind of child who could speak to anyone, who could adjust herself to any person and any situation, and somehow make people feel comfortable, and it felt like everybody loved her, not because she was perfect, but because she had this friendly spirit, a bright manner, a warm confidence that did not make others feel small, and she could be naughty sometimes too. The playful kind of naughty that makes adults pretend to be angry but secretly laugh, and she had compassion not only for people but also for animals, especially pets around her, and one detail that keeps coming back to us is her voice, her high-pitched voice, because the sound of a child's voice is something you never forget, and when it disappears, silence feels louder than noise, and you start noticing how many quiet moments used to be filled with that voice calling out, laughing, telling stories, asking questions. And now that sound is only in memory. I have sent thoughts to my niece. 2. Speaking to her in my heart the way people do when they are not sure if anyone is listening but still need to say it, and I told her that I am not ready to see her face to face right now, because I am afraid of how I would react, afraid that it would break me in a way I cannot hide. But I would be glad if I could see her through dreams, even if just a little, and have a small chat, like family, like before. And yet since she passed I have only dreamed of her twice, and those dreams were around March or April 2009, and the last one was very clear, so clear that it still feels like a scene from a movie that I can replay whenever I want. And in that dream she said she was going and she would not look back anymore, and she was with a little boy that I did not recognize, and both of them were wearing electric blue clothes, a shirt and shorts, and the color stood out so strongly that it felt symbolic, like a signal, like a detail meant to be remembered. And when I woke up I felt a strange mixture of comfort and sadness. Comfort because she seemed to be moving forward, sadness because her words sounded final, like she was telling me not to chase her, not to hold her back, and to accept that she had to go. As time passed, other experiences began to happen to me, experiences that I cannot easily explain, and I do not know if they are connected to my niece or to my father or to something else, or if they are simply the way grief and stress can change the mind, but they have been consistent enough that I cannot ignore them completely. And these experiences often come when I am busy or deep in thought, like when my attention is on something else, and then something seems to try to pull my attention away. And it happens in small ways, like a shape or movement appearing in the corner of my eye, and when I turn to look directly it disappears, as if it was never there. And sometimes it is not only visual, sometimes it feels physical, like somebody is embracing me or touching my shoulders or my arms, even my leg, and the touch does not feel violent, it feels like a presence, like a hand placed gently. And it has been like this for a long time, appearing on and off, enough that I notice but not enough that I can prove it to anyone. Then there was one night recently that stood out strongly because it was clearer than the usual corner of the eye flashes, and it left me unsettled even though part of me tried to stay calm. And that night, July 17th, I was watching TV in my bedroom, and the room was normal, the kind of quiet night where you are half relaxed, half distracted. And my eyes happened to drift toward the wall where we have a crucifix, and near that crucifix I saw an apparition of a head up to the shoulders, but without a body, like a floating head and shoulders, and it appeared briefly, and the moment I focused directly on it, it disappeared. And the way it vanished made me feel confused because it was like a trick of vision, but it was also like something that did not want to be stared at, something that could be seen only when you were not fully looking. And after that I tried to settle myself, telling myself it could be lighting, reflection, tired eyes, anything, but then a few minutes later our dog started barking outside, and our dog does not bark for no reason, so I went to check like I usually do, because I do not like ignoring signs that something is happening outside, and I stepped out onto the balcony to see what he was barking at, and outside I saw a tricycle parked near the gate of our neighbor next door, the public vehicle with a sidecar that is common in villages. And it did not seem too strange, and I watched for around 3 minutes and nothing dramatic happened, and then I went back toward my room, and when I touched the doorknob, I noticed it was wet, not dripping, not slightly damp, but wet as if somebody had poured water on it, and my first reaction was to check my own hands, because sometimes you touch something wet and you forget your hands were wet, but I was sure my hands were not wet when I went outside, and the doorknob had been dry before. And this wetness did not make sense, and it bothered me because it felt like a small physical sign that something had changed while I was outside, and I could not find a normal reason for it in that moment. The next morning, July 18th, I told my experience to a nephew, speaking casually but still unsettled, and while I was explaining what happened, suddenly both of us heard a familiar laugh, a loud laugh that sounded like my niece's voice, the same high-pitched kind of laugh we remember. And it was so clear that it felt as if it came from very close, like from the neighborhood next door, and my nephew tried to explain it by saying maybe he heard the cat laugh, but I told him no, it was a girl's voice. And we both stood there listening, confused. and the reason it disturbed us was that we know the people living next door because they are our tenants, and nobody in their household has that voice. And it was early morning, a time when the neighborhood is usually still, when most people are asleep. And the laugh did not sound like it came from a TV, because it was too clear, too close, like a person was just a yard away, and we were sure the sound was real because both of us heard it at the same time. After that, when I sat down to work on the PC near my bedroom, the strange visual experiences started again, and I began seeing flashes of silver light, round, like an orb, appearing on my right side near the built-in cabinet in the hallway. And every time I turned my head to look, it disappeared, and then it would appear again, as if something was trying to stand in my peripheral vision on purpose, repeating the same pattern, showing itself only when I was not directly looking, and I could not decipher what it wanted or what it meant, and the more it happened, the more my mind kept jumping between explanation and meaning, because part of me wanted to say it was nothing, it was vision, it was tiredness, it was reflection from the screen. And another part of me felt it was a presence trying to get my attention. Then, a few minutes later, something happened that felt even stronger than the flashes, because I suddenly smelled an aftershave cologne, the same one my father used when he was still alive, and scent is powerful, it can pull memory into the present instantly. And that smell was not faint, it was strong, strong enough that it filled the space and made me stop what I was doing. And I went downstairs and asked if anyone could smell it too, and my elder sister, my niece's mom, came up and said yes, the scent was very strong, and she tried to explain it by saying maybe my brother splashed cologne. But I was sure it was not my brother because he had been downstairs even before I opened the PC upstairs, and also because the smell did not match the idea of someone casually putting on cologne. It felt like the scent had appeared out of nowhere, as if poured into the air, and that is why it shook us, because both of us noticed it. Which made it harder to dismiss, all these things, the flashes, the sense of touch, the brief apparition, the laugh, the scent, left me with a question that I cannot answer easily, which is why these things are showing up, why they appear in white and silver colors, why they seem to be visible only at the edge of sight, and whether these are all connected to one entity or to many, because sometimes it feels like the same presence, and sometimes it feels like different presences, and I cannot tell. And I cannot decipher the message they are trying to reach. I also wonder about my niece in particular, because if it is her trying to get my attention, why does she not communicate with me through dreams anymore, especially when I asked her in my heart that I would be glad to see her there, and a month ago I tried meditation, hoping for peace, hoping maybe for some sense of connection, and during that meditation I saw her in my mind, not just as a vague idea but like a face-to-face moment inside my thoughts. And it shocked me so much that I panicked, because I did not expect it, and the moment ended quickly, and afterward I regretted it, because I wanted it to last longer, and I wanted to ask her how she is, to tell her we miss her, to tell her that we wish she could come back physically if God would ever grant it, and even though I know such a wish may not be possible in the way we want, the heart still wishes, especially a family's heart, because love does not know how to stop wanting. At the same time, I keep thinking about my sister's pain, because she is the one who wants that face-to-face meeting most of all, and she is also the one who seems to receive the saddest dreams, and I want to understand why, and the best explanation I can think of, without dismissing spiritual possibilities, is that grief itself can shape dreams in a harsh way, because the mind does not always give comfort. Sometimes it repeats trauma, and a mother who watched her child suffer may keep seeing her child suffering because her brain is stuck in the time when she could still protect her, the time when she could still hold her, the time when she still had a job to do as a mother in the physical world, and when the child died, that job ended suddenly without closure, and the mind keeps trying to continue the job in dreams, keeps replaying the problem it could not solve, like a wound that refuses to close. Maybe that is why her dreams show her child sickly, because that is the part of the story her heart cannot accept, the helplessness, the unfairness, the image of her child unable to live the life she deserved, unable to study, unable to grow. And this may be why the dreams feel sad instead of peaceful, not because her daughter is sad, but because the dream is built from the mother's pain, and the mother's pain is deep. And the deeper the pain, the harder it is for the mind to create a calm, bright reunion, because the mind is not calm, it is longing and hurting. The question about the red lizard inside the red balloon could also fit this, because red is a strong color, the color of strong emotion, strong love, strong anger, strong grief, strong life force, and a balloon can be something that holds air, holds pressure, holds something delicate, and a lizard can represent something that survives, something ancient, something that can regenerate, something that feels strange, but also resilient. And if you put a lizard inside a balloon, it feels like a living thing trapped inside something thin and pressurized, and that can resemble grief itself, a living feeling trapped inside a fragile heart, swelling, stretching, waiting. And maybe the dream is showing her that her emotions are trapped and pressurized, that something inside her wants to move, wants to breathe, wants to heal, but is being contained too tightly. And the color being red could mean the emotion is intense and urgent. And maybe the dream is not about her daughter directly, but about my sister's grief and fear and love being so strong that it is trapped in her body and mind, and she is afraid it will burst, or she is afraid to release it, because releasing it might feel like letting her daughter go, and she is not ready. When people say others can see their loved ones face to face, it may be because those people are in a different stage of grief, sometimes calmer, sometimes more accepting, sometimes able to hold memory without being crushed. And it does not mean my sister is doing anything wrong. It may mean her love is so raw that her mind cannot create the kind of dream she wants without breaking her, and so it keeps her at a distance, or keeps the child in the last known state, because that is what her brain recognizes as real, and the brain often chooses what feels true over what feels comforting. As for my own experiences, the corner of thy appearances and the sense and touches, I cannot say with certainty what they are, but I do know that grief can make people more sensitive, not only emotionally but also in perception, because when you lose someone, your mind becomes watchful, searching, scanning for signs, and it can pick up small things like light reflections, movement shadows, and smells, and shape them into meaningful experiences, especially if the smell is tied to memory. Like my father's aftershave, because the brain can sometimes trigger a scent memory so strongly it feels present, and at the same time, it is also true that many people experience what they call visitations after a loss, where a loved one's presence is felt through scent, sound, or brief glimpses. And even if someone does not believe in spirits, they can still accept that such experiences happen, because human beings are complex, and the bond between love and memory is powerful. Still, because you asked why these things are showing up, I also think it is important to consider practical possibilities too, not to insult the meaning but to keep safety and clarity, because flashes of light and peripheral vision can be caused by eye straying, dry eyes, migraine aura, or reflections from screens, and the sensation of being touched can happen during stress, fatigue, or when the nervous system is sensitive. And hearing a familiar voice can sometimes be a sound from somewhere else that the brain matches to a memory, and a wet doorknob could have a physical cause like condensation or moisture from the outside, and scents can travel. But what makes your story stronger is that sometimes other people notice the same scent, and sometimes another person heard the same laugh, and that shared experience makes it harder to dismiss fully. I think the most honest thing I can say is that you and your sister are both in a long grief process, and grief can open doors inside people, doors to memory, to sensitivity, to vivid dreams, to strange moments where the past feels close, and whether those moments are spiritual messages or the mind's way of coping, the emotion underneath them is the same. Love that has nowhere to go because the person you love is not physically present, and when love has nowhere to go, it moves into dreams, sensations, smells, and signs, because the heart keeps reaching. If you want a gentle way for your sister to possibly experience less sad dreams and more peaceful ones, it may help if she does something before sleep that signals safety and permission, like a quiet prayer that does not beg or demand but simply says, "If you can come to me in a peaceful way, I am open, but if not, please be at peace." Because sometimes the desperate wish to see someone can create anxiety that blocks the calm dream, and it can help to reduce fear by creating a bedtime routine, perhaps with a small light, soft music, or reading something comforting, and if the dreams remain painful and constant, it might also help her to speak with a counselor or grief therapist, not because her love is wrong, but because her mind may be carrying trauma from watching her child suffer, and trauma needs care, and sometimes when trauma is processed, dreams soften, and the loved one begins to appear healthier in the dream because the dream is no longer built from the most painful memory. For you, if you want to dream of your niece more often, it may help to speak to her gently before sleep, not with fear, and not with the pressure of face-to-face, but with simple love, and then let go, because dreams are strange and cannot be forced, and sometimes when you stop pushing, they come more naturally, and if you do see her again and panic rises, remind yourself that it is okay to be surprised, and you can practice a calming phrase like, "I am safe, this is love, I can stay calm," because panic cuts the dream short. I know you also said you wish she could come back physically if God would ever grant it, and I understand that wish, because it is the wish of every family who lost a child, but it may also help to shift the wish slightly toward what is possible to receive now, like peace, reassurance, and healing, because if the heart holds only the impossible wish, it stays stuck in pain, but if it holds a smaller wish too, like the wish to feel her love, the wish to remember her without breaking, the wish to see her healthy in a dream, the wish to hear her laugh in memory without collapsing, those wishes can slowly become real. At the end of everything, what I feel most strongly in your story is not fear of ghosts, but a family longing for one person who mattered so much that even after death she still shapes the air of the house, the smell in a hallway, the sound in the morning, and the thoughts in the mind, and whether those are signs or not, they are proof of how deeply she was loved, and how much love remains, and if your sister cannot see her face to face yet, it does not mean she is failing. It may simply mean her grief is still too tender, still too raw, and she may need support and time to reach the stage where her dreams can become softer, where her daughter can appear not as sickly, but as the cheerful child you all remember, full of stories, friendly to everyone, compassionate even to pets, and laughing in that high-pitched voice that you miss so much, because the heart remembers that version too, and it deserves space to come forward when the mind is ready. About 2 years ago, we decided to move out and transfer to a different apartment here in Mandaluyong, choosing a unit located on the top floor of a well-known apartment condo-type estate, and at that time, I felt genuinely excited and relieved because the unit we selected was brand new, untouched, and had never been occupied before, just like several other vacant units in the building. Though a few were already rented out by families who had moved in earlier, and in my mind, that mattered a lot, because I had always believed that if a place was new, if no one had lived there before, then there was a very good chance it would not carry any strange history, no lingering presence, no unexplained energy, nothing that could be called haunted, and that idea alone made me feel safe and optimistic about starting fresh in that space. I remember thinking that finally, after everything I had experienced before, I might be able to live somewhere peaceful, somewhere ordinary, somewhere that would just be a home and nothing more. And so when we moved in, I felt comfortable almost immediately, unpacking, arranging furniture, settling into a routine, and convincing myself that this was just a normal apartment, clean, quiet, and uneventful, exactly what I needed at that stage of my life. At that time, I was working in a call center and was assigned to the graveyard shift, which meant my entire body clock was reversed. Nights were for work and days were for sleep. And anyone who has worked that kind of schedule knows how exhausting it can be, because no matter how tired you are, sleeping during the day never feels the same as sleeping at night, and your body always feels like it is slightly out of sync with the world around you. One afternoon, after coming home completely drained from work, I tried to get some sleep, my body heavy with exhaustion, my mind foggy, and I remember lying down on my mattress, which at that time was placed directly on the floor, right beside the window, close enough that I could feel the light and heat even through the curtains. And as I drifted in and out of sleep, that strange half-conscious state where you are not fully awake but not fully asleep either, something happened that still bothers me whenever I think back on it. I suddenly woke up, or at least I thought I did, and the first thing I noticed was my housemate standing at the foot of my bed, his back partially turned toward me, holding the window blinds slightly apart as if he was peering outside, looking at something beyond the glass, and because I was still groggy and half asleep, I didn't immediately feel afraid, I just felt confused, because it was unusual for him to be standing there so quietly. And without moving much, I asked him what he was looking at, my voice heavy with sleep, and he answered simply, saying nothing, and that answer made me more curious. Because if he wasn't looking at anything, why was he standing there holding the blinds? I asked him. Again, a little more insistently this time, what he was looking at, but instead of explaining, he refused to tell me, staying silent, and that irritated me more than it scared me, because I was tired, irritated from work, and not in the mood for games or mystery, and so, still half asleep and annoyed, I decided to just let it go and go back to sleep, thinking it was probably nothing important. Not long after that, I slipped into a really bad dream, one of those dreams that feels heavy and oppressive, though I couldn't remember all the details afterward, only the feeling of discomfort and suffocation, and suddenly I was jolted awake when my housemate shook me and called my name urgently, and when I opened my eyes fully this time, he looked genuinely alarmed, telling me that he woke me up because he noticed I had stopped breathing, and that moment alone was enough to unsettle me deeply. Because it made everything feel more serious, more real, and as I caught my breath and tried to steady myself, the memory of seeing him earlier standing by the window came back to me very clearly, and I immediately asked him again what he had been looking at earlier, expecting him to explain now that I was fully awake. Instead, he looked at me with a puzzled expression and asked what I was talking about, and that response confused and upset me, because I was sure of what I had seen. And I told him directly that he had been standing on my bed earlier, looking outside through the window blinds, and he shook his head, telling me that he had been watching TV outside the room all afternoon and only came into the room a few moments ago to use the laptop and check on me, and hearing that made my stomach drop, because it meant that either I had imagined the whole thing, or something else had taken his shape in my half-conscious state, and not knowing which explanation was worse, we both chose the easiest one, telling ourselves that it must have been a bad dream brought on by exhaustion and lack of proper sleep, and for the sake of peace, we dismissed it and didn't talk about it much afterward. Even so, as days passed, there were other small things that happened, things that didn't feel big enough to confront directly but strange enough to notice, like the times at night when we would see shadows moving outside the bedroom door, visible through the narrow slit of light under it, even though we were sure that no one else was home at the time, and we didn't have any pets because they weren't allowed in the building, and those shadows would appear briefly, as if someone had walked past the door, and then disappear, leaving us wondering if it was just passing headlights, reflections, or tricks of the light. And again, we chose to dismiss these moments as imagination, as the mind playing games in the dark, especially since none of us wanted to admit the possibility that something was wrong with the place. Then one night, something happened that felt different from the others, something that did not come with visual ambiguity or half-sleep confusion, but something I experienced clearly while fully awake, and that was the night that truly stayed with me. I woke up around 3 in the morning because I needed to use the bathroom, something I was very used to, especially with my work schedule, and by then I was familiar with the usual sounds of the apartment at that hour. The distant hum of traffic, the occasional noise from another unit, the subtle creaks and shifts that any building makes at night, and usually, none of those sounds bothered me because they were predictable and recognizable. But that night, the atmosphere felt different the moment I stepped out of bed, because everything was unusually quiet, not just normal quiet, but an unnatural stillness, as if even the background noises had been muted. And I remember feeling slightly uneasy but brushing it off as just one of those nights, as I entered the bathroom and closed the door. Behind me, the silence felt heavier, pressing in around me, and then suddenly, without warning, a loud whispering sound filled the space, coming from what felt like all corners of the bathroom at once, a sound like a drawn-out, forceful "Hiya!" Not quite a word, not quite a breath, but something intentionally voiced, and the sound was loud enough that it made my heart jump, and I froze instantly, standing there unable to move, my body tense, my ears straining to catch any follow-up noise. That might explain it. I stood there listening carefully, expecting to hear footsteps outside the bathroom. A door opening, a laugh, anything that would tell me it was just one of my housemates playing a prank, or even noise coming from the adjacent unit. But there was nothing, no movement, no voices, no doors, just silence again, deep and complete, and that silence frightened me more than the sound itself, because it meant there was no obvious source, no logical explanation that I could cling to. After a few seconds that felt much longer than they actually were, I forced myself to move, hurriedly. Stepping out of the bathroom and going back to my bed, my heart still pounding, my mind racing with possibilities, and I lay down and forced my eyes shut, telling myself again and again that it was nothing, that I was tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me, that fear would only make things worse, and eventually, I managed to fall back asleep, though the sleep was light and restless. After that night, nothing else significant happened. At least nothing that stood out as clearly as that experience, and I continued waking up in the middle of the night many times afterward, using the bathroom, walking around the apartment, listening carefully. But there were no more strange sounds, no more whispers, no more obvious disturbances, and because of that, I hesitated to tell my housemates about what I experienced, partly because I didn't want to scare them unnecessarily, and partly because I wasn't completely sure of what I had experienced myself, and I didn't want to create fear or tension in a place that we all had to live in. I was also quite certain that it wasn't them playing a prank, because their bedroom doors had been closed that night, and I knew the sound of those doors well enough to recognize if someone had opened one, and the apartment itself was small, with narrow hallways and limited space, making it easy to notice if someone was lurking outside the bathroom or bedroom. And there had been no sign of that at all. What made it even harder to understand was the fact that the unit and the building were both new, with no known history, no reports of previous occupants, no tragic stories associated with the place, at least none that we knew of, and because of that, I couldn't find a clear reason why something like this would happen there, and that uncertainty stayed with me, lingering quietly in the back of my mind, because even though nothing else happened afterward, the memory of that whisper, the stillness, and the earlier incident with my housemate at the window never completely faded. To this day, when I think back on that time, I still don't know what to believe, whether it was exhaustion, stress, disrupted sleep patterns, or something else entirely, and I don't claim to have an answer, because sometimes experiences don't come with explanations, they just happen and leave you with questions, and all I know is that even in a new place, even in a building with no past, strange things can still occur, reminding you that not everything depends on age or history, and that something doesn't need a long story behind it to feel unsettling when it happens in the quiet hours of the night. I gave birth in April 2004 to a beautiful baby girl, and I named her Danielle Caroline, a name I chose with so much love because in my mind I had already built a whole future around her, the kind of future every mother quietly imagines while carrying a child. Like the first time you will hold her properly, the first time she will open her eyes and look at you, the first time she will smile, the first time she will cry and you will calm her, the first time she will say, "Mommy," and even the ordinary days you don't even think about yet, like dressing her up, feeding her, listening to her stories, watching her grow and become her own person, and for 9 long months I carried her inside me, feeling her movements, speaking to her in my heart, longing to meet her, and thinking that once she was finally here, life would begin again in a new and brighter way. But heaven did not allow us to have her, because she died an hour and a half after I gave birth to her in a local hospital, and the pain of that is still something I cannot fully put into words even now, because the most heartbreaking part for me as a mother is that I didn't even get the chance to see her alive, not even a small moment where I could look at her breathing, where I could hold her warm little body and feel that she was truly mine in the world, and it is hard to accept that I bore her for 9 months, suffering through pregnancy, carrying the weight and the fear and the hope, preparing myself emotionally and physically for motherhood, and then my first child was suddenly gone because of fetal distress. I remember feeling like my body had done everything it could to bring her into the world, And yet I was forced to accept a reality where my arms were empty, my womb was empty, and the baby I had been waiting for was already in heaven, and that kind of loss feels unnatural, like the order of life has been reversed. Because a mother expects to protect her child, not to outlive her. What makes this story even more strange and unforgettable is that on the very day I was supposed to give birth, my brother had a dream, and in that dream he saw a little girl with curly hair wearing a white dress, and she was holding my grandfather's hand as they walked away together, and the image stayed with him so strongly that he told my mother about it, and right then and there my mother and my brother both felt a heavy understanding settle on them. The kind of understanding that comes not from logic but from instinct, because they believed that the dream meant I would have a daughter but she would die, and they did not tell me about it at the time, not while I was pregnant and not even immediately after the loss, because they didn't want to add fear to my heart before the delivery, and they didn't want to pour more pain into me while I was already broken, so they kept that dream to themselves, carrying the burden of it quietly. And they only told me about it 5 months after I gave birth to Danielle, when the raw shock had softened enough that they thought I might be able to hear it without falling apart completely. After Danielle passed, I stayed in the hospital for 5 days because I had complications from giving birth, and while I was physically there in a hospital room with nurses, doctors, medicines, and the ordinary routines of recovery, my heart was not in that place at all, because my mind kept going back to my baby. And the strangest part of grief is that even when people are around you, you still feel alone, because nobody can step inside your body and feel what you are feeling. Nobody else is carrying the same emptiness in their arms and chest. Danielle was buried the next day after I gave birth, and the thought of that still hurts me deeply, because it feels unreal that my child could be in the ground while I was still lying in a hospital bed recovering, not even able to move properly, not even able to attend the burial, not even able to say goodbye the way a mother wants to. And instead I was stuck in a room staring at white walls and listening to hospital sounds while my baby was being placed into earth. It was my 3rd night in the hospital when something happened that I have never forgotten, something I cannot dismiss as just imagination because it felt so clear and gentle and meaningful. And that night my husband was with me, lying on the couch in the room, asleep so deeply that he looked exhausted, because he had been carrying his own grief too, and unlike me, he had seen Danielle in the NICU, he had seen our daughter die there, and I know that image stayed in him like a wound, because fathers grieve too, but many times they try to stay strong for the mother, and that strength can become its own kind of pain. I woke up around 2 in the morning, and I remember the room being quiet except for the faint hospital sounds, and I was thinking of my daughter, as I often did, missing her, wishing I could see her, wishing I could rewind time and change the outcome. And in that moment of longing, the door of the hospital room opened, not violently, not suddenly, but as if someone simply turned the knob and pushed it gently, and I looked toward it, expecting maybe a nurse, maybe someone checking on me, maybe an ordinary hospital routine, but instead I saw a little girl enter, and she was wearing a white dress made of lace, and her hair was curly and pale, tied in pigtails, and she was smiling as she walked slowly toward the side of my bed. I was lying there, unable to move much, watching her come closer, and I felt a strange mixture of shock and warmth, like my heart recognized something before my mind could explain it, and when she reached my bedside, she stroked my hair with a gentleness that felt real, like a child touching her mother with love, and she stared at me in a way that felt like communication even without words. And in my heart I understood what she was saying, as if her eyes carried a message. And what I felt from her was not sadness or anger, but reassurance, like she was telling me, "Mommy, I'll be okay. Thank you for everything. Tell Daddy thank you also for not leaving me alone in the NICU. I love you both. I'll watch over you and Daddy and my siblings. I love you." And the feeling of those words broke something inside me because it was what I needed most. A sign that my child was safe, that she was not suffering, that she was not alone, that she understood my love even if I couldn't hold her physically. After stroking my hair, she looked toward my husband, still asleep on the couch, and then she moved closer to him and stroked his hair as well, with the same gentle touch, and in that moment I felt a deep gratitude because it was like she was including him, thanking him, comforting him, acknowledging that he had stayed by her in her last moments. I wanted to reach out, to beg her not to leave. Because the truth is I was desperate to hold her, desperate to hug her. Desperate to feel her in my arms even once, because I didn't have the chance to cuddle her when she was alive. And there is a kind of motherly pain that comes from not being able to do even the simplest thing, like holding your baby. And it felt unfair that she could be so close to me now but still out of reach in the way the living world is out of reach for the dead. Then she turned and walked toward the door, and as she did, I saw someone standing there, and it was my grandfather, smiling, and his presence felt calm and familiar, the kind of calm that grandparents often carry. And when he held Danielle in his hands, he looked at me and said, "She will be all right." And the way he said it felt firm and comforting, like a promise. And then, as strange as it sounds, they left through the door like normal human beings, as if they were simply walking out of the room the way anyone would, and the normalness of it made it feel even more real, because it wasn't dramatic, it wasn't like a movie, it was simple and gentle, like a visit meant to bring peace. As soon as they left, I broke down completely, and I cried and called for my grandfather and Danielle, begging them not to leave me, begging them not to leave me alone, begging to be taken as well, because in that moment I felt I could not survive the pain of being left behind, and my cries turned into hysteria, and my husband woke up because of my shouting, and he was confused and alarmed, and he called the nurse, and the nurses came quickly and gave me a shot to calm me down and put me to sleep, because they likely thought I was in shock or grief overload, and maybe I was. Because grief can push you to the edge in a way that feels like madness, like your body cannot contain the pain. I dozed off and then woke up the next morning, and the first thing I did was stare at the ceiling, trying to gather myself, and then the memory of what happened the night before came back, and tears began rolling down my cheeks again, not only because Danielle was still gone, but because I was replaying that moment, that touch, that message, and I still could not accept the reality of losing my child. But at the same time I felt a small peace inside me, a peace I hadn't felt since her death, because I believed she was okay, that she was with my grandfather, that she was safe in heaven and not alone. Later, my husband asked me something that startled me, because he asked if I stood up in the night and stroked his hair, and I told him no, because I couldn't have done that. I wasn't allowed to get out of bed yet, and I had a C-section. And anyone who has experienced that knows how painful it is to move, how impossible it feels to stand and walk. Soon after, and I told him I believed it was our daughter wanting to thank him, but my husband didn't accept it at first, thinking I was still under the influence of the drugs the nurses gave me, and he thought maybe I was hallucinating or dreaming, and because I didn't want to argue or force him to believe something he wasn't ready to believe, I didn't insist too much. I just kept the experience in my heart as something sacred, something that gave me comfort even if nobody else fully understood. After I got out of the hospital, weeks passed, and I was back in our bedroom at home, still healing physically, still crying emotionally, still missing my daughter, and one day my husband was at work, and I cried myself to sleep because the grief would come in waves, sometimes manageable, sometimes crushing, and I remember waking up and seeing my daughter and my grandfather walking out of the door. The same gentle image of them leaving, and because I was exhausted and emotionally drained, I shrugged it off, telling myself maybe it was just my mind, and I turned and went back to sleep. But when my husband arrived home later, he woke me up and asked why I left the door open, and that question made my heart jump because I remembered what I saw, and I burst into tears again. And my husband calmed me down, and I told him what happened, and this time he believed me. Perhaps because he himself had begun experiencing strange things too, because he told me that the night before. Around 1 a.m, he saw a man standing at the foot of our bed, and he also saw a little girl beside me who kissed me, and he said he reached for the lampshade to turn on the light or to focus his eyes, and when he did, the images were gone. And hearing that made me feel both shaken and comforted, shaken because it meant something truly unexplained was happening, comforted because it meant I wasn't alone in seeing signs. And it made me believe even more that Danielle was visiting, that she was checking on us, that she was still connected to us in some way. After a few weeks I returned to work and tried to move forward with life, Because you have to wake up and function, you have to eat, work, talk, smile sometimes, even when your heart is heavy. But I never forgot Danielle, not for one day. And even when I tried to move on, she stayed with me in my thoughts, my prayers, and my quiet moments. About a year passed, and one afternoon I was having a cup of coffee. Just an ordinary moment, and out of nowhere my eyes shifted toward the top of our stove, and I saw a little girl sitting there, swinging her legs in a childish way, the way children do when they sit on a high place. And the sight was so unexpected and yet so familiar that I didn't even burst into tears the way I used to, because by then I had reached a place where I could accept that it might really be my daughter simply saying hello. So I smiled, and I softly said, "Hi baby Danielle, mommy. Misses you so much." And as soon as I said it, the figure was gone, not fading slowly, just gone, like a brief visit that ended when it was acknowledged. My grandmother also said that there were times she would hear sounds coming from the second floor like a child playing, small noises that didn't match the normal sounds of the house, and she would mention it calmly, not trying to scare anyone, just stating it as something she noticed. And those little details added to the feeling that Danielle's presence was still around us, not in a frightening way, but in a gentle, quiet way. Years went by, and eventually I gave birth to my second child, Tyron, and by then life had changed, the house had changed, my heart had changed too, because while grief never disappears, it becomes something you learn to carry. And in November 2006, around 11:30 in the evening, I was washing Tyron's clothes, doing the ordinary work of motherhood, and while I was busy with that, I suddenly saw in front of me an image of a little girl sitting and watching what I was doing, and I recognized her immediately, not because she looked exactly like a memory from life, but because the feeling was the same presence I had known from those earlier moments. And I knew in my heart it was Danielle, and instead of panicking or crying, I spoke naturally, as if she was really there, and I said something like, "Mommy will go to sleep later," because I was still finishing what I needed to do, and after that the image disappeared, and I continued with my task with a strange calmness inside me, like a quiet acceptance that she comes and goes in her own way. There were also instances when my son Tyron would suddenly laugh very hard, the kind of laugh a baby gives when someone is playing peek-boo, even when no one was directly in front of him doing anything, and at first you could explain it as babies laughing at random things, because babies do that. But sometimes the timing felt meaningful, like he was responding to a presence we couldn't see, like someone was making him happy, and instead of scaring me, those moments actually comforted me, because in my heart I believed my baby Danielle was watching over us, playing in her own way, touching our lives gently, reminding us that love doesn't fully end, even when life does. And even though I still carry the pain of not seeing her alive and not holding her the way I longed to, these experiences gave me a kind of peace that I never expected, because they made me feel that she knew my love, that she was safe, and that in some quiet way she still remains part of our family. This happened last June 2009, and until now, when I think about it, I still feel confused and unsettled because everything that happened felt so real, so ordinary at first, and yet when you look back at it carefully, nothing really made sense. At that time, my mom was sick with a fever. It wasn't anything extremely serious, but she had chills, headaches, and weakness, the kind of fever that makes you feel miserable and drained. That night, I was still awake in my room, sitting in front of my computer, surfing the internet, and wasting time the way people do when they don't feel sleepy yet. I remember clearly that it was already past 2 in the morning, around 2 a.m., because I had just checked the time before closing a few browser tabs. A few minutes later, around 2:10 a.m., I suddenly heard someone calling my name. The voice was very familiar, soft but urgent, and it was clearly coming from the bathroom located directly in front of my room. Without thinking much about it, I stood up and went out of my room to see who was calling me. When I reached the bathroom area, I saw my mom standing there. She looked really unwell. She was pale, shivering, and seemed dizzy, like she could barely stand straight. She called my name again and asked for help. She told me she was feeling very weak and asked me to accompany her back to her room. She also asked me to get her a glass of water and her medicine. Everything about the situation felt normal and logical to me at that moment because I already knew she had a fever. I helped her walk to her room, made sure she lay down properly, then went to the kitchen to get water and her medicine. After she took it, she thanked me, told me she would try to sleep, and I went back to my room. Feeling tired myself, I laid down and eventually fell asleep. Nothing about that night seemed strange to me then. The next day, I checked on my mom in the morning and asked her how she was feeling. She smiled and said she was fine. No more fever, no more chills, no headache, nothing. She seemed completely normal again. I felt relieved and didn't think much more about what happened the night before. That evening, I was in the living room watching TV. I must have been really tired because at some point, I fell asleep on the couch. I don't know how long I had been asleep when I suddenly heard a voice again. This time it said, "Aw, help me." The voice sounded like it came from the bathroom near the kitchen. It was a female voice, and it sounded distressed. I immediately woke up, my heart racing, and rushed toward the bathroom, thinking it was my mom again. As I reached the door, I suddenly bumped into someone. It was my mom. We both stopped and looked at each other in shock. At the exact same time, we asked each other, "Is that you?" I told her I thought she was calling for help, and she told me she thought it was me because she heard a voice and assumed I was having a nightmare while sleeping on the couch. We both stood there confused, trying to understand what just happened. The voice we heard didn't belong to either of us, yet it sounded so real and close. We didn't hear anything else after that. Eventually, we just went back to what we were doing, but that night left me uneasy. I tried to convince myself that maybe it was just a half-dream state, maybe my mind was playing tricks on me because I was tired. Still, deep inside, something didn't feel right. Then came another incident, this time in July 2009, specifically on July 9th. I remember this date clearly because it scared me more than the first one. That day, I came home straight from work. I was extremely tired and very hungry. The house was quiet, and I knew I was alone. I went to the kitchen, got some food, and then sat down in the living room to watch TV while eating. Everything was normal. A few minutes later, I suddenly heard my dad's voice. It came from outside, and then I saw him walk into the living room. He passed by me and asked, "What are you eating?" His voice, his face, his walk, everything was exactly like my dad. I answered him naturally, telling him that I bought some pizza and that it was in the fridge. I continued talking, telling him about my day at work, complaining about how tired I was, sharing random things the way I always did with him. But he didn't answer me. I thought maybe he was just busy in the kitchen getting food. After a while, I stood up and went to the kitchen to get another slice of pizza. That was when I realized something was terribly wrong. My dad was not there. The kitchen was empty. My heart started pounding hard. I checked their bedroom, the bathroom, and every corner of the house, but he was nowhere to be seen. I knew for a fact that I saw him and talked to him. I was absolutely sure of it. Fear suddenly took over me. I felt chills all over my body. I ran outside the house and stayed in the garden, not caring if I looked strange, just wanting to be somewhere open and safe. I waited there until my other siblings arrived. Not long after, my mom and dad came home together. When I saw my dad, I felt both relief and terror at the same time. I immediately told them what happened, explaining everything in detail. Instead of laughing or dismissing it, my dad looked serious and told me something that made things even worse. He said I was not the only one who saw that man. According to him, my aunt had seen the same man when she stayed at our house for vacation about a month earlier. She told him that the man she saw looked exactly like him. Hearing that confirmed that what I experienced was not just imagination. I thought that would be the end of it, but it wasn't. Another incident happened on July 20th, 2009. That day, I woke up very early, around 4 a.m., because we were supposed to attend a dawn watch service at church. I wasn't feeling well that morning because I had loose bowel movement, and my stomach was really aching. I was sitting on the couch, trying to deal with the pain, when my dad came out of their room. He looked at me and asked, "Aren't you going to take a bath? The service will start exactly at 5 o'clock. I told him that he could go ahead first. He nodded and went into the bathroom to take a bath. My dad usually takes only about 10 minutes to bathe, but this time, a lot of time passed. Almost 20 minutes went by, and I was still waiting. I knocked on the bathroom door and asked him if he was done. He answered from inside, saying, "I'm almost done." I stayed there waiting, feeling impatient because we might be late. Then suddenly, I felt someone tap my back. I turned around, and there was my dad, standing right behind me. He asked me why I wasn't ready yet, and told me we were going to be late if I just kept standing there. I felt frozen in place. My heart nearly stopped. I looked straight into his eyes, trying to understand what was happening. I told him that I thought he was the one inside the bathroom, that I even talked to him through the door. He just laughed lightly and told me it was just my imagination. But I swear, with everything in me, it was not my imagination. I heard his voice from inside the bathroom. I spoke to him. And then suddenly, he was behind me. That moment left me shaken in a way I cannot fully explain. Up to this day, I still don't know what those experiences really were. I don't know if it was something following our family, something mimicking familiar voices and faces, or something else entirely that I cannot explain. What I do know is that everything felt real. I was awake. I was conscious. I was not dreaming. And every time I remember those moments, especially the times when I saw someone who looked exactly like my dad but wasn't really him, I still feel the same cold fear creeping into my chest, reminding me that there are things in this world we may never fully understand. The Philippines was under Spanish rule for a very long time, 333 years to be exact, and because of that, many old houses all over the country carry a long history within their walls, stories that were never written down but somehow remained, hidden in the wood, the floors, and the silence. Our house is one of those houses. It was built in the late 1800s, during the Spanish era, and it is entirely made of wood. Even now, after more than a century, those wooden beams, walls, and stairs are still strong. People are often surprised when they learn that we are still living in the same house, because it looks old, but it feels solid, as if it was meant to last far longer than the people who passed through it. I was born and raised in that house, and I spent most of my life there. Because of that, I can honestly say that the house itself feels alive to me, not in a way that is violent or evil, but in a way that is deeply present, as if it remembers things. Growing up in that house, I experienced many strange and spooky things that became part of my normal life, even though I know they are not normal for most people. Our house has 2 living rooms. One is downstairs, and that is where we usually receive guests, where conversations are polite and formal. The other living room is upstairs, and that one feels more personal, more private. It is where the family spends time together, where we watch television, talk, rest, and where I often studied as a child. That upstairs living room is connected to the wooden staircase, and because everything is made of wood, every movement, every step, every sound carries clearly through the house. One of my earliest and most unforgettable experiences happened when I was around 7 or 8 years old. It was late afternoon, around 4 o'clock. Most children my age were outside playing, running around, shouting, enjoying the daylight. I was not like that. I preferred to stay inside, reading books or studying my lessons for the next day. Studying made me feel safe and focused, and because of that habit, I was always one of the top students in my class. Playing outside with other kids was never really my thing. That afternoon, I was sitting in the upstairs living room, quietly reading a book. I had woken up more than an hour earlier, so I know I was not sleepy or dreaming. The light was normal, the house was quiet, and everything felt ordinary until I suddenly noticed movement near the stairs. When I looked up, I saw a lady wearing a long dress. Her hair was long, and she was moving slowly toward the staircase. At first, my mind tried to understand what I was seeing, But then I realized something that froze me in place. She was not walking. She was floating. Her feet were not touching the floor. As a child, seeing something like that terrified me beyond words. I could not move. My body felt stiff, as if fear had locked me in place. For a few seconds I could only stare, my heart pounding loudly in my chest. Then I screamed as loud as I could, calling for my mother. My scream echoed through the wooden house, and within moments, my mom rushed upstairs to see what was wrong. I was crying uncontrollably, my whole body shaking, and I told her that I saw a lady floating in the air, heading toward the stairs. My mother hugged me and told me to calm down, telling me everything would be alright. Being a child, I trusted her words and tried to quiet myself, but the image of that floating woman never left my mind. That was the moment when everything changed for me. From that day on, I became very sensitive to things that could not be seen by everyone. As I grew older, strange experiences continued to happen. One time, while I was taking a bath, I thought I saw my brother pass by the bathroom door. I called out his name, expecting an answer, but there was no reply. At first, I ignored it, thinking maybe he didn't hear me. Later, I suddenly remembered that my brothers were out of town at that time. The realization sent chills through my entire body, making every hair on my arms stand up. That was not the last time something like that happened. Similar things occurred often enough that eventually, I became used to them, even though they still made me uneasy. There were also many moments when the house seemed alive on its own. Sometimes, when everyone was already in their respective rooms, we would hear the sound of plates and utensils coming from the dining area, as if someone was using them, as if a small gathering or party was happening downstairs. The sounds were clear, familiar, and impossible to ignore. At other times, we would hear footsteps going up and down the stairs. The sound of those footsteps was heavy, and because the stairs were made of wood, it was easy to tell the difference between light steps and heavy ones. We somehow knew that those footsteps belonged to a man, simply because of the weight and rhythm of the sound. There was no fear screaming in those moments, just an unsettling awareness that something unseen was moving through the house. When I was in my last semester of college, I spent many nights staying up late, working on my thesis. The house would be quiet at night, and the only sounds would be the occasional creak of wood or distant noises from outside. One night, while I was finishing my final plate for my thesis, deeply focused and exhausted, I suddenly noticed that there was a woman standing beside me. I felt her presence more than I saw her clearly, but when I turned around, there was no one there. The sudden realization gave me goosebumps all over my body. I did not try to investigate or understand it further. I simply decided that it was time to stop working for the night, so I packed up my things and went to bed. I later found out that I was not the only one experiencing things like that. My brothers had similar experiences, especially when they stayed up late studying at night. It was as if the house became more active when everyone else was asleep. Years passed, and one by one, we all finished college. My younger brother eventually moved to a different place. I got married, and for a time, life felt like it was moving forward normally. Then I got pregnant with my first child. That period of my life was filled with hope and anticipation, but it ended in deep heartbreak. My first baby died because of fetal distress. She lived for only an hour and a half. We named her Danielle. Losing her shattered me in a way I was not prepared for. The sadness was heavy and constant, and I felt like a part of me had been taken away forever. A few weeks after my daughter died, one afternoon, I cried myself to sleep. I was emotionally drained, my heart aching from the loss. I don't know if what happened next was a dream or something else, but it felt very real. I saw my grandfather leaving my room, and he was holding the hand of a little girl. They were walking calmly, as if simply leaving for another place. At that moment, I assumed it was just a dream, so I turned over and went back to sleep. Later, around 5 in the afternoon, my husband woke me up and asked why I had left the bedroom door open. I told him I didn't remember opening it, and then the memory of what I saw earlier came rushing back to me. I burst into tears, overwhelmed by emotion. When my husband asked me what was wrong, I told him what I had seen. He listened quietly, holding me as I cried. A year later, I was sitting in the dining room, calmly having a cup of coffee. It was an ordinary day, nothing special, until I suddenly looked toward the top of our stove. I froze. Sitting there was a little girl, about a year old, swinging her legs in a playful, childish way. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. Then, just as suddenly as she appeared, she vanished. I knew in my heart who she was. My grandmother later told me that sometimes, when she was alone in the house, she would hear small footsteps coming from the second floor. She never panicked. She simply ignored it and went on with her day. When I gave birth to my second child, there were moments when we would hear my son giggling, laughing happily while staring at nothing in particular, as if someone invisible was playing with him. Those moments did not frighten me. Instead, they brought a strange sense of comfort. Over time, I realized that we continued to experience many weird things in that house, but none of them felt harmful. Whatever shared that house with us never hurt us. Because of that, we slowly got used to it. I lived in that house for 29 years of my life. Sometimes I wonder if that first encounter I had as a child made me more sensitive to these things, or if the house itself shaped me into someone who could feel and notice what others might not. I don't know the answer. All I know is that we are living with something in that house, something unseen, something that has always been there, quietly existing alongside us. And after all these years, it feels less like fear and more like acceptance, as if the house and whatever lives within it have become part of our family's story. I rarely had experiences like this before, not the kind that make you stop and question what you just heard or smelled, not the kind that follow you into your sleep and make you doubt your own senses. And for most of my life I could honestly say that stories about strange signs, strange scents, and unexplained sounds were things I heard from other people, not something I personally dealt with. So when it started happening to me recently, it felt both unfamiliar and unsettling, like my normal reality had quietly shifted without warning, and the first time it happened was about 2 weeks ago, on a night that already had me nervous even before anything strange occurred, because I was coming home from work late, the way I often do, since my shift runs from late afternoon until midnight and I usually get home around 1 in the morning, and that hour is always the same in our neighborhood, dark, mostly quiet, and strangely empty, the kind of quiet that makes every sound stand out sharply. And that night, as soon as I got out of the cab, the stillness hit me, because the street felt darker than usual and the air felt heavy, and although quiet is normal at that hour, I could hear police sirens somewhere nearby, not directly on our street but close enough to be heard clearly, and the moment I heard those sirens, my mind jumped to the worst possibility, because in our area, sirens late at night often mean trouble. And the first thought that came to me was snatchers, the same kind of people who roam around looking for anyone alone, anyone distracted, anyone tired, and because I had experienced having my bag snatched years ago, I have never forgotten that fear, not the moment of shock, not the helplessness, not the violation of it, and I promised myself back then that I never wanted to go through anything like that again, so my instinct that night was to move fast and get inside as soon as possible. And even before anything strange happened, my body was already tense, my steps were quick, and my attention was focused on safety, on getting home, on watching the corners and listening for footsteps that might follow me. And we live in a kind of compound, which means our relatives' houses are close and we always have to pass by my aunt's house first before we can reach ours. And as I hurried along that familiar path, I kept telling myself to stay alert, to keep going, not to stop. And that is why what happened next shocked me so much, because it pulled my mind away from my fear of snatchers and forced me to notice something completely different, something I could not easily explain, and it happened right as I was passing in front of my aunt's house, when suddenly a strong scent hit me, not faint, not something you could ignore, but a heavy, unmistakable smell that seemed to fill the air around that spot as if it was hanging there waiting to be noticed, and I slowed down in spite of myself. Not because I wanted to, but because my senses reacted before my mind could decide, and in one instant I recognized exactly what it smelled like. the scent of flowers offered during wakes, and I cannot overstate how specific that smell is, especially in the Philippines where wakes are common and sometimes last for days or even weeks. And the air in a wake has its own atmosphere, a blend of flower arrangements, candle wax, and that solemn stillness that clings to everything. And the moment that scent entered my nose, my mind flashed images without me even trying, images of bunches of flowers stacked around a coffin, the heavy quiet of people sitting in plastic chairs, the murmured prayers, the slow movements, and the feeling of grief that always seems to settle into the walls of a place where the dead are being honored. And what disturbed me was not just the smell, but how strong it was, because it was the kind of strength that anyone walking past would notice immediately. The kind of smell you cannot pretend is not there, and yet there was no wake happening in that area, no funeral flowers laid out, no reason at all for that scent to be present on our street. And what made it even stranger was that my mind had been so preoccupied with fear and safety and the possibility of snatchers that I wasn't even thinking about death or wakes or anything like that. So it didn't feel like I could have imagined it just because the thought was already there. Because it wasn't. And I swear the scent came first, and only then did it trigger those wake-like images in my head, and I remember walking faster after that, not because I was afraid of snatchers anymore, but because the smell unsettled me in a deeper way, like it touched something superstitious inside me that I normally keep under control. And as soon as I got into the house, I tried to shake it off, telling myself maybe a neighbor had just had flowers delivered, maybe someone brought home a bouquet from somewhere. Maybe the scent traveled from another street, but even as I tried to create explanations, I couldn't ignore how exact it was, how much it matched the specific smell of wake flowers. And later, when I had calmed down a bit, I remembered something important, something that made the incident feel less random and more connected to our family's experiences, because I remembered that my aunt and my cousins had experienced something similar before, not the exact same situation, but the same type of sign, and they had told us that sometimes, in their house, they would smell burnt candles, and other times, they would smell flowers too, and there had even been a time when they smelled both together, the waxy, smoky candle scent and the strong floral wake scent, and they had told it in that tone people use when they are trying to be brave about something that quietly scares them. And I remembered that because of it, I began to wonder if what I smelled was part of the same pattern. And to make sure I wasn't just panicking, I asked other members of our family if there were any fragrant flowers in that area, any plants or arrangements that could explain it, and they all said no, there weren't any fragrant ones there. And I also knew in my own mind that there were no flowers planted around that spot that would produce that kind of heavy smell, and the more I thought about it, the more it felt like the scent had not come from something physical. And for a few days after that, I was on edge whenever I came home late, and my parents noticed it. And they began picking me up even late at night because they didn't want me walking alone after the sirens and after what happened, and I was actually grateful for that, because for a full week after, I didn't smell anything strange again, and at first I felt relieved, like maybe it was a one-time thing, maybe the scent had come from some hidden source that I didn't notice, maybe it would not happen again. And for that week I was so happy to return to normal, to just come home, eat, rest, and sleep without thinking about strange signs. But then, exactly a week after the scent incident, something else happened, something that did not involve smell at all, but sound. And it happened in a way that felt even more personal because it came inside our house, inside my room, right when I was most vulnerable, sleeping deeply in the morning after a night shift, and it was a Monday morning, around 7 in the morning. And I was sound asleep, the kind of heavy sleep you fall into when your body is exhausted and your mind is finally shutting down after working through the night. And I suddenly woke up because I heard knocking on my bedroom door, not a soft tap. Not the casual kind of knock that someone makes when they don't want to disturb you, but a clear knocking sound, firm enough that it pulled me out of sleep immediately. And at first I ignored it because my mind did what it always does when you wake up too suddenly. It tried to make the situation normal. It tried to assign it to the most obvious source. And I thought it was probably my brother or my mom, because during early mornings, before my brother goes to school, they sometimes come into my room to ask something or to check on me, and I was still so sleepy that I didn't want to move, so I just stayed in bed thinking the knocking would stop, but it didn't, and moments later it continued, stronger this time, louder, more intense. And it wasn't only louder, it also felt urgent, like whoever was knocking needed me to open the door immediately, like I had to open it right then or something would happen. And that urgency is what made my heart start pounding, because normal family knocking doesn't feel like that. Normal knocking has a rhythm of familiarity. But this knocking had a pressure to it, a demand, like a fist insisting. And I remember feeling annoyed and frightened at the same time, because I was so sleepy yet I felt like I had no choice. Like I had to open the door if it was the only way to make it stop. And as I jumped out of bed, still half asleep, I reached instinctively toward my small bedside shelf, where I had a picture frame with Jesus in it, and without thinking too much, I touched it, made a fast sign of the cross, and whispered a short prayer, not a long prayer, just that quick instinctive gesture people do when they want protection, and then I went straight to the door, fully expecting to see someone on the other side, most likely my mom, maybe my brother, maybe even our household help needing something, and the knocking had been so clear that I felt certain there would be a person standing there. But when I opened the door there was nobody, not just nobody hiding, not someone walking away, but truly nobody. The hallway was empty, the air felt still, and I stood there confused, feeling my stomach drop, because I knew what I heard. I knew I wasn't imagining the sound, and I stepped out, scanning the area, and then I saw our household help standing near the kitchen, looking at me, and I immediately asked her, almost angrily, who had been knocking at my door, because I was sure someone had to be responsible for it, and she looked at me with genuine confusion and said there was nobody knocking at all, and she said it so casually, so confidently, that it made me feel like I was the strange one, like I had just imagined everything. But I couldn't accept that, and I asked her again, insisting, because the knocking had been loud, and she repeated that she didn't hear anything, and then I asked where my brother was. And she told me he had already left for school with our father many minutes ago, and that information made my skin prickle, because it meant that the two most likely people who could have knocked were already gone, and I went to check my brother's room right beside mine, and it was empty, and then I looked for my mom, expecting maybe she had knocked, and then walked away quickly, but I found her busy at the computer, focused, not looking like someone who had just been banging on my door with urgency. And that was the moment when the situation felt truly wrong, because there was no one who could have done it, and yet I heard it. And the sound had felt so physical, so demanding, that I couldn't just dismiss it as a simple dream, and I stood there in the hallway feeling unsettled, trying to convince myself of something logical, like maybe the sound came from another door, maybe someone knocked somewhere else and it echoed, maybe it was construction noise, maybe it was something falling in the house. But deep inside I knew the sound came from my door, because it felt close and direct, like it was right in front of me. And I couldn't escape the thought that whatever it was, it wanted me to open the door, and that thought disturbed me most of all, because it felt intentional, not random. And later, when I talked about it with people, some of my friends from work shared what they believed, and they told me that in their experience, when you smell candles or flowers like those from wakes, it often means ancestors are around. And not necessarily to scare you, but to remind you that they need prayers. And they said that these signs tend to stop when the family offers a mass for them once in a while or lights candles for them, and they spoke about it the way Filipinos often do, with a mix of belief and practicality, not overdramatic, but respectful, as if the dead are still part of the family system and you simply have obligations to them, and their words stayed in my mind. Because it reminded me of how our culture often treats these signs, not always as horror, but as reminders. And I thought about the scent again, the wake flowers, the sudden memory of coffins and bouquets, and then I thought about the knocking, and I wondered if it was connected, if it was all one message arriving in different forms, like first a scent, then a sound. And whether or not you believe in spirits, it's hard not to feel something when the timing and the intensity are so strange, and because I didn't want to ignore it. And because my mom also didn't want to take chances that same afternoon after the knocking incident, my mom, my aunt, and I decided to do something that felt respectful and safe, something that would not harm anyone even if it was all just coincidence. and we went to our local cemetery to offer a mass, and we lit a few candles as well, doing it not in fear but in a spirit of prayer, like a way of saying if anyone in the family who has passed needs remembrance, we are remembering you. If anyone needs prayer, we are praying, and we did it quietly, sincerely, and afterward I felt calmer, not because I had proof of anything, but because I felt like I had responded in the best way I knew how, and since then, thank God, nothing else has happened so far. No more wake-like flower smell, no more strange candle scent, no more urgent knocking, and I am grateful for the peace, even though a part of me still wonders what it was in the first place, because I know what I experienced. I know what I smelled that night near my aunt's house, and I know what I heard on my bedroom door that morning, and whether those were signs from ancestors, echoes of something spiritual, or simply strange coincidences amplified by exhaustion and fear, the effect on me was real, and it reminded me that even if you live a mostly normal life, there can be moments that don't fit into normal explanations, moments that leave you looking at your home, your sleep, and even the air around you with a different kind of attention, and all I can say is that I hope it truly ends there, because I don't want more experiences like that. I don't want to live in fear, and if prayers and candles and offering a mass brought peace to whatever needed peace, then I am thankful, because for now, the quiet feels safe again, and I'm holding on to that. 3 months ago I transferred my residence here in Quezon City because my work also moved here, and at first I was honestly excited because I thought it would be a clean new start for me, a new routine, a new place, and maybe a better life since I wouldn't be spending so much time on the road anymore. And like most people who move for work, I wasn't looking for anything fancy. I was just looking for something practical. Something near the office, something affordable, something that would let me rest because my schedule is already hard. And that is how I found this dorm across our office in Up Techno Hub, a friendly dorm, as people like to call it, a place that seemed okay on the surface. Not perfect but decent enough, and because it was much cheaper to stay near my workplace than to keep commuting every day, I grabbed the room right away without thinking too much and without asking about the background of the building. Which is something I realize now I probably should have done. But at that time my mind was focused on saving money and saving energy, not on asking questions about the nature of the place. The room had 4 of us sharing it, and the setup seemed simple. The kind of shared room where everyone tries to respect each other's space, and at first I thought it would be fine because my roommates looked normal and decent, and they seemed used to dorm life. But one big difference between me and them was my schedule. Because I am the only one on a graveyard shift, while all of them work during the day, which means the room follows their rhythm most of the time, bright and active in the morning, quiet at night, and I am the one who has to sleep when everyone else is already awake. And that alone is already challenging, because sleeping in the daytime is different. Your body wants to wake up because the world is awake, and even if you are exhausted, your sleep becomes lighter, more easily interrupted. And you become sensitive to small sounds and small movements. Still, I tried to adjust, because what choice did I have? I chose this schedule and I chose this place. And the first few days I told myself I just needed to get used to it. But then something started happening that I couldn't ignore because it became a pattern. And the strange thing was that most of the time I would be awakened at the same exact time, 12 noon, as if an alarm inside my body was set to that hour. But it didn't feel like a normal body clock wake up, it felt like something yanked me out of sleep, like I would be sleeping and then suddenly my eyes would open and my heart would race and the air would feel heavy. And sometimes I would sit up and look around the room like someone had called my name or someone had entered. But there would be nothing, just silence, and the faint daylight coming through the window. At first I tried to be logical about it, and I told myself, okay, maybe it's the noise outside. Maybe it's the sun hitting my face, maybe it's the normal rhythm of the dorm, because at noon people are active, tricycles pass, neighbors make sounds, dogs bark. And maybe my sleep is just weak because I am on graveyard shift, but the more it happened, the more uneasy I became, because it wasn't just waking up, it was the feeling that came with it, like a strange uneasiness in my chest, like my body was reacting to something before my mind could understand. And after several times of this happening I finally decided to talk to one of my dorm mates about it, thinking maybe they experienced something similar, or maybe they noticed something in the room that I didn't. And when I told him what was happening to me, I expected him to either laugh or tell me a story. But he didn't even explain much. He just gave me advice in a serious tone. And that advice stayed with me because it was so specific. He told me that every time I go to bed I should close the window of our room, especially because the window is in front of an old tree. And the way he said it made me feel like he had a reason but didn't want to say it directly. And I remember asking myself, why would a window matter? Why would a tree matter? And the first thought that came into my head, the thought I didn't want to entertain but couldn't push away, was the idea that maybe something was connected to that tree. Maybe the old tree had something around it, something that people in the Philippines would call creatures, or unseen beings, something that could watch or disturb people. And I am not the type of person who wants to believe quickly in those things. But I also grew up in a culture where these stories exist everywhere, especially around old trees, and when someone tells you to close a window because of a tree, you cannot help but feel that they are hinting at something. The tree itself was old and large, and it stood there like it had been there longer than the dorm building. And during the day it looked normal, just a tree, but at night it looked different, darker, heavier, because the branches and leaves formed shapes that moved with the wind, and the shadows it cast looked like shifting figures if you stared too long. And I know it sounds like imagination, but when you are tired and alone and trying to sleep during the day, your mind becomes strange, and it notices things you would normally ignore, aside from the tree. There were also times when our neighbors' dogs would growl in a way that felt unnaturally scary, not just normal barking, but that long movie-like howl, the kind of woo that makes the hair on your arms rise, and the sound would echo through the area and make the atmosphere feel creepy. And because I was often alone in the room during the day while everyone else was at work, I would hear those sounds with no one to joke about it with, no one to distract me, so every noise felt louder in my head. And to be honest, for me, Updilly Man and the areas around it have always felt creepy, not because it is ugly or dangerous in the normal way, but because it has a certain mood, a certain heaviness, like the trees are too old, the roads too quiet at night, and there are too many stories people tell about those places, stories about spirits, about old energies, about strange sightings. And even if you don't believe everything, those stories stay in your mind like a background whisper, and when you are already stressed and lacking sleep, that background whisper becomes louder, after moving there. And starting my graveyard routine, I began to have moments where I would see shadows passing by me, especially during that go to sleep period, when you are not fully asleep yet but you are drifting, and the room is half quiet and your eyes are heavy, and you are in that state where you can still hear small sounds and you can still open your eyes at any second. And in that state, sometimes out of the corner of my eye I would see something move, like a shadow sliding across the wall or across the floor, and when I turned my head, there would be nothing there. And because it happened more than once, it became harder to dismiss, because you can dismiss one time as imagination, but when it repeats, you start thinking, why is my mind doing this? Why am I seeing movement when nothing is moving? And I know how the mind can trick you. I am aware of that. But still the feeling was unsettling. Then one afternoon something happened that shocked me enough that I couldn't just shrug it off, because it felt physical and real and it involved things that should not happen by themselves. And that day I woke up feeling hungry, the kind of hunger that makes you feel weak. And I decided to stand up and cook something, and because I don't like silence when I am alone, especially when my thoughts start to run wild, I turned on the television and left it on, not because I wanted to watch closely but because I wanted to hear voices and sounds, something normal, something that would make the room feel alive. And I went to the kitchen area to prepare food, and while I was there, I clearly heard the sound of someone opening the door to our room. And the sound was so distinct that I immediately assumed one of my dorm mates came back early. Or maybe someone forgot something and returned, so I looked up quickly, expecting to see someone, but at that exact moment the television suddenly turned off, as if someone had pressed a button, and the room fell into that sudden quiet that feels like it sucks the air out of your lungs, because the TV had been giving steady noise and then it was gone, and the timing was so perfect. The sound of the door and then the TV turning off, that my heart started pounding hard, and I rushed from the kitchen to the receiving area of our room, expecting to see a person standing there. But there was no one, the room was empty, and the door was locked, and I stood there staring at it in disbelief because I knew what I heard. I knew the sound of the door, and I knew the TV didn't just turn off by itself at the exact moment I heard the door, and my mind started searching for explanations. Like maybe the electricity fluctuated, maybe the remote fell, maybe a timer turned it off, but nothing made sense fast enough to calm me, and fear took over, not the fear you feel from a horror movie, but the real fear of being alone and not understanding what is happening, and without thinking properly, I opened the door and ran out into the hallway, out into the open area, because I wanted to be somewhere with people, somewhere not enclosed, somewhere where I could breathe, and I only returned when one of my dorm mates arrived. And even then I didn't feel fully safe, because once you experience something like that, your mind keeps replaying it, and you start watching your surroundings like you are waiting for the next strange thing. The hardest part for me was that it didn't feel like the experiences stayed only in the dorm, because later, even when I went home to the province on weekends, I still felt like shadows were following me. Not like I could see a person clearly, but like that same sense of movement at the edge of my vision. That same heavy feeling in the room at certain times, and it made me wonder if this was something connected to the place or something connected to me, and that thought scared me more, because if it was just the dorm, then leaving the dorm should stop it, but if the feeling followed me, what did that mean? And I know it's easy for people to say it's all in the mind, but the problem is, I was experiencing not only visual things but also something deeply physical and terrifying that began to happen to me even back in our hometown, especially over the weekends when I tried to rest, and that was the nightmares, the kind of nightmares that are not normal bad dreams but something darker, heavier, and more frightening because it doesn't end when you wake up, because you cannot wake up fully, and there were times I would be asleep and then suddenly I would feel like I was awake, like my mind was awake, but my body would not move at all, not my arms, not my legs, not even my head. Like I was trapped inside my own body, and I would try to move and I couldn't, and then I would hear a voice close to my ear, a voice that felt like it was sweeping over my ear, almost like a whisper that was still strong and clear, and the voice would say in Tagalog, "Hindi ka na makakagalal, mamamate ka na," which literally means, "You cannot move anymore, you are going to die." And those words are not the kind of words you can easily forget, because even if you know you are dreaming, hearing a voice tell you that you are going to die while you cannot move your body creates pure terror, the kind of terror that makes you feel like your chest is tightening, like your heart is pounding too hard, like you are trying to scream but you can't. And the worst part is that during those moments you don't feel like you are in control, you feel helpless, like something is pinning you down. And when you finally manage to break out of it and move again, you wake up sweating, breathing hard, and shaking. And it takes a long time before you feel normal. And sometimes you don't even want to fall asleep again because you are afraid it will happen again. Because of these experiences, I kept thinking about my schedule, about the graveyard shift, about how tired and restless I've been for the past months. Because adapting to a night schedule changes your body and your mind. It makes your sleep broken, it makes your head heavy, it can cause strange dreams. And I know that. I am not ignorant of it. And I also know that when you are sleep deprived, you can hallucinate small things, you can misread shadows, you can feel like you heard something when you didn't, and that is why I have been trying to be careful in how I judge what I experience, because I am not trying to exaggerate or invent stories, I am trying to understand what is happening to me, and the reason I am confused is because I feel like I can differentiate between false mind and real sight. I feel like I know the difference between a dream and something I saw with my eyes. And in some moments, like the knocking sounds, the TV turning off, the door sound, the shadows, they felt real, they felt external, they felt like something happening in the environment, not just inside my head. And because of that, I started asking myself if there is an explanation that includes both possibilities, something that doesn't dismiss my fear but also doesn't force everything into a supernatural box. And when I look at it honestly, what I can say is that I believe my graveyard schedule and constant tiredness are making me more vulnerable, not only physically but also mentally and emotionally. Because sleeping during the day means my sleep is lighter and easier to interrupt, and being alone most of the day means I have more time to notice strange sounds, and stress makes your senses sharper in a bad way, like you become hyper-alert. And when you are hyper-alert, you can interpret normal sounds as threats, and also you can experience things like sleep paralysis, which is exactly what it feels like when your mind is awake but your body cannot move. And sleep paralysis is known to sometimes come with hallucinations, like hearing voices or feeling a presence, and those hallucinations can be terrifying and very real feeling, especially if you already have fear in your mind. At the same time, I cannot deny that some things I experienced felt too specific to be only inside my head, like hearing the door and then the TV turning off at the same time. Because even if sleep can play tricks, that happened while I was up and moving. And that is why I started to feel that maybe there is something about the dorm itself that contributes to the fear. Maybe the tree, maybe the way the light enters the room, maybe the noises from outside, maybe even electrical issues that cause the TV to turn off. And if you combine that with my sleep deprivation, you get a situation where my mind and my environment are both feeding the feeling that something is wrong. The part that makes it feel like it follows me home could also be because once your mind becomes anxious about a pattern, you carry the anxiety with you. And then even in your province, in a different environment, your brain is already trained to scan for shadows, already trained to fear sleep, already trained to wake at certain times. And your sleep paralysis episodes can happen anywhere because they are linked to the body's sleep cycle, not just one location. And that could be why the nightmares continue even when I leave the dorm. And I know this sounds like a psychological explanation, but I say it because it is one of the few explanations that can connect all the pieces without forcing me to choose between this is all ghosts or this is all imagination. Because life is often mixed, fear is mixed, the body and the mind are mixed, and the environment can still add strange triggers. Still, even with that explanation, I cannot ignore the advice my dorm mate gave me about closing the window, because that advice implies he noticed something too, or at least he believes something. And the dogs howling and growling also adds to the atmosphere, because animals can react to real things like strangers outside, and they can also react to sounds we do not notice. And sometimes their reactions scare us because we attach meaning to them. And when you already feel uneasy, a dog's long howl can feel like a warning, and that warning feeling stays in your body and enters your sleep. So the question I kept asking myself was the same question you are asking me now: is this explainable or not? Is there a logical reason, or is there something truly unseen involved? And I can only answer honestly the way it feels from inside my life, which is that I cannot prove anything unseen, but I also cannot dismiss what I experienced. And because I cannot prove it, the safest path for me has been to do both things at the same time. To protect myself spiritually in the way my culture taught me, and to protect myself physically and mentally in the way common sense tells me. Because even if the cause is not supernatural, the fear is still real and needs care. That is why I started paying attention to my sleep, trying to make my sleeping space more controlled, closing the window before sleeping like my dorm mate advised, not because I am sure there are creatures in the tree, but because it gives me a feeling of boundary, like I am closing off and opening that makes me uneasy. And I also tried to keep the room darker when I sleep so that shifting daylight doesn't create moving shadows on the wall, and I tried to keep a small sound on, like a fan, so sudden noises don't startle me as much. And when I go to sleep I try not to let my mind run with scary thoughts, because the mind that sleeps with fear is the mind that wakes with fear. At the same time, I also think it would help to check practical things in the dorm, like whether the TV has a timer or a power-saving feature, whether the electrical outlet is loose, whether the door latch makes a sound when wind pressure changes, whether the old tree causes branches to hit something and create sounds, because sometimes a haunting feeling is created by small physical causes that repeat, like a door that shifts slightly, a shadow that crosses at the same time every day, a sound that comes from plumbing or neighbors, and those small causes become terrifying only because we don't recognize them. And for the sleep paralysis, I would not ignore it, because what you described, the inability to move and a voice whispering threats, matches what many people experience when their sleep is broken and their body is stressed. and one of the strongest triggers for sleep paralysis is irregular sleep schedules and sleep deprivation, which you have. So even if your experiences feel spiritual, your body is also clearly under strain, and your body deserves attention, because when your body is exhausted, it becomes easier for fear to take shape, and the more you fear sleep, the more stressed you become, and the cycle repeats. I also understand why you feel sure you can tell the difference between what your eyes saw and what your mind created, because these moments do feel different. But I will say something gently, not to insult you but to protect you. The mind can produce very realistic experiences, especially in half-awake states, and the brain can create images in peripheral vision. And the brain can also create sound hallucinations, and those are still facts, in the sense that you experience them, even if they were generated internally. And that is why it's so confusing, because it feels real, and the fear is real, even if the source is not outside. The good news is that whether the cause is external or internal, there are ways to reduce it, and you have already noticed something important, that your restlessness and tiredness increased in the last months. And that means your first line of defense is to stabilize sleep as much as you can, and the second line is to reduce fear triggers, like keeping the window closed, keeping the room secure, using a curtain that blocks shifting shadows, and not sleeping in complete silence if silence makes you hear every small sound. And the third line is to ground yourself, like doing a short prayer if that gives you comfort, keeping a small light if darkness makes you panic, and also not isolating yourself too much when you feel fear. Because fear becomes larger when you are alone with it. As for the feeling that shadows are still following you even in the province, I think it could be that your nervous system is on alert now, like it learned the habit of scanning for danger after those experiences in the dorm, and once the nervous system learns that habit, it doesn't turn off easily, it carries it into other places. And you start noticing movement and shadows more than before, not because something is truly following you, but because your brain is actively searching, the way you search for a thief after you have been robbed once. Because you already experienced snatching before, you already experienced threat before, so your mind knows how to be cautious. And now it is applying that same caution to shadows and sounds, especially when you are tired. What I can say from your story is that you are not crazy, you are not weak, and you are not imagining everything on purpose. You are dealing with a difficult schedule and a living situation that makes you vulnerable, and your experiences are intense because your body is exhausted and your mind is unsettled, and the environment around you, with the old tree and the eerie up atmosphere and the dogs howling, is feeding that uneasiness. So the most helpful approach is to treat it as something that has both spiritual and practical sides, because if you only treat it as spiritual, you might ignore your sleep health, and if you only treat it as practical, you might ignore the comfort your beliefs can give you. And in our culture many people choose to do both. They pray, they light candles, they set boundaries, and at the same time they take care of their bodies and their routines. And when you ask me if it is explainable, I think a large part of it is explainable through exhaustion, stress, and sleep paralysis. And another part of it might be explainable through small environmental triggers like light, sound, and electrical issues. And the reason it feels like something unseen is because the combination of these things creates experiences that feel purposeful and intelligent, like knocks that demand you open the door, or voices that threaten you. And the mind interprets purposeful patterns as a presence because humans are wired to detect agents, to detect someone, especially in fear. But even if that is the explanation, you still deserve peace, and you deserve restful sleep, and you deserve to feel safe in your room. And if closing the window helps you, keep doing it. If praying helps you, keep doing it. And if possible, try to build a stable sleep routine, like sleeping at the same time daily, using an eye mask, limiting caffeine before sleep, and making your sleeping space as dark and consistent as you can, because your body needs that consistency to reduce those half-awake states where shadows and voices appear. And if the sleep paralysis episodes continue and become frequent, or if the fear becomes too strong, it would also be wise to talk to a doctor or a sleep specialist, not because you are imagining things, but because the body can be helped, and sometimes the simplest medical guidance, like improving sleep hygiene or checking for anxiety or checking for migraine or checking for stress levels, can reduce these episodes dramatically. I know you said you can differentiate fact and false mind, and I respect that. But even strong minds can be affected by broken sleep, so if you treat your sleep as something precious and protected, you may find that the shadows and voices lose their power, and if they lose their power, you will feel like yourself again. And you will no longer have to wonder every day if something is haunting you, because whether it was unseen creatures from the tree or just a tired brain reacting to fear, the goal is the same: to live without terror, to sleep without dread, and to come home from work at 1 in the morning feeling safe instead of hunted by your own thoughts and by the silence of the night. My sixth sense, as most people would call it, has been active for as long as I can remember, so long that I can't even point to a single day when it started, because for me it has always simply been there, like the way some people are naturally sensitive to sounds or naturally notice small details in a room that other people miss. Except in my case it was a sensitivity to presences, to shadows, to impressions that would suddenly bloom in the corner of my eye or settle into the air like a change in temperature that only my skin seemed to register. My mom always said I got it from her, and she got hers from my grandmother, and according to her it runs on her side of the family like a quiet inheritance nobody asked for but everybody learned to live with. And when she told me that, she didn't say it with fear, she said it the way you would talk about hair texture or a stubborn personality trait. Like it was just part of who we are and not something to panic about, and I grew up hearing that enough times that I stopped feeling shocked about it. Or maybe I really did just get used to it. Because the truth is that for most of my life it didn't ruin my days or drive me crazy. I mostly saw them and felt them, and that was all. I didn't hear voices clearly the way some people claim. I didn't have full conversations with anything unseen. I didn't sit there receiving neat messages like a phone call from the other side. And if I'm being honest, I was grateful for that, because seeing and sensing was already enough, and I didn't want more than that. I didn't want to be pulled deeper into something I couldn't control, so I kept my life normal, went to school, did my responsibilities, and whenever something strange happened, I tried to treat it like a passing thing, something I noticed and then let go, because the more you focus on it, the more it seems to expand, and I didn't want it to expand. Still, there was one experience that changed the way I understood my own sensitivity, because it was the first time I felt like the saying, "If there's a will, there's a way," wasn't just a motivational line people say to encourage themselves, but a real description of what can happen when a spirit is desperate enough, determined enough, or hurt enough to force a message across a barrier that normally stays closed. And that experience happened during a time when my life was not dramatic at all, when nothing in my personal world felt mysterious or intense, because it was the end of the first semester at school and the enrollment period for the second semester had just started, and just like every semestral break, I was stuck in that strange limbo where you're relieved you don't have classes but you also don't know what to do with yourself after a few days. And my break was boring in the worst way, not the relaxing kind of boring but the kind that makes you restless. Because there were only so many times you could rearrange your things, only so many shows you could watch, only so many times you could stare at the ceiling and pretend you were resting when really you were just wasting time. And because a typhoon hit our country around that period, the break didn't just last 2 weeks like usual, it stretched to 3 weeks. And at first it sounded like a blessing, but after the initial relief it became a long stretch of nothing, and I found myself trying to kill the boredom any way I could. Mostly by reviewing for examinations while I still had them, and by playing games on Facebook like everyone else, clicking aimlessly through pages the way you do when you're not truly entertained but you're trying to distract your mind. Eventually, my exams ended, the semestral break officially began, and suddenly there was nothing left to prepare for, and that's when the boredom became heavier, because I realized I had 2 to 3 weeks ahead of me with no schedule, no classwork, no reason to wake up early, and on top of that I was broke, like truly broke, the kind of broke where you want to go out just to feel alive but you can't because you don't even have extra money for a simple snack or a cheap trip somewhere. And that made the boredom feel even more suffocating because I couldn't even buy small comforts to make the days easier. Then, in the middle of that dull routine, I received a text message from a friend, and that message felt like a rope being thrown into a pit. Because he asked if I wanted to volunteer as a student assistant for enrollment, and he explained that since our school was trying to adopt an online enrollment system, they needed a task force of volunteers who could help assist students, especially those who didn't know how to navigate the system. And the moment I read it, I felt my mood lift, because I immediately thought of two things. First, that I might get an allowance, and second, that it would remove a few hours from my daily boredom, which at that point felt like a big gift, so I replied quickly and agreed without hesitation, and he was grateful, almost relieved, and told me to start the next day. That night I actually slept earlier than usual, not because I was tired but because I was happy to have something planned, and the next morning I got ready, fixed myself up, and went to school, and when I arrived they assigned me to the computer laboratory, and it made sense, because if enrollment was going online, the computer lab would be the center of everything, and I walked into that lab expecting chaos, expecting a line of students, expecting people arguing or panicking because systems weren't working, but since it was the very first day, only a handful of students came to enroll, and for the first few hours it was manageable, a little busy, and then it became quiet again, and by lunchtime I realized that even volunteering could become boring when there was nothing to do. Because there were undeniably fewer students and fewer tasks than we had imagined, and the time started to crawl the way it always does when you're waiting for something that doesn't happen, and after a few more hours of hoping for a rush of people that never came, I eventually found myself doing what most bored people do when they are surrounded by computers and have time to kill, which is that I sat in front of one of the units and started surfing the net, not even with a goal, just clicking through pages to keep my mind occupied. Like the other volunteers, I chose my own place and minded my own business. Because when there are only a few students, volunteers spread out and quietly wait for someone to need help, and I ended up sitting in a corner where all but one of the computers were working, a small cluster near the side, and what made that spot feel perfect for me was that my monitor faced the door, and the door was behind me in a way that reflected on the screen. So I could see who entered and assist them quickly, which made me feel useful even while I was browsing. At that time I was viewing my Multiply account, and Multiply, if you remember it, had this layout where the contents were centered while the sides were pitch black, and because of that black space, the screen acted like a dark mirror, reflecting whatever was behind you whenever there was enough light, and that detail became important later, because it was the reason I noticed what I noticed before I even turned around. I was about to click on one of my contacts when I saw the door open in the reflection on the side of my screen, and automatically I looked toward the side of the monitor, expecting to see a student enter, and in that reflection I saw a woman about my age walk in, a young woman, and nothing about her looked supernatural in that first glance, because she moved like a normal person and her clothes looked ordinary enough. So, doing my duty, I stood up to assist her, but as I turned to face the door directly, I saw no one at all. And that sudden emptiness hit my brain like a slap, because it's one thing to think you saw someone and then realize they walked away quickly, but it's another thing to see a door open and see a person step in, and then when you face it directly, the space is completely empty, and for a second I just stood there feeling puzzled, my eyes scanning the doorway, the corridor outside, the corners of the room, and I told myself maybe she stepped back out quickly, maybe she changed her mind. Maybe she went behind one of the rows of computers, maybe she entered another section of the lab, because there were rows that could hide a person if they moved fast, and I didn't want to jump to conclusions, so I turned and sat down again, trying to shrug it off, and as I turned my body slightly to reach for the mouse, I noticed, at the corner of my eye, that the monitor of the computer beside me turned on, the screen lighting up in that familiar way computers do when they wake. And I ignored it at first because I assumed the person behind the server controls had turned it on, since in that lab the technicians were the ones who controlled power for the units, and it was common for them to turn computers on and off depending on which station students needed. I went back to scrolling through pictures, leaving comments, trying to anchor myself in something normal, and then I heard the keys of that keyboard clicking, not the soft accidental tap of a key being brushed, but the steady clicking of someone typing, like a person who had purpose, and the sound was clear enough that my skin tightened, because I knew the stations near me, and I knew there was no student sitting beside me, and I also knew the technicians were at the front desk area, not close enough to type on the unit right next to me without me seeing them. My body reacted before my mind could find a comfortable explanation, and I felt overwhelmed, like my limbs suddenly became heavier. Like all the energy to move had drained out of me, and I could not speak, I could not stand, and I could not even look away properly, because fear can do that. It can turn you into a statue while your mind screams inside you to run, and I watched, frozen, as a word processor window appeared on that screen, and the cursor began to move across the blank white space, leaving behind letters in real time, line by line. And I knew, even before I read the words, that whatever was happening wasn't a normal glitch. Because the cursor moved the way it moves when someone is typing a message, not like random symbols appearing, and my stomach twisted because I could sense the intention behind it, and at the same time, there was a part of me that did not want to read it, because if I read it, it would become real, in a heavier way, like accepting an invitation into something I had spent my life trying not to deepen, and my will to not complete the message became stronger than the invisible force holding me still. And with a sharp motion I turned away and forced myself to stare back at my own screen, forcing my eyes onto the familiar black layout of multiply, convincing myself that my mind was playing with me again, that I was stressed, bored, sleep-deprived, that I was imagining sounds, that maybe the keyboard clicking was just the plastic keys settling, that maybe the computer had some automatic script, anything, any explanation, because the alternative was too frightening. For a second, the clicking stopped, and I felt a tiny wave of relief, and inside my head I actually thought, maybe I was right, maybe my brain is just messing with me, maybe I'm tired, maybe I need to drink water. And then as I sat there trying to calm myself, I saw movement again in that corner vision, and I tried to ignore it, but before I could fully decide to ignore it, something touched my arm, something cold, heavy in a strange way, not heavy like a person grabbing you with normal warmth and muscles, but heavy like pressure, like a hand made of chill and weight, and the touch landed on my left arm firmly enough that I knew it wasn't a breeze or my own clothing shifting, and I felt my breath catch, and I had no guts to look to my left, because fear was telling me that the moment I looked, I would see something I could not unsee. But at the same time there was a force, and I still don't know if it was instinct, curiosity, or the real deal, that made me turn, slow at first and then faster, like my body was pulled by an invisible string, and what I saw stole every bit of air out of me. Because there was a woman standing right there, close enough that her hand was still on my arm, wearing jeans and a shirt like any ordinary college student, but her eyes were empty, not blind exactly, but empty in a way that felt like there was no light behind them, and she stared straight at me with a face that looked young and tired and horribly sad, and my fear spiked so hard that for a moment I couldn't even hear the room around me. Like all sounds dulled except my heartbeat, and then my eyes dropped to her jeans and I saw that the lower portion was covered with blood, dark and soaked and smeared, not a few drops but enough that it made my stomach turn, because blood is one of those things that immediately tells your brain danger, injury, death, and my knees almost weakened, and the only reason I didn't collapse was because adrenaline held me upright, and I managed to budge, to move my arm, to pull away from her hand. And my fingers brushed her cold grip, and it felt wrong. Like touching something that wasn't fully physical. And she didn't seem offended or surprised when I moved. She didn't react the way a normal person would. She just slowly turned her head toward the monitor beside me, as if she was guiding my attention there, and my body, almost without permission, followed the direction she was looking, because it felt like the message was the point of everything, and there, on the screen, the words were visible, simple and blunt and broken like someone struggling to push language into the world, and it said, "Help. Need it. Help." And seeing the desperation typed out like that, did it for me, because I realized she wasn't just appearing randomly to scare me, she was trying to ask for help in the only way she could, and whatever part of my gift that she sensed, whatever sensitivity she recognized in me, she was using it like a door, and even though I didn't know what kind of help she needed or what I could possibly do, my survival instincts screamed at me that I had to get away from her. because fear still dominated me, and I gathered whatever courage I had left and ran, not slowly, not politely, but ran like someone escaping a fire. Straight to the front desk of the computer lab where the technicians and staff were, and when I arrived, I was shaking so badly that my hands felt numb, and they all looked at me like I was crazy at first because my face must have been pale and my eyes wide, and I immediately asked the head technician if he turned the computer beside me on, and he said no, and the way he answered was casual, like it was an ordinary question. And I asked if anyone saw a girl walk inside, and again they said no. And tears began gathering in my eyes, not just from fear but from the frustration of trying to explain something unbelievable. Because how do you tell people you saw a ghost typing help on a computer without sounding insane? And while I tried to speak, the other volunteers noticed the commotion and came over, and within seconds there was a small cluster of people at the desk, all confused, all looking between my face and the rows of computers like they expected a prank, and I tried to explain in broken sentences, saying I saw someone, I saw the computer turn on, I heard typing, and then I saw a woman, and as I spoke I could hear how ridiculous it sounded, yet my body still shook as if it had been attacked, so it didn't feel like a joke. And then, right in the middle of our confusion, a janitor walked in, a man with the quiet tiredness of someone who has been working for years. And he overheard us from the rows he was cleaning, because janitors are always around when you least notice them, and they hear things people forget they can hear, and he approached with a face that wasn't curious the way the others were, but heavy, like he already knew what we were talking about before we even finished, and when he spoke, his voice was low and steady, and he said, "That girl you saw was Kate." And the name hit the room like a stone dropping into water, because suddenly the story had a human label, and he continued, saying Kate was a working student in that laboratory 3 years ago. That she was a scholar of the institution, and the only way she could pay for rent and bills was by working for the school. And as he spoke, the lab felt colder to me, because the moment you attach a backstory to a haunting, the haunting becomes heavier, because it stops being a random fear and becomes a tragedy. And the janitor said Kate was a very good-looking college student and very courteous to everyone. The kind of person people remember because she was kind and respectful. And then he said one day she decided to go overtime because she herself was doing a project, and the way he said she wasn't alone made my stomach clench, because I felt where the story was going before he even finished. And he explained that the head lab technician decided to stay behind too after the other office mates left, and Kate was not aware, he said, that the technician had been admiring her ever since she started working there. And when the janitor said that, I felt disgust and anger rising, because I could already sense that admiring was not admiration but obsession, the kind that turns dangerous when a person feels entitled. He said after a few hours Kate finished her project and went to the front desk to have it printed, and when she reached the desk, the head lab technician grabbed her and raped her right there and there, and the word rape hung in the air so cruelly that I felt like vomiting. Because suddenly the empty-eyed girl in front of me wasn't just a ghost, she was a victim, a young woman who had been terrified and trapped in the same space I was sitting in, and the janitor continued, voice shaking slightly now, saying after that the technician killed her by beating her and tying her feet so tight that she bled out, and as he said that, my mind flashed to the blood on the lower portion of her jeans, and the image felt like proof, like the body remembered, like her spirit carried the last horror of her life the way some wounds never close. And the janitor said the technician, afraid of consequences, killed himself as well after driving far from the building, and then he said Kate's spirit stayed, and that since she died, the computer she last used never went on no matter what the technicians did. And when he said that, I felt a cold understanding spread through me, because the unit beside me in the corner had been the one that didn't work, and I had sat next to it without even thinking it mattered, and I realized how strange it was that I had chosen that seat, out of all seats, as if something guided me there. The janitor then walked toward the computer, as if he had done it before, and he opened the saved documents, and the operating system looked vintage, old resolution, old interface, and the technicians gathered around him, hesitant now, like they were afraid of what they would find, and he clicked a file named Till Death, and the name itself made the room go silent. because it sounded like something written by someone who knew she might never leave that room alive, and when the file opened, the staff knew what to do, and they printed it, and as the printer started to hum and the paper began to feed through, I felt my throat tightening, because the idea of a dead girl still trying to speak through an old computer felt too painful. I asked the janitor how he knew, because he spoke with certainty, not guesswork, and he answered simply that he just knew, that he felt it. And he said he thought she knew I was the right person to approach and that I could help her. But because I couldn't hear her, she decided to show herself. And when he said that, my skin prickled, because it meant she had tried other ways before and they didn't work, and she was getting desperate enough to become visible, to touch, to type, to force proof into the room. I asked him how she knew and why he knew so much about her, and he said he had been working there for 10 years. And since her accident he always saw her, but she never bothered anybody. And he described her like she was still alive, saying she was intelligent and always good at choosing people, and I could sense that he was proud of her even in death, proud of her character. And then he said something that made my chest ache, because he said besides all that, he was her father, and the moment he said it, something shifted in his face. Like he stopped being a janitor, and became a grieving parent standing in the place where his child was destroyed, and he said he knew what to do, but since they couldn't turn the computer on, he couldn't do it, and then he looked at me like I had done something huge without meaning to, and he hugged me tightly, and thanked me for doing that favor for his only daughter, and the hug was heavy with sorrow, the kind of sorrow that has no end, and as he held me, I realized that this wasn't just a ghost story. It was a real tragedy that had been buried under routine and silence, and for 3 years, a girl's spirit had been waiting for someone who could notice her enough to bring her message out, and that thought made my stomach churn with anger, because if that story was true, it meant the school had moved on, the building continued, students enrolled, volunteers sat and surfed the internet, and somewhere in that lab, a dead girl still typed, "Help," into the air, and I couldn't stop thinking about what she wanted. Whether she wanted justice, whether she wanted the truth printed, whether she wanted her father to finally hold proof of her last moments, or whether she simply wanted someone to know she wasn't just a rumor but a person. And even though I didn't hear her voice, I understood her will in the strongest way, because she used everything she could, reflection, sound, touch, typing, her own appearance, to make me stop ignoring. And in that moment I realized that sometimes the unseen does not stay unseen because it is weak, sometimes it stays unseen because it waits for the right conditions, and if the will is strong enough, a way can be created. Even through something as ordinary as an old computer in a school lab. Even through a bored volunteer trying to kill time online, and after that day, I couldn't sit in that lab corner again without feeling the chill of her hand on my arm. And I couldn't look at a black-sided screen without remembering how easily a reflection can become a doorway. And I couldn't hear keyboard clicking without my heart tensing, because in my mind, Kate's message still echoed in the simplest words possible: help, needed, help. And even now, when I remember the empty eyes, the bloody jeans, and the way she turned my attention to those typed words, I don't remember it like a scary moment meant only to frighten me. I remember it like a desperate act of communication, a final push from someone who refused to be forgotten. And I also remember the janitor's face when he admitted he was her father, because that was the moment that broke me most. The moment when the haunting stopped being about my sixth sense and became about a father who had lived for years with grief, seeing his daughter's spirit, knowing she was there, knowing she needed something, and feeling helpless because the one thing that held her last message wouldn't power on. And when I think about that, I realize why she chose me, not because I was special in a glamorous way, but because I was bored enough to sit near the dead computer, sensitive enough to notice the door reflection and the movement that others would dismiss, stubborn enough to run for help instead of collapsing in fear, and ordinary enough that the school staff would believe me just enough to listen when the janitor spoke. And that is what still haunts me, not just the sight of her, but the idea that pain can linger in a place until someone finally becomes the right bridge. And whether people call it a gift, a sixth sense, or just sensitivity, that day proved to me that when something is determined to be known, it will find a way to reach the living. Even if it has to light up a dead screen, even if it has to borrow the sound of keys, even if it has to put a cold hand on your arm and stare into your face until you stop pretending it's all in your head. My mom works in a hospital here in Manila as a nurse midwife, and because of that, hospitals never felt strange or intimidating to me the way they do for many kids, because I grew up around them, around their smells, their noises, their cold floors, their bright lights, and the way time feels different inside them, and I got used to seeing everything that comes with a hospital. Not only the normal things like nurses and beds and charts and medicine, but also the heavy things people rarely talk about, like exhaustion, fear, pain, prayers whispered under breath, and that quiet kind of sadness that sits in waiting areas and hallways. And because I have had my gift for as long as I can remember, I also got used to the fact that hospitals are not only full of the living, but can feel full of something else too, something unseen that sometimes lingers in places where life and death are close. Yet even with that, my gift has always had limits, because I can see and feel them but I do not normally hear them or speak to them, and I never tried to force it, because I didn't want to invite anything deeper than what already happened naturally. So most of the time I simply noticed, stayed quiet, and went on with my life. One night, I was with my mom in the hospital because she was on her PM shift and I had no one at home. My dad was a seaman then, away for work, and at that time I was still an only child, so there was no one else to stay with me, and it wasn't unusual for me to come with my mom sometimes because hospitals were familiar, and she knew I would be safe there. That night, my mom was assigned to the delivery room, and since the hospital separated the labor room from the delivery room, she let me stay in the labor room where the patients waited, and she told me to study for my test the next day. I remember that very clearly because I had a science test, and I was trying to focus like I always did, telling myself I would review properly even though the hospital was not the best place for studying. When I settled down, there was only one patient in the labor room. She was asleep, lying on the bed, and the room was quiet in that late-night hospital way, where the silence isn't truly silence, because there are always distant sounds like muffled footsteps, wheels of carts, a faraway door opening and closing, and quiet conversations in the corridor, but still, the labor room itself felt calm. I sat near enough that I could see the patient clearly, opened my science textbook, and began reading. Not long after, I saw a man walk into the labor room. He was wearing jeans and a shirt, dressed simply like someone who might have been visiting his wife or sister. He didn't look frightening. He looked normal, even gentle. He walked straight to the patient's bed, sat beside her, and held her hand. The strange part was that he never spoke. He didn't call her name or try to wake her up. He just held her hand quietly, like he was trying to give comfort without disturbing her. I watched him for a while, and I remember wondering why the patient wasn't waking up, because if someone entered and sat beside you, you would usually stir, even if you were tired. But she remained asleep, and the man remained calm, and because I was used to the hospital and used to seeing people come and go, I didn't panic. I just observed for a moment, and then went back to my book, telling myself it was none of my business, that it was probably her husband or someone close to her, and I should just continue studying. A few minutes passed, maybe around 3 minutes, and then I felt something that made me look up again. The man was no longer sitting beside the patient. He was standing in front of me now. It startled me at first because I didn't notice him get up or walk over, and suddenly he was just there, close enough that I could see his face clearly. But he smiled at me, and his smile was warm, not threatening. Without really thinking, I smiled back, the way you might smile politely at someone in a quiet room. Then I lowered my eyes to my book again, trying to continue reading because I didn't want to get distracted. But after a few seconds, I could still feel him there. I looked up again, and he was still standing in front of me, smiling in that same calm way, as if he was waiting for me to understand something. I stared at him, not scared, more curious than anything, and then he smiled again, and this time he stretched out his hand toward me. In his hand was a white rose. A real rose, not a drawing or an image. He offered it to me like it was the simplest thing in the world, like giving a rose to a child in a hospital room was completely normal. I took it. I remember the white petals and how clean and bright it looked against the dimness of the room. I held it for a second and looked down at it, and then when I lifted my eyes to look at him again, he was gone. There was no sound of the door opening, no footsteps leaving, no shadow moving away. He was simply not there anymore. Because I had grown up seeing strange things, because I had already learned not to overreact to what my eyes caught, I shrugged it off in the way I often did when something unexplainable happened. I didn't run to call my mom. I didn't scream. I didn't even ask anyone. I just sat there holding the rose, then slowly closed my book, feeling my tiredness catch up to me, and not long after that, I fell asleep. The next morning, my mom woke me up and told me it was time to go home. I gathered my things, still sleepy, still adjusting back to normal morning light, and while I was fixing my bag, I saw the rose again, and the memory of the man came back clearly. It wasn't like a dream fading away, it felt like a memory of something real. The patient was awake now too, sitting up, looking tired but alert, and something inside me felt like I should ask her. So I approached her and asked if she knew the man who went in last night. She looked confused and said there was no man last night. I thought maybe she didn't notice because she was asleep, so I told her what I saw, how he walked in, sat beside her bed, held her hand, and stayed there quietly. I described how he moved and how he looked at her as if he cared deeply. Before I could even finish explaining, the woman started crying. It wasn't the kind of crying that comes from fear. It was the kind that comes from sudden grief mixed with love, the kind of crying that shakes your chest. Her tears came so fast that it startled me, and I immediately felt sorry, even though I didn't understand why she was crying. I didn't want to make her feel worse, so I held out the rose and gave it to her, telling her gently that she could stop crying, thinking maybe the rose would somehow comfort her. The moment she saw the white rose, everything changed in her expression. She hugged me tightly, so tightly I could feel her trembling, and she kept thanking me over and over. I was confused and asked her why she was thanking me, because I didn't feel like I had done anything special. Through her tears, she smiled, and in that smile there was both sadness and something softer, like relief. Then she said something I will never forget. She told me, "It was my husband you saw last night. He died in a car accident the night I was about to tell him I was pregnant. He knows I love white roses," and his smile. When she said that, I felt a cold wave move through me, not fear exactly, but the heavy feeling of realizing what the night truly was. The man I saw wasn't just a visitor. He wasn't just someone passing by. He was someone who belonged to her, someone who had died before he could hear the words she wanted to tell him, someone who still came back anyway, to hold her hand, to be near her, to leave something behind that would prove he was there. And in that moment, the rose in my memory stopped being just a strange object and became a message, a sign that love doesn't always end when life ends, and that sometimes, even if I cannot hear them or speak to them, they can still find a way to reach the people they love, using the simplest things, like a smile, like a touch, like a white rose placed into my hand as if I was only meant to deliver it to the one person who would understand what it meant. Last December 26 to 28, 2009, my family and I went to our beach in Quezon Province, a place that has always felt familiar to us, a place where the air smells of salt and coconut trees line the shore, and where nights are usually quiet except for the sound of waves and insects. We were there to rest, to spend time together, and to escape the noise of the city for a while. Our beach house was still under construction at that time, so instead of staying inside a proper house, we all slept in a bahay kubo, a simple nipa hut built near the shore. It was not the first time we slept there, and normally we felt safe enough because the place was private and surrounded by trees and open land. On the first night, nothing truly frightening happened. I did notice some elementals around the area, shapes and presences that I have grown used to seeing since I was young, but they were not aggressive. They were simply there, watching from a distance, curious but not threatening, the way they sometimes are in places close to nature. I didn't think much of it, and went to sleep peacefully, believing the rest of our stay would be the same. The second night, however, proved me very wrong. It was the early hours of December 28th, around 1:30 in the morning, when I was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of gunshots. At first, my mind struggled to understand what I was hearing because gunshots are not something you expect to hear at a quiet beach in the middle of the night. My heart started racing as I sat up, fully awake in an instant. The nipa hut was dim, lit only by the faint glow of the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the walls. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed that my mom and dad were no longer in their bed. That alone made my chest tighten with worry. Almost at the same time, my eldest younger brother, who was 21 at that time, stirred and sat up as well. He looked at me and said he heard gunshots too. That confirmed that I wasn't dreaming. Something was really happening outside. Without saying much, my brother and I got up and decided to go out and see what was going on. As we stepped outside the nipa hut, the night air felt heavy, almost tense. The moon was bright that night, illuminating the area enough for us to see clearly. That was when we saw my mom, my dad, our driver, and my dad's bodyguard all standing together and staring up at a huge coconut tree nearby. Their posture alone told me this wasn't something ordinary. I walked closer and asked my mom what was happening, trying to keep my voice steady even though I felt a growing sense of dread in my stomach. My mom looked at me with a serious expression and told me there wasn't a swaying. At first, I didn't want to believe her. Aswang stories are common in the Philippines, especially in provinces, but I always thought of them as stories meant to scare children or explain strange things people couldn't understand. Even though I have seen many things in my life, even though I am sensitive to the unseen, I still try to stay grounded and logical when I can. But what shook me was when my dad, who is a known skeptic and not someone who easily believes in supernatural creatures, confirmed what my mom said. He told us he saw it too. That was the moment my doubt began to crumble. They described it as a huge black bird with glowing red eyes. Not just red, but an intense red, like embers burning in the dark. My mom told me that while we were all sleeping, she woke up to the sound of powerful wings flapping and a strange sound. Ik-ik-ik-ik, echoing in the night. She said the creature circled the nipa hut twice, as if it was searching for something or someone inside. The idea that it was deliberately circling us, studying us, made my skin crawl. My mom told me to wake up my other two brothers, who were 17 and 15 at that time, and our yaya, so that we could all stay together. She didn't want anyone left alone, even inside the hut. As I went back inside to wake them, my hands were shaking, but I forced myself to stay calm because panic would only make things worse. Outside, my dad fired another shot toward the coconut tree where the creature was hiding, but nothing happened. The huge bird stayed concealed among the leaves, silent but present. Then my dad gave an order that I will never forget. He told his bodyguard to turn off all the lights. At first, that idea seemed terrifying to me. Turning off the lights in the middle of something like this felt like inviting danger. But the moon was so bright that night that even without artificial lights, the area was still visible. The moment the lights were turned off, everything happened so fast. The huge bird suddenly took flight and swooped down toward us. This time, there was no doubt, no second guessing. I saw it with my own eyes. It was massive, far bigger than any normal bird, and its red eyes glowed as it moved through the air. Fear surged through me, but alongside it was a strange clarity, like my senses sharpened all at once. My dad, the driver, my eldest brother, and my dad's bodyguard immediately ran after it and fired shots again. The creature flew and perched on another coconut tree not far from us, hiding itself once more among the leaves. The tension in the air was unbearable. For about 10 minutes, nothing happened except the sound of our own breathing and the distant waves. Then more shots rang out. After about 5 gunshots, my dad finally managed to hit it. The creature let out a cry that still haunts me to this day. It wasn't like any animal sound I had ever heard. It was piercing, spine-chilling, and full of something I couldn't quite identify, whether it was pain, rage, or a call for help. The sound went straight through me and made my legs feel weak. The bird took flight again, wounded but still able to escape, and disappeared into the darkness. A minute later, we heard our neighbor's dogs howling wildly, not just barking but howling in a frantic, almost panicked way, as if they sensed something deeply wrong. My dad and his bodyguard went toward that area to investigate, while the rest of us stayed behind to patrol the surroundings of the Nipa hut. Everyone was on edge, alert, and ready for anything. When my dad and his aide reached the fence near the neighbor's property, they saw something even stranger. They saw two birds crawling on the ground. Crawling. That detail alone made my blood run cold because birds are not meant to move like that. When those birds noticed my dad and his bodyguard, they tried to attack them, lunging forward aggressively. It was clear these were not ordinary animals. Meanwhile, my 15-year-old brother and I decided to patrol the back of the house, staying vigilant and listening carefully to every sound. The night felt alive with movement and tension. Then we heard the flapping of wings again, close enough that it made my heart pound in my chest. Without thinking too much, I turned on the flashlight I was carrying and pointed it in the direction of the sound. The beam cut through the darkness, and there it was. The creature. It folded its wing and stared straight at us, its red eyes locked onto mine. Something inside me shifted at that moment. Instead of fear, anger and defiance rose up. I started cursing at it, shouting that we were not afraid, that it had no power over us. I don't even know where the courage came from, but it felt real and strong. In that moment, the roles felt reversed. We were no longer just prey hiding in the dark. We were standing our ground. The creature hesitated, then retreated, disappearing once more into the night. In the end, they managed to escape. There was no victory, no clear ending, just exhaustion and the heavy silence that follows something traumatic. We stayed alert until dawn, making sure nothing else happened. That night changed me. It stripped away a lot of fear and replaced it with something harder, something more determined. I realized that whatever those things were, they were not invincible. They could be hurt. They could be driven away. I am going back there next week. This time, I will not be unprepared. I will have a weapon with me, not because I want to hunt anything, but because I refuse to be helpless. I am not afraid anymore. If they come back, we will see who is stronger, us or them. I never had paranormal experiences when I was a child. I was just an ordinary girl, the type who hears rumors and scary stories from friends, especially friends who claim they have a third eye, but I was always the listener, never the one who actually experienced anything. Even if I found those stories interesting, I didn't really believe them the way people who have seen things believe them. For me, they were just stories, the kind you talk about during breaks, the kind that make you laugh and shiver at the same time, and then you move on. That is why it surprised me when, during my college days, I started experiencing weird events that didn't feel like normal imagination. It wasn't constant, but when it happened, it felt too clear to dismiss. And one of the most unforgettable incidents happened during my enrollment season in June 2006. It was a sunny morning, bright and hot the way mornings usually are in Manila when the rainy season hasn't fully settled in yet. That day was the start of our first semester enrollment. In the nursing department, we had a strict rule every year. Before we could proceed with enrollment properly, we were all required to undergo a medical examination in one of the school's affiliated hospitals. It was part of the department regulation, and everyone treated it seriously because without it, you couldn't enroll, you couldn't move forward. Because of that, that day was busy for many students, with people checking results, lining up, going back and forth, trying to complete requirements. My friend Mithi, not her real name, was already in the school clinic that morning. She was there to verify if the results of our medical exam had arrived. When she saw me outside, she called me over and asked me to stay with her while she waited. I sat beside her, and we started chatting to pass the time. We exchanged stories the way we always did, talking about school, enrollment stress, what subjects we might get, random gossip, and whatever else came to mind while we sat there in the clinic waiting area. It felt like a normal college morning, just a little tiring because of all the requirements, but nothing unusual at all. After a while, I felt the urge to use the comfort room. I told Mithy I would just go quickly and come back. The comfort room was just beside the clinic, which made it convenient. That CR was small but laid out in a very specific way. On the left side, it had 3 cubicles. On the right side, there was a long rectangular mirror stretching across the wall, and beneath it were 3 sinks lined up side by side. The lighting was bright, and because it was daytime, it didn't look scary at all. It looked like an ordinary school bathroom. When I entered, I didn't see anyone else. All I knew at that moment was that I was the only person inside. I went first to the sink area, facing the mirror, and did my usual retouch routine, fixing my hair, checking my face, doing those small things girls do when they want to look presentable before returning to friends. After that, I turned toward the cubicles. 2 of them had signs indicating they were out of order. That left only the middle cubicle available, the second one. Its door was slightly open, not fully closed, just a small gap that let you peek through without meaning to. As I approached, I glanced through that narrow space. And in that instant, my whole body reacted. Inside the cubicle, I saw a lady sitting on the toilet bowl. She was wearing a long white gown that almost touched the floor. Her hair was long and falling forward, covering her face completely. She looked still, like she wasn't moving at all. The sight felt unreal, like something that didn't belong in a normal school bathroom on a sunny morning. My first thought was that I must be daydreaming. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me because of the lighting or because I was tired. So I blinked again and again, forcing myself to reset my vision the way people do when they think they imagined something. But every time I blinked, she was still there in the same position. The fear came slowly at first, like a cold feeling creeping into my chest. Even so, I tried to stay calm and logical. I told myself maybe she was just another student, maybe she was wearing a costume for something, maybe she was sick, maybe she was just shy and sitting quietly. I didn't want to jump to scary conclusions. So I stepped back politely and said out loud, "Oops, I'm sorry." I expected her to respond, maybe to cough or to say something, maybe even just to shift her position, but there was no reaction. Still, I didn't want to be rude, so I waited. I stood there patiently, thinking she would come out after a moment. Minutes passed. 1 minute. 2. 3. By the time it reached almost 5 minutes, she still hadn't come out. The longer I waited, the more uncomfortable I felt. It didn't make sense. If someone knew another person was waiting, they would usually hurry or at least answer. I started getting impatient, and at the same time, nervous. I decided to knock on the door gently and ask if she was done. I knocked and said something like, "Are you finished?" But there was no answer. Not even a small sound. No movement, no cough, nothing. That silence was the moment when fear truly hit me, because silence can be louder than any scream when you are expecting a response. Without thinking too deeply, I reached for the door and pulled it open, expecting to finally see her step out, or to at least see her sitting there. But when the door opened, the cubicle was empty. Completely empty. No lady in white. No long hair. No gown. No sign that anyone was there at all. The shock went through my whole body. Goosebumps spread across my arms and legs so fast it felt like my skin changed texture. I stood there frozen, staring into the empty cubicle, trying to understand what I was seeing. My mind kept replaying the image of the lady sitting there, as if the memory was stuck on repeat. I knew what I saw. I was sure of it. But the cubicle was empty, and there was no way someone could have walked past me without me noticing, because the bathroom was small and I was standing right in front of the door. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I wanted to run, but my feet wouldn't move right away. It was like the floor had turned heavy, like my shoes were stuck, like there was a magnet holding me in place. My heart was pounding so fast that I felt it in my throat. It took everything in me just to force my legs to move. When I finally managed, I walked quickly toward the bathroom door, almost stumbling because my body felt weak. I didn't even bother checking the mirror again. I just wanted to get out of there. I rushed back to the clinic where Mithy was waiting. The moment she saw me, she noticed something was wrong. I must have looked pale and shaken because she immediately asked what happened. I sat down beside her, trying to catch my breath, and then I told her everything, from the moment I entered the CR to the moment I opened the cubicle door and found it empty. I expected her to be shocked, to panic, to react strongly. But she stayed calm. Too calm. That calmness made me realize something I hadn't mentioned earlier. Mithy had a third eye. She had told me before, many times, that the CR beside the clinic felt eerie. She said she didn't like going there alone, but because I didn't have the same ability as hers, because I had never experienced anything myself, I never truly believed her. I would listen, nod, maybe feel a little scared for fun, but deep inside I thought she was just being sensitive or dramatic, or maybe she was imagining things. That day changed everything, because now I was the one who saw something. Mithy listened to my story and then told me in a quiet voice that a long time ago, a female student committed suicide in that exact cubicle, the middle one, the second cubicle. She said the student's spirit was believed to be stuck there, lingering in that space. Hearing that made my stomach twist. The thought that what I saw could be connected to something real, something tragic, made it feel heavier, not just scary but sad and disturbing too. I didn't know what to say. I just sat there, trying to absorb it. From that day on, I never dared to use that CR again. If I had no other choice, if it was the only bathroom nearby, I would ask a friend to come with me. I didn't care if it seemed childish. I didn't want to be alone in that place again. After that morning, I understood why Mithy had always felt uneasy about it. And even though I still consider myself an ordinary girl, someone who never grew up with paranormal experiences, that incident became the first time I truly felt, in the deepest way, that some stories aren't just rumors, and that sometimes you don't need a third eye to see something you were never supposed to see. When I look back at my childhood, this is still one of the most confusing and terrifying things that ever happened to me, the kind of memory that doesn't fade no matter how many years pass, because even now, almost 16 years later, I can still remember the feeling in my body, the cold fear, the way my legs felt weak, and the way my skin broke out in goosebumps the moment I saw her. And what makes it even harder is that I was only 9 years old, too young to know how to deal with something like that, too young to even have the words to explain it properly, and yet old enough to understand that what I saw didn't fit into anything normal. That night, it was around 9:30 in the evening when my father, who later passed away in May 2009, told me to buy penicillin for a wound he had. It was a simple instruction, but the moment he said it, I felt nervous because the pharmacy was not just across the street. It was about 4 blocks away from our house, and for a child, 4 blocks at night feels like a long distance. I hesitated and tried to think of a way to avoid it, not because I was lazy but because I didn't want to walk alone that late. I wanted someone to accompany me, but there was no one available, and my father was strict. When he commanded something, there was no arguing and no excuses. So even though my stomach already felt uneasy, I had no option but to obey. I left the house and started walking toward the pharmacy. The first part of the walk was not too bad. The second block still had people outside, bystanders and neighbors, and the street lights were bright enough that I didn't feel completely alone. I kept my eyes forward, holding on to the idea that the sooner I got the medicine, the sooner I could go home. But as I moved closer to the third block, the atmosphere changed. The lights were not as strong there, and the street felt quieter. Then I reached a local store that mainly sold and bought rice and corn. By that time the store was already closed, and the area around it looked darker than the earlier blocks. What made it worse was that beside that closed store, there were trailer trucks and cargo trucks parked along the road. Big trucks, the kind that create long shadows beneath them and make the street feel narrower and more enclosed. As I walked under those shadows, I started to feel an eerie sensation, like someone was watching me. It wasn't the normal fear a child feels walking alone at night. It was a sharper feeling, like my body was reacting to something before my mind could explain it. But I told myself not to mind it. I needed to hurry because I knew the pharmacy would close around 10 p.m., and I didn't want to be late. So I kept walking, trying to ignore the heaviness pressing on my chest. When I finally reached the pharmacy, I bought the medicine as fast as I could. I remember feeling relieved the moment the pharmacist handed it to me because it meant I could go home. I stepped out and started walking back, and for a moment I considered taking a different route. I didn't want to pass by the parked trucks again because the uneasiness I felt earlier was still lingering in me. But when I looked toward the other road, I heard dogs barking there. Not just one dog, but many, and the sound was aggressive enough that I became afraid to take that direction. I didn't want to run past a pack of barking dogs and risk being chased or bitten. So even though I hated it, I decided to take the same road I had used earlier, the one with the trucks. As I approached the line of parked trucks again, I tried to walk quickly, telling myself that I was almost home and nothing would happen if I didn't stop. But then I heard scratching sounds coming from the other side of one of the parked trucks. The sound was faint but clear enough to make me glance sideways. I immediately thought it was a dog or a cat moving around, because animals often hide near vehicles at night. I tried to dismiss it and kept walking. Then I reached the last parked truck, the one near a mango tree where there was only minimal light. The street there felt different, like it was quieter and colder. The air seemed heavy and still, and I felt that same uneasy sensation again, stronger this time, as if my whole body was warning me to turn back. Before I could even decide what to do, I saw someone in front of me. An old lady. At first, my mind tried to make it normal. I thought maybe she was a beggar, someone who wandered around at night. But as I looked closer, the normal explanation shattered immediately. Her long hair was rising, as if lifted by wind or electricity, and her eyes were not normal eyes. They were orange-red, glowing in a way that didn't look human at all. And then I realized something that made my blood turn cold. She wasn't standing on the ground. She was floating. Floating in midair right there in front of me. I froze completely. I couldn't move. I felt like my whole body turned into wax, like a candle that had suddenly hardened. All my life I had never seen anything like that. I had never seen an old woman floating, staring at me with those eyes, moving silently in the dark near the trucks. My mind was screaming, telling me to run, but my legs wouldn't respond. The old lady started approaching me. Slowly, deliberately, as if she knew I couldn't move. She lifted her hands, and I could tell she was reaching for my arms, aiming toward my elbows. I didn't know why, but I felt that if she touched me, something terrible would happen. I was still frozen, trapped in fear, when suddenly a dog came out from under the tire of the truck beside us. It appeared so fast that it startled me, and it barked at her fiercely, the kind of bark that sounds like pure warning and aggression. That barking broke the spell on my body. The moment I heard it, my legs finally moved. I didn't think anymore. I ran. I ran as fast as I could toward home, not daring to look back, not daring to slow down. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. Tears were already forming in my eyes, but I couldn't stop to wipe them. I just ran. When I reached the second block where the bystanders were, people noticed something was wrong. They shouted at me, asking why I looked so pale and why I was running like that. I couldn't even answer properly. I just looked at them with teary eyes and kept moving, desperate to reach our gate. When I finally got to our house, I didn't even remember to press the doorbell. I banged on the gate as loudly as I could, knocking fast and hard, as if the sound itself could protect me. My father opened the gate and stared at me, puzzled. He asked what happened and why I was knocking like that. My voice was shaking as I told him everything. I told him about the parked trucks, the mango tree, the old lady, the floating, the glowing eyes, the way she approached me, and the dog that saved me. I expected him to believe me because I was clearly terrified and because I was not the type of child who would lie about something like that. But my father dismissed it. He said I was hallucinating because I liked watching horror movies. I protested immediately because I knew what I saw. It wasn't a movie. It wasn't my imagination. It was right there in front of me. But he didn't want to accept it. Maybe he didn't want to believe such things existed. Maybe he thought believing it would only make me more frightened. Or maybe he truly didn't think it was possible. Whatever his reason was, he didn't believe me. I handed him the penicillin and went straight to my room, still shaking, still feeling like my skin was crawling. I prayed hard that night, not a fancy prayer, just the kind a child makes when they are scared and want to feel safe, begging that the old lady would not come back, begging that she would not bother me again, begging that nothing like that would ever happen again. Even now, after all these years, that memory still gives me goosebumps. It's the kind of incident that stays vivid because it wasn't just fear, it was shock, the realization that the world might contain things we don't understand. And what makes it worse is that I was alone, and the one person I ran to for comfort didn't believe me. So the memory stayed trapped inside me, unchanged, replaying in my mind whenever I remember that road, those trucks, that mango tree, and the feeling of those orange-red eyes looking straight at me in the dark. We acquired the lot from the previous homeland lot owner back in 2003. The lot was around 400 square meters and it was surrounded by fruit trees, the kind of place that felt alive even before a house was built on it. Most of the trees were mango trees, alligator pear trees, Johor oak trees, and other large trees that gave the land shade and a certain peaceful feeling. But after we bought the property, something happened that still feels a bit bitter when I remember it, because the previous owner cut most of the trees even though we had already paid for them along with the lot. It was like buying something and then discovering someone removed parts of it before handing it over. In the end, only 2 trees were left standing, a guayabano tree and a huge star apple tree. People said those 2 were kept because they bore fruit every season, and that was probably why the previous owner decided not to cut them down. Even now, those 2 trees are the most noticeable things on the property, like quiet witnesses to everything that happened before and after we moved in. Our house was constructed around 2004. It was built as a wide bungalow-type home, spacious enough to feel comfortable but still simple and practical. The thing is, this house became our second house, not the main place where our family spent most of our day. Most of the time, our second house was quiet because we were only there during evenings to rest and during weekends. Our family business, a cake shop and cafeteria, was located in our first house about 5 blocks away, and that's where we spent most of our time. During the day, the second house would be left alone, empty, with no one inside. Because of this routine, the house developed a strange kind of silence, the kind that happens in places that are lived in but not constantly occupied, as if the walls have long hours to simply sit with whatever the place holds. The second house had sliding clear glass windows. From the outside, you could easily see inside the living room and kitchen area, especially because my mom disliked putting curtains there. She loved sunlight. She liked the brightness, the warmth, the way the house looked cheerful when the sun poured in. So from a neighbor's point of view, it was obvious whether someone was home or not. When the house was empty during daytime, people could tell immediately because nothing moved and the space looked still. Because our neighbors were aware that no one was usually inside the house during the day, it became even stranger when some of them started telling us they had seen someone inside. Some would say they saw a person walking in the living area or standing near the kitchen. Others claimed they heard a radio playing or noticed lights turn on. That was always the weirdest part, because we were very careful. Whenever we left the house for the day, we would switch off the main electric switch as a precaution, since no one would be using electricity anyway, and we didn't want to risk anything. So whenever someone told us they saw lights on or heard a radio, it didn't match what we knew we had done before leaving. Most of the time my mom or dad would just laugh or shrug their shoulders when neighbors shared those stories. Sometimes they would even send us home, me and my brothers, to check the house just in case something really happened, like a break-in or someone entering. But every time we reached home, nothing seemed unusual. The doors were locked, the rooms looked untouched, and the electricity was still off. There were no signs of anyone being inside. It always ended the same way. The story stayed a story, and the house remained quiet again as if nothing had ever happened. We also had a neighbor who had strong paranormal senses. He was the kind of person people in the neighborhood quietly listened to because he seemed genuinely sensitive to things others couldn't notice. He told us that we were living with earthbound spirits, but he also said they didn't feel dangerous. According to him, they were simply there, existing in the same space, not exactly attacking anyone, not actively harming, just present. There was also a specific occasion that made things feel more real, even for people who normally brush these stories off. One day, my mom instructed my cousin to clean the second house. My cousin was alone there, and because she didn't like the silence, she decided to turn on the radio loudly while she cleaned. It's a normal thing, really, because when you're alone in a big quiet house, music makes you feel less nervous. She started sweeping in the kitchen area when the radio suddenly turned off by itself. She immediately checked if there was a power interruption or if the fuse had blown. But everything was fine. No fuse was busted, no outage, nothing that could explain it. So she turned the radio back on and continued cleaning, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling creeping up her spine. Then when she reached the living area where the radio was located, something even stranger happened. While she was cleaning, she noticed the volume was decreasing on its own. She didn't just feel it getting quieter. She actually saw it. The digital numbers on the volume monitor were going down, as if someone was turning the knob little by little. It was such a clear and deliberate motion that it couldn't be explained as a simple glitch in her mind. That was the moment she got truly frightened. She ran out of the house and straight to our store, breathless, and told my mom what happened. My mom, instead of panicking, just made a practical decision. She instructed my younger brother to accompany my cousin the next time she had to clean the house, because even if my mom didn't want to fully accept something paranormal, she also didn't want anyone alone in that house if it made them feel unsafe. We had other moments too, moments that were not as dramatic but still strange enough to make you pause. One time, my dad and I were watching gags, just for laughs, and we were laughing and being noisy. Suddenly, the two doors in the lavatory and comfort room area slammed shut. The sound was loud, sharp, the kind that makes you jump. My dad and I looked at each other with wide eyes. For a second, neither of us spoke. It was one of those moments where you silently ask the same question: did you just see what I saw? There are also times when the wind chime in the living area chimes even when there is no breeze at all, and times when we hear someone knocking on the back door even though no one is there when we check. Our dog also behaves strangely sometimes. There are nights or early mornings when the dog barks in front of the star apple tree, barking at it the way dogs bark when they see something they don't trust. Sometimes it's just a few barks. Sometimes it's intense, like the dog is warning something to stay away. Because of this, some of my other cousins have joked about trying to communicate, like playing the spirit of the glass or using a Ouija board. But even though some of them feel tempted out of curiosity, they always hesitate because they know it's serious. It's not just a game you can do for fun and then forget. Even if you don't fully believe, there's still a fear of inviting something you don't understand and cannot control. So we never did it. We always ended up deciding the same thing: leave everything to God. The house has been blessed a second time already, and yet the strange little events still happen sometimes, as if whatever is there is not bothered by blessings, or maybe, in a strange way, whatever is there is not evil at all. We started thinking that perhaps these unseen presences are simply happy, living with us, or at least comfortable enough to stay. Our family even noticed a pattern. Most of the mysteries seem to happen only when we are noisy, like when we laugh too loud, play music too loud, or bring too much energy into the quietness of the place. It's almost as if they don't want disturbance, as if the house is meant to stay calm, and when we disrupt that calm, they remind us that we are not alone. Still, even with everything that has happened, I don't consider our second house haunted in the way people imagine haunted houses, like something evil waiting to harm the living. We thank God because no one in our family has been hurt, no one has gotten sick because of the house, and nothing truly dangerous has happened. What we have, more than anything, is a home that seems shared with invisible housemates. And because they have never harmed us, we choose to live with respect. We don't provoke. We don't challenge. We don't try to force communication. We simply live our lives, grateful for safety, grateful for peace, and careful to respect whatever else may be sharing the same space with us. It happened when I was around 8 or 9 years old in our home, and even now, with so many years already behind me, it is still one of those memories that sits in my mind like a sharp little stone, because the fear I felt that night was so pure and so childlike that it never completely disappeared. I am 32 now, and I can admit it openly. When I was a child, I was chicken-hearted. I was the type of kid who needed company for everything. If I had to go upstairs, I would beg my older sister or someone else to come with me. If I had to pass a dark hallway, I would hesitate until somebody walked with me. I didn't like being alone, not even for simple things, because my imagination was always strong and my fear was always stronger, and my sister knew that about me, so she would often accompany me just to keep me calm. Back then, my older sister and I shared a room, and we even shared a bed. The room felt normal and familiar in the daytime, but at night it was a different world to me. The shadows looked bigger. The corners looked deeper. And one detail that mattered in this story was the chamber pot. My mom always placed the chamber pot inside our bedroom because we didn't have a bathroom attached to the room, and she didn't want us running outside late at night just to pee. The chamber pot was usually placed close to our bed, within reach, so we could use it easily. For most kids that would be convenient, but for me, it was also something that made nights feel more real, because the sound of it being opened or closed was loud on the wooden floor, and it always reminded me that I was awake in the dark. I don't remember the exact time of the incident. It could have been late night or early dawn. It's been so long that I can't confidently say whether it was midnight or around 4 in the morning. All I know is that I woke up suddenly because I heard the chamber pot cover being placed on the wooden floor. It's a very specific sound. Wood against wood, a hollow, unmistakable clack. The moment I heard it, I immediately sat up in bed, half awake but alert, because I also needed to pee. And because I never peed alone, I automatically assumed my sister was awake and using the chamber pot first, like she usually did, and I was about to follow right after while she was still awake so I wouldn't have to face the dark alone. I turned my head toward the chamber pot, expecting to see her there. But when I looked, no one was sitting there. Nobody was standing there. The pot was there, but the space beside it was empty. That instantly made my stomach drop. I glanced at my sister, and she was still asleep, breathing deeply, completely unaware. That moment was like my brain split into two parts. One part tried to explain it, tried to tell me maybe I imagined the sound, maybe it was the pot shifting, maybe it was something outside. But the other part of me, the scared child part, screamed that something was wrong. I felt my whole body tense, and without thinking too much, I lay back down and closed my eyes tightly as if closing my eyes could protect me. The worst part was that my blanket wasn't even covering me properly. It was down at the end of the bed, and I was too afraid to reach for it. I didn't want to move at all because I felt like if I moved, whatever was there would notice me more, or come closer, or do something worse. So I stayed frozen, eyes shut, pretending to sleep even though my heart was beating so hard I felt it in my throat. Then I heard it. I heard pee dropping into the pot. Not just a vague sound, but that clear dripping sound that leaves no room for imagination. It wasn't one drop. It was the sound of someone actually peeing into it. My blood turned cold. I kept my eyes closed, but my mind was wide open, screaming. After the sound stopped, I heard the cover close again. Another hollow clack, deliberate, like a hand putting it down properly. And then I heard footsteps moving around our room. The footsteps didn't sound like my sister's light steps. They sounded like someone walking slowly, moving carefully, as if searching for something. It paced around the room. I could tell it wasn't just walking randomly because it moved from one area to another with pauses in between. It went toward our dresser, and I heard the sound of things on top of the dresser shifting, as if someone was touching them or moving them aside. There were small noises, the kind you hear when objects scrape slightly. when something is picked up and put back down. I kept praying in my head that my sister would wake up, because in my child mind, her being awake would mean I wasn't alone. It would mean I had someone to confirm what was happening, someone to protect me, someone to hold my hand or even just talk to me so I wouldn't feel so helpless. But she didn't wake up. She stayed in deep sleep, completely unaware of everything happening just a few steps away. After the dresser, the sounds moved again. This time it went toward our toys. We had toys scattered around the room like most kids do. I had a baby grand piano toy in that room, and suddenly I heard 2 or 3 keys being pressed. The sound was soft but clear, like someone gently testing the keys. Then I heard the button of my sister's telephone toy being pressed, and it made that short ringing sound. Hearing toys being played with in the dark, when nobody was supposed to be awake, made the fear feel even worse, because it felt almost playful, like whatever it was wasn't just passing through, it was choosing to interact with our things, like it wanted to show that it could. I lay there, still frozen, still pretending to sleep, but inside I felt like I was shaking. I also had this terrifying thought that maybe the thing knew I was awake the whole time. Maybe it could sense it. Maybe it was doing all those things on purpose because it knew I was listening. That thought made my stomach tighten, and I felt tears in my eyes, but I didn't dare move to wipe them. Then, suddenly, it threw something toward my direction. I heard it hit the wall right beside my face, a sharp little sound, not too loud but close enough that it felt like it landed just inches away. That moment was the most terrifying part because it was no longer just noises in the room. It felt like it was directly involving me, like it was trying to frighten me on purpose, like it was testing how I would react. But I still didn't move. I couldn't. I just lay there, stiff, eyes shut, waiting, thinking maybe the next thing it would throw would hit me. After that, everything went quiet. And then, as suddenly as it began, it left. I don't remember hearing a door open or close, but I remember the feeling that the presence was gone, like the air became lighter again. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, not because I felt safe, but because a child's body can only hold that much fear before exhaustion takes over. In the morning, when I woke up, daylight made the room look ordinary again, like nothing could ever happen there. But I remembered everything. It didn't feel like a dream. It felt like something that truly happened, something I lived through. I told my mom right away. I described the sounds, the chamber pot, the footsteps, the toys, and the thing throwing something at me. Of course, my mom didn't believe me. She told me it was just a dream, probably because she didn't want to encourage my fear. Or maybe because believing a child's paranormal story was too disturbing for her to accept. But I insisted on one detail. I told her something was thrown at me. That part felt too real to dismiss. So we went to check the area near the wall beside my bed, and we looked around the room. And there it was. A nail cutter from the dresser on the floor, in the spot where I remembered hearing the impact. Seeing it there made my skin prickle again because it meant at least that part wasn't imaginary. The nail cutter wasn't supposed to be near the bed. It belonged on the dresser. Yet there it was, out of place, as if it really had been picked up and tossed. Still, my mom insisted it was a dream. Maybe she truly believed that. Or maybe she wanted to believe it, because as a mother, sometimes it's easier to call something a dream than to admit your child might have experienced something unexplainable in your own home. Looking back now, I can understand why she reacted that way. But even with her denial, the memory never left me. Because I know what I heard. I know what I felt. And I know that nail cutter on the floor was real. And even after all these years, when I remember the sound of that chamber pot cover on the wooden floor, I can still feel that same childhood fear rise in my chest, like my body remembers it even if my mind tries to explain it away. I went to college in Cebu City, and during that time I lived with my uncle in a place that was both an office and an apartment. It was a 2-story building. The first floor was used as his office, and the second floor was where we lived. It wasn't a fancy place, but it was practical, and since I was still a student, it was good enough for me. My uncle was kind enough to let me stay there while I was studying, and to make things easier for me, he also allowed his secretary's sister to stay with us. She was studying at the same school I was attending, so we became roommates. At that time, I was around 20 years old, already independent in many ways, but still young enough to get scared easily when something strange happened. Our room was right beside my uncle's office. In fact, it used to be my uncle's bedroom before he decided to move upstairs, so there was no solid door separating our room from the office area. Instead, there was just a thick curtain hanging between the two spaces. Because of that setup, we could hear almost everything that happened downstairs. Every sound echoed through the place: footsteps, doors opening and closing, even the sound of the refrigerator door being opened. Our bed was a double-deck bed. I slept on the lower bunk, while my roommates slept on the upper one. We were already used to the sounds of the place, especially my uncle's habits whenever he came home late. That particular night, it was around 11 in the evening. My roommate and I were still awake, chatting about school, life, and random things that college students usually talk about. We weren't sleepy yet, and the night felt ordinary. My uncle had gone out earlier with his friends, which was normal for him. He often went out at night, and usually came home between 2 and 3 in the morning. We both knew his routine so well that we could almost tell what time it was just by listening to the sounds he made when he arrived. While we were talking, we suddenly heard the main door downstairs open and then close. The sound was clear and familiar. Without even thinking twice, we assumed it was my uncle coming home earlier than usual. We continued chatting, not bothered at all. Moments later, we heard footsteps going up the stairs, just like how my uncle usually went upstairs to use the bathroom when he arrived home. Then we heard footsteps going back down again. After that, we heard the refrigerator open. The refrigerator was located near the entrance of the office downstairs, and my uncle always checked the fridge when he got home, either to get water or something to eat. Everything sounded exactly like his usual routine. Because of that, nothing felt strange at first. It all felt normal and familiar, like just another night in that apartment. After a while, my roommate told me she needed to use the bathroom. The bathroom was upstairs, so she climbed down from the bed and walked out. I stayed where I was, lying on the lower bunk, waiting for her to come back. I remember feeling relaxed at that moment, not expecting anything unusual. But only a few minutes passed when my roommate suddenly appeared again at the doorway. Her face was completely pale, like all the color had drained from it. She looked terrified. Her eyes were wide, and she was breathing fast. In a shaky voice, she told me that there was nobody downstairs. No one. She said she checked and there was no sign of my uncle or anyone else in the office. The lights were off, and the place was empty. Hearing that made my heart drop instantly. Before I could even fully process what she said, she climbed back up to her bed in a hurry. I also quickly pulled myself up and covered myself with my blanket. We didn't say another word. We were both too scared to talk. We just lay there, frozen, listening to every sound, our minds racing with fear. It sounds funny now when I think about it, two grown college girls hiding under a blanket like little kids, but at that moment, it was terrifying. We felt like if we spoke or moved too much, something bad might happen. We stayed like that for what felt like forever, just waiting, listening, and hoping nothing would come through that curtain. Eventually, sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning, we heard the main door open again. This time, the sounds felt different, heavier, more real. We heard my uncle's familiar footsteps, his voice, and the usual noises he made when he came home. This time, we were sure it was really him. When things finally felt normal again, we gathered enough courage to tell him what happened. We explained how we heard someone come in earlier, go upstairs, go down, open the refrigerator, and yet there was nobody there. Instead of being scared, my uncle just laughed. He told us that he experienced things like that too every once in a while. He said it casually, as if it was no big deal, which somehow made it both comforting and unsettling at the same time. That wasn't the only strange thing I experienced in that apartment. I had countless episodes of sleep paralysis while staying there. Before that, I didn't even know what sleep paralysis was. All I knew was that there were nights when I would wake up and find myself unable to move my body. I couldn't speak. I couldn't scream. I could only open my eyes and look around. It felt like I was awake, but my body refused to obey me. Every time it happened, it felt incredibly real, not like a dream at all. One particular incident still stands out in my memory. It happened in the same apartment. I was lying in bed, asleep, when I suddenly woke up and realized I couldn't move. My chest felt heavy, like something was pressing down on it. I tried to move my arms, my legs, even my head, but nothing responded. Then I saw it. Sitting on my chest was a small black figure. It looked like a little dwarf, almost human-like but not quite. It wasn't transparent like a shadow, but it wasn't fully solid either. It just sat there, staring at me. It didn't move. It didn't make any sound. It just stared. The fear I felt in that moment was overwhelming. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but my mouth wouldn't open. I wanted to push it away, but my arms felt useless. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I remember focusing on its eyes, even though they didn't look like normal eyes. They felt empty, yet aware, as if it knew I was terrified and helpless. Then, suddenly, I heard a clicking sound somewhere in the room. I'm not sure what it was. It could have been a switch, a door, or something else entirely. But the moment I heard that sound, everything changed. I was able to move again. I gasped for air, sat up slightly, and the little black figure was gone. It vanished as if it had never been there. The room looked normal again. The fear slowly faded, but the memory stayed. Even now, I'm not entirely sure what to make of those experiences. Some people say sleep paralysis is just the brain waking up before the body does, creating hallucinations that feel real. Others believe it's something more, something connected to things we don't fully understand. All I know is that every time it happened, it felt real. Too real to simply brush off as a dream. The sounds, the pressure, the fear, they all felt genuine. Looking back, I can say that living in that apartment changed how I viewed things. It made me realize that there are moments in life that don't always have clear explanations. Whether those experiences were purely psychological or something beyond that, I can't say for sure. But what I do know is how they made me feel at the time, scared, confused, and very aware of how little control we sometimes have, even in places we think are safe and familiar. Those memories are still with me, vivid and unsettling, reminding me that some experiences leave a mark that time alone cannot erase. My boyfriend's condo was in Pasay City here in the Philippines. He lived there for almost 2 years, and for most of that time, he never really talked about anything paranormal or haunted. He only started saying the place felt unusual after a series of events happened, and according to him, those events became more active when I was around. I understand why he felt that way, and I also understand why he eventually decided to leave. Even now, I still can't fully explain what happened there, but I remember each incident clearly because the experiences didn't feel like simple imagination. They felt physical, like something was sharing the space with us and didn't care whether we understood it or not. I won't disclose the name of the condo, and I hope that's understood. The building was near an area where some of the poorest people in the city lived. I mention that not to judge anyone, but because the area felt heavy and crowded in a way that can affect how a place feels, like the air carries many stories and struggles. Even before anything happened, the first time I stepped inside his unit, I already felt a different energy. It wasn't like a clear warning voice or anything dramatic. It was more like an instant sensation in my chest, like the room wasn't empty even when it looked empty, like something was watching quietly from a corner you couldn't point to. I didn't say anything at first because I didn't want to sound dramatic or scare him, and I wanted to respect that it was his home. His unit was on the 4th floor. It was a studio type, a bachelor's pad setup where everything was in one open space. When you entered, the bathroom was immediately on the right side and the walk-in closet was on the left. Then you stepped down one level and the kitchen and dining area were on the right side, while the living room and sleeping area were on the other side. The bed was near the window and against the wall, and the TV and PlayStation were set up nearby, so when someone played games, they could either sit on the floor or sit on the bed. The first incident I personally experienced happened on a day when I visited and my boyfriend stepped outside for a while to order food. I stayed in the unit and played on his PlayStation. The TV and console were positioned on the right side of the bed, and instead of sitting on the floor, I sat on the bed because it was more comfortable. At first, everything felt normal. I was focused on the game, the kind of focus where you forget about time and your surroundings because your attention is locked on the screen. Then, suddenly, the bed shook. It wasn't a small movement like shifting your weight. It felt like a clear jolt. Instinctively, I looked to my right side, and what I saw made my heart tighten. The mattress was pushed down as if someone had sat beside me. The dip in the bed was obvious, the way it looks when a person's weight presses the foam and springs down, leaving that rounded indentation. My first reaction wasn't screaming. It was this weird, automatic instinct to treat it like a presence rather than a random thing. Without even thinking deeply, I said, "Hi." I remember saying something like I was new in the place and I was just enjoying playing the PlayStation, like I was politely introducing myself the way you would if you were a guest and you felt you were intruding. Then, just as suddenly as it happened, the bed shifted again. When I looked to my side, the mattress was no longer pressed down as if someone was sitting there. But what remained was even stranger. The blanket still had that shape, like the cover had been creased and compressed the way it would be if a person's body had been on it for a moment. In that instant, in my mind, an image flashed of a woman wearing an old-fashioned nightgown, the kind you imagine from older times, not modern sleepwear. It wasn't like I saw her standing clearly in front of me, but it was a strong impression, as if the picture formed in my head fully dressed and complete. When my boyfriend came back, I told him what happened and described the woman I sensed, including the nightgown. I expected him to brush it off, but his reaction was different. He looked shocked, not amused. Then he told me something that made my skin prickle. He said that when he first moved in, he cleaned out the walk-in closet and found a portrait of a woman left behind, and the woman in the picture was wearing the same kind of dress I had just described. I asked him where the picture was because I wanted to see it, but he told me he wasn't sure anymore. He said it might have been thrown away or lost during cleanup, and he couldn't find it again. That made everything feel less like coincidence, and more like something connected to the unit itself. The second occurrence happened when I was using the bathroom. The bathroom door was slightly open, ajar. I was washing my face at the sink, and out of nowhere I had this sudden urge to look toward the right side where the door was. It wasn't just casual curiosity. It was that strong instinctive feeling, like you can sense eyes on you and your body reacts before your mind does. When I glanced toward the door, I saw the head of a man peeking in, as if he was looking inside to watch me. I reacted immediately. I called my boyfriend's name and asked him if he was peeping in the bathroom. He answered right away and said no, he was on the bed the whole time watching TV. The way he answered was calm but firm, and I knew he wasn't joking. That left me standing there with soap and water dripping from my hands, trying to convince myself my eyes had played a trick. But it didn't feel like a trick. It felt like a clear moment of being watched. The third occurrence was even worse because it happened when I was most vulnerable. I was taking a shower. The bathroom door opened, and I automatically assumed it was my boyfriend who wanted to use the toilet or grab something. I waited for movement, for footsteps, for the sound of him shifting around, but nothing happened. The silence felt thick. I felt uneasy and pulled the shower curtain aside just enough to peek out. That was when I saw it. A black figure of a man standing there, staring at me. It wasn't detailed like a normal person. It was more like a solid shadow with shape, darker than the darkness around it, and it felt heavy. The moment I turned off the shower, it vanished. Not like someone walking away, but like it dissolved or simply disappeared. I immediately called for my boyfriend again, my voice shaking, and told him what I saw. He looked confused and uneasy, and he asked me why the spirits were more active when I was around. I honestly didn't know. I still don't. All I know is that the encounters were clearer and more frequent when I was there, like something noticed me and decided I could see it, or like my presence triggered whatever energy was already there. The fourth incident was the one that made it feel physical rather than just visual. I was taking another shower, and suddenly I felt a hand scratch me on my left wrist. It wasn't a gentle touch. It was sharp and quick, like fingernails dragged across my skin. The spot immediately felt hot, burning, the way skin feels after it's been scratched hard. When I finished showering, I checked my wrist, and there were 2 scratches. They were close to each other, about 1/8 of an inch apart, and about an inch long. They looked fresh. There was no reasonable way for me to have scratched myself like that in the shower because my nails weren't long enough, and I wasn't wearing anything that could cause parallel marks like that. It felt like someone had deliberately left those scratches. The fifth incident happened when I was sleeping. I woke up and felt that same burning sensation again, this time on my arm. When I looked, there were 2 scratches on my arm as well. Seeing marks appear on my body like that made me feel angry and afraid at the same time, because it crossed a line. It was no longer just a creepy presence. It was something that could touch me. After those bigger events, I started noticing patterns. Most of the time, the black figure of the man was the one I saw the most. Sometimes he would be standing in front of the refrigerator, just there, like he belonged in that spot. Other times he would be beside the TV, as if watching what we were watching or just lingering in that area where attention gathered. The woman, on the other hand, always felt connected to the walk-in closet. I would often sense her presence near the closet door, like she stayed there. I couldn't explain why. I didn't know what they wanted, and I didn't know who scratched me. I didn't know if it was the black figure, the woman, or something else entirely that I never even properly saw. We never bothered to check the history of the place, not because we didn't care, but because everything was happening fast and my boyfriend's main concern became peace and safety. After a few months, he decided to move closer to our house. He didn't want to stay in that unit anymore. He didn't want to keep wondering if something would escalate. He didn't want to risk more scratches or more frightening encounters. So he left, and with that decision, that chapter of our lives closed, but the memory stayed. Even now, when I think about it, what unsettles me most isn't just one incident, but the combination of them, like a pattern of being noticed. The bed pressing down, the image of the woman in an old nightgown, the man's head peeking in, the black figure in the bathroom, the scratches that appeared on my skin. Each one alone could maybe be explained away if you tried hard enough. But together, they felt like a story unfolding in a place that didn't want to be ignored. And if there's one thing I'm grateful for, it's that my boyfriend chose to leave before anything worse happened, because whatever was in that condo didn't feel friendly, and it didn't feel like something we should have tried to challenge or understand by force. My brother got married last December, and after the wedding, he and his wife stayed for a while in our family home, the same house where I grew up. That house has always had stories attached to it. For us siblings, the strange events were something we had already experienced in different forms while growing up, but we never made a big deal out of them. We learned to live with them quietly. When my brother and his new wife moved in, he made a decision not to tell her anything about the house. He didn't want to scare her, especially since she was new to the family and adjusting to married life. He thought it would be better if she formed her own impression of the place without fear planted in her mind. During their stay there, she didn't mention anything unusual at first. If she noticed odd things, she probably brushed them off. It wasn't until recently, when they came to Manila for a visit and for their late honeymoon, that she finally shared what happened to her in that house. We were all talking casually when she brought it up, and the way she described it made the air feel heavy again, like the house had followed them even into conversation. She told us that one night, she and my brother had an argument. It wasn't anything extreme, just a typical married couple disagreement, but she was upset enough to sleep in one of the rooms upstairs alone. My brother stayed downstairs in his own room. The house has an upstairs area with extra bedrooms, and she chose to sleep there for some space and quiet. At around 5 in the morning, she woke up. She said the sound was what pulled her out of sleep. She heard someone opening the bedroom door. The sound was clear and familiar, the soft creak of the hinges and the slight shift of air when the door moves. Still half asleep, she assumed it was my brother coming upstairs to check on her. She then heard the fan being turned off. After that, she heard footsteps leaving the room, and the door closing again behind whoever it was. Everything sounded normal, like a person moving with purpose. She thought my brother had done it to wake her up, since he knew she had an early appointment that day. But even then, she said she felt slightly confused. Why would he turn off the fan instead of simply waking her up and speaking to her? Still, she didn't think too much about it at that moment. She got up, prepared herself, and went downstairs. When she reached the kitchen, she saw my mom already there preparing breakfast. My parents are early risers. They usually wake up around 4 in the morning, so my sister-in-law naturally assumed maybe my mom had gone upstairs for something. She asked her casually if she had turned off the fan in the upstairs room. My mom looked surprised and said no, she hadn't left the kitchen at all. That's when she asked my brother. At first, he told her it was him. He didn't hesitate. He simply said that he had gone upstairs and turned off the fan. But later, he admitted to our mom that he had lied. He knew immediately that it wasn't him. And deep down, he knew what it probably was. He just didn't want to frighten his new wife, especially so early in their marriage. During our conversation here in Manila, my brother finally told his wife the truth. He admitted that strange things had happened in that house for years. When she heard that, she was visibly shaken. She then started sharing things she had never mentioned before. She said that whenever she was alone in the house, she felt like she wasn't really alone. She often had the strong sensation of someone watching her. Not in a dramatic way, not seeing full figures or hearing voices, but that steady, quiet feeling that someone else was present in the same space. At that time, the only people living in the house were my dad, my mom, my brother, and her. There were no other tenants, no helpers staying overnight, no one else who could explain those sensations. Hearing her say that made me remember my own childhood experiences in that same house. We had grown up sensing that something else lived there with us, something that wasn't always visible but was there. My brother then shared another story from before he got married. It happened one night during a blackout. The electricity had gone out, which was not unusual in our area. He had lit a candle and placed it on top of his dresser. After some time, he fell asleep without blowing it out. He was in a deep sleep when he suddenly felt someone shaking him, firmly enough to wake him up. He said it felt like a hand on his shoulder shaking him with urgency. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the dresser was already on fire. The candle had tipped or the flame had spread, and the wood had caught fire. He panicked but managed to put it out quickly before it spread further. Even now, when he talks about it, he swears he felt someone physically touching him to wake him up. If he had not woken up at that exact moment, the fire could have grown and burned the entire room. Maybe even the whole house. When my sister and I talked on the phone just 30 minutes ago, we discussed all of this. She said maybe the spirits or entities in our house are not harmful. Maybe they are even protective in some strange way. After all, if something really woke my brother to save him from a fire, that doesn't sound evil. But even with that thought, I still feel uneasy. There is something unsettling about not being alone in your own home, even if whatever is there has never directly hurt anyone. The idea that something can open doors, turn off fans, shake someone awake, or simply stand quietly watching is not something I can fully accept as normal. Protective or not, I don't think I could ever be ready to see or hear them clearly again. In 2 weeks, we will go home to visit my parents for a week. I will bring my children with me. That thought alone makes me nervous. It's one thing for adults to deal with unexplained events. It's another thing when children are involved. Children are more sensitive, more open, and sometimes more likely to see things we try to ignore. I don't want anything playing with my kids. I don't want them to wake up at 5 in the morning because a door opened on its own. I don't want them to feel watched or touched by something they cannot understand. Part of me tries to stay calm and logical. The house has stood for years. We grew up there. We survived. No one was harmed in a serious way. Maybe whatever is there truly coexists quietly with our family. But another part of me still carries the fear from childhood, the feeling of lying in bed at night, listening carefully, hoping nothing moves. I don't know what lives in that house, or why it chooses certain moments to make itself known. I only know that it has been there long before my sister-in-law arrived, and it will likely still be there when we visit again. I just hope that during our stay, it remains quiet, unseen, and uninterested in us, especially in my children. Because even if some say they are good spirits, I would rather not have to test that belief again. In January 2007, we rented a 2-story house about a mile away from our old home in Badison Hills, Quezon City. At first, it felt like a normal move, not exciting, not scary, just one of those changes families go through. The house wasn't huge, but it was comfortable enough, and it had 3 rooms upstairs. My parents took the first room, my 2 brothers took the last room, and my sister and I shared the middle room. Everything seemed fine in the beginning. During the day, the house looked ordinary. The rooms had that plain, newly occupied feeling, the kind where you're still adjusting to where the light switches are and how the stairs creak. Nothing about it screamed haunted. It was just a house. But after some time, the mood changed. It wasn't sudden like a loud bang or a dramatic event. It was slow. The kind of change you only notice when you look back and realize the feeling had been building. One night, my sister told me she didn't want to sleep in our room. She said she felt uncomfortable, uneasy, the kind of discomfort that doesn't have a clear reason. She told me she would sleep downstairs in the living room instead. At the time, I didn't take her fear as seriously as I should have. Part of me thought she was being dramatic or just restless, and another part of me, honestly, felt excited. Because if she slept downstairs, that meant I would have the bed all to myself. I remember feeling strangely happy about it, like a small victory, because sharing a bed with a sibling means you always have to adjust, always have to stay in your space, always have to deal with someone else's movements. That night, when she left the room, I decided to enjoy having the bed alone. I locked the bedroom door, turned off the lights, and left the window open because the air felt nice and cool. There was a breeze that came in through the window, and it made the room feel less stuffy. I lay right in the middle of the bed so I could roll around freely. I remember thinking how comfortable it felt, like I could finally sleep peacefully without anyone beside me. I don't know how long I slept, but at around 2 in the morning, I suddenly woke up. It wasn't the normal kind of waking up where you slowly open your eyes and stretch. It was sharp and sudden, like my body snapped awake because it sensed something wrong. At first, I couldn't identify why I woke up. My eyes were open, staring up at the ceiling, and I was listening to a sound I couldn't understand. It was faint at first, low enough that I thought maybe it was coming from outside, maybe from the wind or from the neighborhood. I stayed still for about a minute, trying to figure out what it was. And then it hit me. The sound wasn't wind. It wasn't an animal. It sounded like a person struggling to breathe, like someone dying, choking, gasping, unable to catch air. The realization made my stomach turn. I sat up on the bed, my heart instantly pounding. At first, the sound was still low, almost like it was far away, but then it began to grow louder. Not gradually like a normal noise drifting closer, but as if it was swelling in the room itself. And then it got close. So close that it felt impossible. Within moments, I could hear it right beside me, like it was only 2 inches away from my ear. That's the part one will never forget, that horrible intimacy of the sound, as if someone was breathing, dying, right next to my face. Every hair on my body stood up. My chest tightened. I felt like I couldn't breathe properly myself. Panic flooded me so fast that my thoughts broke into pieces. My only instinct was to get out. I jumped off the bed and ran to the door. I grabbed the knob and tried to open it, but it wouldn't move. The door wouldn't budge. It felt like it was locked from the outside, as if someone had trapped me inside. That made my fear explode. I started screaming at the top of my lungs. I was yelling for my parents, for anyone, begging for help, while the sound of that terrible breathing still echoed from the bed behind me. I reached for the light switch. I flicked it on and off, again and again. Nothing. The lights wouldn't turn on. That made everything worse because darkness always makes fear heavier. With no light and no escape, I felt like I was going to faint. My legs felt weak. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the doorknob. And still that breathing sound stayed in the room, heavy, urgent, close. At some point, maybe because I realized screaming wasn't enough, I forced myself to turn around. It took everything in me to do it. It felt like my neck was stiff, like my body didn't want to face whatever was behind me, but I turned anyway. I looked toward the bed, and that was when I saw him. A figure was sitting on the edge of the bed. I knew it was a man. I couldn't see full details, not in the dark, but I could see the outline clearly enough to recognize the shape, broad shoulders, the way the body sat, the weight of presence. The most terrifying part was the eyes. I could see his eyes, and they were all white. Not reflective like a person caught in dim light, but white in a way that didn't feel human. It was like the eyes were empty, yet staring. I felt my whole body go cold. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was shock, disbelief, the kind of terror that makes you wonder if you are dreaming, except it feels too real to be a dream. Then, suddenly, I heard my father knocking at the door. His voice was outside. The moment he knocked, the door finally opened, as if the lock that held it shut had released. I almost collapsed with relief. I rushed out, shaking, crying, barely able to explain. My father looked confused at first, then concerned when he saw my face. The room behind me still felt heavy, even after the door opened, like something was still there even if I couldn't see it anymore. After that night, I never wanted to sleep in that room alone again. Not even with the lights on. The idea of being trapped in there, hearing that breathing so close, seeing that outline on the bed, it stayed with me. Even during the day, the room felt wrong. And what made it even more disturbing was that it wasn't only a night thing. If you tried to sleep in that room alone during the day, you could experience sleep paralysis. It happened so often that it became almost like a known thing about that room, like the space itself did something to people. Whether it was fear, stress, or something beyond explanation, I don't know. But the pattern was real enough that it changed how we lived in that house. That night taught me that sometimes a room can look ordinary in daylight, and still hold something that makes your body recognize danger before your mind can understand it. And even now, remembering it, I can still feel that moment at 2 in the morning, wide awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to that sound grow louder until it was right beside my ear, and realizing I was not alone in that room. This happened about 2 years ago, during a time in my life when I was already carrying emotional confusion about my parents. I had recently learned that my mother and father had a failed relationship before I was even born. My mother became pregnant with me, and my father left her. Growing up, I didn't really know him. I only had stories and pieces of information, and most of those made him seem like a bad person in my mind. I felt angry, hurt, and abandoned even though I never truly knew him. That feeling stayed with me for a long time, and I think it shaped how I saw everything connected to him. Then came the year when Typhoon Andoi hit our area. It was one of the worst floods we had ever experienced. The rain felt endless, and the water rose so fast that it felt like we were drowning inside our own home. After the typhoon passed, the devastation it left behind was heartbreaking. Mud covered almost everything. Furniture was soaked. Personal belongings were damaged. The house smelled of wet wood and dirty floodwater. I remember standing there feeling overwhelmed and depressed, not just because of the destruction, but because it felt like life itself had been shaken and dirted. We started cleaning as soon as we could. There was no choice. We had to restore the house bit by bit. That day, I was in the bathroom cleaning. The mirror in the bathroom faced the door, so whenever someone entered, their reflection would appear immediately. I was wiping mud from the sink and tiles when I suddenly noticed something in the mirror. I saw the reflection of a man. At first, I didn't panic. I thought maybe someone had come inside the bathroom quietly. But the reflection looked older than anyone in our house. The man seemed aged, with a face that carried years on it. He stood there calmly, and I could clearly see him in the mirror. He didn't speak. He just nodded his head slightly, gesturing toward my mother's bedroom. Confused, I quickly turned around to see who was behind me. There was no one there. The bathroom was empty except for me. My heart started to beat faster, but I told myself maybe it was stress, maybe exhaustion from cleaning. I turned back to face the mirror again. This time, I saw him standing directly behind me. He wasn't close enough to touch me, but close enough that I felt a strange coldness at my back. The air around me felt heavier and colder than before. My body tensed, but I tried not to panic. I told myself to keep cleaning. Maybe if I ignored it, it would disappear. But he didn't. He stayed there patiently, watching my every move. Every time our eyes met through the mirror, he would make that same gesture, an impatient nod toward my mom's bedroom. It wasn't aggressive. It wasn't violent. It was persistent. Like he wanted me to understand something. I stood there for a few seconds, frozen between fear and curiosity. Finally, I decided to follow where he was directing me. I stepped out of the bathroom and walked toward my mother's bedroom. My hands felt cold, and my heart was pounding loudly in my ears. Inside my mom's bedroom, I noticed something unusual. One of her drawers, which had been tightly closed before the typhoon, had a piece of soggy, muddy paper sticking out of it. It was dangling awkwardly, like something had been forced out by water pressure. I walked closer and pulled the drawer open fully. What I thought was just a dirty piece of paper turned out to be a photograph. The photo showed my mom when she was much younger. She was smiling, hugging a man. My breath caught in my throat because the man in the picture looked exactly like the man I saw in the mirror. The only difference was that the man in the reflection looked older, worn by time, while the man in the photograph looked younger and alive. My hands started shaking. I ran back to the bathroom, holding the photograph tightly, wanting to see if the reflection was still there. I reached the bathroom just in time to see the image in the mirror fade slowly, like smoke disappearing into the air. The space behind me became empty again. And as I stood there staring at the mirror, I looked down at the photograph I was holding. It was turning mushy in my hands. The water damage seemed to worsen in seconds. The image began to fade, the faces blurring as the paper broke apart under my fingers. Within moments, the clear photo I had just seen was no longer recognizable. It became nothing more than wet, ruined paper. I stood there shaking, unsure whether what I experienced was real or just the result of stress and emotional exhaustion. But the details were too clear to ignore. The reflection, the nod, the drawer, the photograph, the fading image. Until now, I still don't know who that man was. Was it my father? Was it a memory trying to surface? Was it some kind of spirit connected to our home? Or was it something else entirely that only used my father's image to get my attention? Part of me wants to believe it was my father, trying to show me something, maybe trying to remind me that there was more to the story than what I had been told. Maybe he wanted me to see that he once loved my mother. Maybe he wanted to be remembered. But another part of me wonders if it was something unfriendly, something that sensed my emotional weakness and decided to appear in that form. I never told my mother about the reflection in detail. I only asked casually about old photos that were damaged in the flood. She said many things were ruined, and she didn't seem surprised. I never showed her the destroyed photo because by then, it was already unreadable. What unsettles me most is not just what I saw, but the timing. It happened during a moment when I was thinking negatively about my father, judging him harshly in my heart. And then suddenly, there was this reflection guiding me toward a forgotten memory of him and my mother together. I don't know if I will ever get a clear answer about that experience. I don't know if it was truly him or something else. I only know that it felt intentional, like it wasn't random. And sometimes, late at night, When I think about that nod toward my mom's room, I still feel that same coldness behind me, and I wonder if one day I will finally understand what that reflection was trying to tell me. I worked in call centers for 3 years, and if I'm being honest, I was guilty of what people like to call call center hopping, because I moved from one company to another whenever life pushed me in that direction, or whenever I needed a fresh start, or sometimes simply because I thought the next place might be better. And this story happened during my time in my third call center in Davos City, when I was working for a company called Callbox that was located in the Landco building, a building that already had a reputation even before I started working there, because many people in Davos seemed to know it as one of those places where ghost stories never really ran out, the kind of building where someone always has something to say, whether it's about strange elevator rides, weird shadows, cold corners in hallways, or the feeling that you are not alone even when the corridor is empty. And like many employees, I also heard the stories early on, but I tried to treat them the way a tired call center agent treats most things at 2 in the morning, meaning I nodded, half laughed, rolled my eyes, and focused on my shift, because work in a call center already takes so much out of you that you don't want extra fear on top of it, and also because when you spend your nights dealing with angry clients, strict metrics, and constant pressure, you start to develop this cynical shell where you tell yourself you only believe what you can prove, and yet, in that building, the stories had a way of getting under your skin even if you tried to ignore them, especially during breaks when you needed air, needed a cigarette, needed to laugh at something just to release the stress sitting in your chest. During breaks, my friends and coworkers and I had a habit of hanging out in the fire exit, because it was one of the few places where we could escape the bright lights and the constant noise of the production floor, and it was also where many people secretly went to smoke because it felt less controlled than the main areas. And even though smoking wasn't allowed in some places, people still did it there because it was tucked away. And in the middle of a long graveyard shift, even 5 minutes of quiet smoke and company can feel like the only real break you get. We would gather there, leaning against the walls, sitting on the steps, laughing at clients, retelling the strangest calls, making jokes about how someone shouted at us for something we could not control, and sometimes we would also talk about the building itself, because when you're in a place known for ghost stories, the stories become part of the background noise of your daily life, like gossip that never ends. One night, we were noisier than usual, and it's hard to explain why, but sometimes the mood just shifts like that. Maybe because we were all extra tired, maybe because someone told a funny story, maybe because we were trying to fight sleepiness, or maybe because the tension of the night made us want to fill the silence with laughter. And that night we took our usual spot at the base of a set of stairs facing the fire exit door. That fire exit door was halfway open at the time, not wide open, but open enough that you could see a slice of what was outside, and the door opened into a dimly lit corridor that ended in a dead end, a corridor that felt empty most of the time, and because it was around 2 in the morning, we did not expect anyone to be walking out there. And we weren't even paying attention to it at first because we were too busy talking and laughing. We were discussing a recent elevator scare that had happened to one of our coworkers, and it was the kind of story that makes people laugh and shiver at the same time, because even if you don't believe in ghosts, the idea of being trapped in an elevator at night is terrifying, and according to our coworker, he had stepped into the elevator and somehow ended up going up and down between the 2nd floor and the 17th floor. And every time the elevator reached the 17th floor, it would suddenly go into what felt like a free fall, dropping hard and fast, only to stop at the 2nd floor and then begin climbing again like nothing happened. And he said this cycle repeated again and again. And he was stuck inside for 45 minutes, 45 long minutes of fear and confusion, pressing buttons, trying to calm himself down, listening to the mechanical sounds around him, wondering if he was going to crash. And when he finally got out, he looked so pale that even the people who usually joked about everything took him seriously. And what made this story even stranger was that building engineers checked the elevator afterwards and claimed there was nothing wrong with the equipment, no recorded malfunction, no mechanical problem they could identify. And that made people even more uneasy because if there was nothing wrong, then what exactly happened to him? And why did the elevator behave like that only during his ride? We were talking about how he threatened to sue the building management, how he demanded answers, how the engineers kept repeating that their findings showed nothing was wrong, and as our discussion grew louder, with more people chiming in, more laughter, more disbelief, more exaggeration, I happened to be positioned right beside the half-open door. I wasn't doing anything special, just listening, laughing, holding my cigarette, maybe shaking my head at the elevator story. But because of where I sat, the open door was in my peripheral view, and that's why I noticed movement when nobody else did. It wasn't like I was staring into the corridor, waiting for something to happen. It was just one of those moments when your eyes catch motion automatically, the way you notice a cat darting by or a person passing behind you, and I turned my head slightly, just in time to see a man glide by in the dim corridor. At first, the word, glide, didn't even form in my mind, because my brain tried to label it as normal walking, but the movement didn't look like normal walking, it looked too smooth, too sliding, like his feet weren't fully stepping the way a person steps, and the second thing I noticed was that he was splattered with something that looked like paint. That was my first thought, paint, because the patches were dark and heavy, and in the low light it looked like maroon paint smeared across his body, like he had walked through a construction zone or spilled something on himself. I remember that in the first second, I almost felt irritation more than fear, like why is this guy walking here at 2 in the morning looking like that? Because the human mind often reaches for normal emotions before it reaches for supernatural ones. But then my stomach tightened because his presence did not make sense. Nobody was supposed to be in that corridor, and I couldn't hear footsteps, and the way he moved did not match the heavy, echoing sound you expect in a concrete hallway. Still, I leaned forward and watched, and it took me maybe half a minute to process what I had seen, because the mind can be slow when something doesn't fit reality. Then, driven by a mix of disbelief and curiosity, I stepped out of the door and into the corridor. I didn't call my friends, I didn't shout, I didn't even tell them what I was doing, because I didn't want them to laugh, and I didn't want to sound like I was imagining things, so I quietly moved into the hallway. And in that moment the air felt different, cooler and heavier. Like the corridor held a stale kind of silence. The lights were dim, not fully dark, but dim enough to make shadows thick along the walls. I looked down the corridor and saw the man again, and I was just in time, because he was reaching the part near the dead end where the wall closed it off. I watched him move toward it, expecting him to turn around, to stop, to step into a doorway, to do something that made sense, but instead he disappeared into the wall as if the solid concrete was nothing. There was no door, no opening, no hidden corner where he could have slipped behind something. One moment he was there, and the next moment he was gone, swallowed by the wall itself. My whole body reacted at once. My arms broke out in goosebumps, my mouth went dry, and my heart started beating so loudly it felt like it was echoing in that empty corridor. I stood there for a second, frozen, staring at the wall, waiting to see if he would step back out, waiting to see if my eyes had fooled me, waiting for any sign that what I saw was a normal person who simply moved out of sight. But there was nothing. The corridor was empty. The dead end was just a dead end. The wall was just a wall. I backed away slowly, not running but moving fast enough that I could feel fear pushing my legs, and when I stepped back through the fire exit door, I saw my friends still laughing and talking, still caught in their conversation, still unaware that something had just happened a few feet away from them. Nobody but me saw it, and that made it worse in a strange way, because when you experience something alone, you start doubting yourself while still being terrified, like your mind splits into two voices, one saying you saw it, the other saying you must have imagined it. I sat back down with them, forcing myself to look normal, forcing a laugh, forcing my voice to stay steady, because I didn't want to cause panic, and I didn't want to invite anyone to start daring each other to go look. And maybe deep inside I also didn't want to talk about it because talking about it would make it more real. So instead, I simply told my friends that it was getting late, and we should return to our stations. I said it casually, like I was just being responsible, and they agreed because break time always ends too soon anyway, and we started heading back up. We had been at the fire exit on the 8th floor, and our production floor was on the 9th. so it was just one floor up. The stairwell felt narrow and echoing as we climbed, and I remember glancing back at the door as if expecting it to swing open or something to step out, but it stayed still. My friends kept chatting, still laughing about the elevator story, still talking about the coworker's threat to sue, and I walked with them, but my mind was somewhere else. When we reached the 9th floor, I didn't even go straight to my station right away. Something in me needed answers, or at least needed to know if I was not the only one. On that floor there was a guard, a building guard who had been employed there for 12 years, and he was the kind of guard who always looked tired but alert, the kind who had seen many things and learned to keep his face neutral. I went directly to him, and I asked him quietly, "What happened here?" I didn't even explain what I meant, because I wanted to see his reaction, and the moment I said it, his eyes changed. He looked at me like he already understood. He leaned slightly closer and asked, "Did you see it too?" Hearing him say that made the hair on my arms rise again, because it confirmed that the building had its own secrets that were not just rumors between agents, that even the staff who worked there daily knew about something. I tried to act tough because sometimes fear makes you want to hide behind anger, so I told him to stop playing games and tell the truth. Instead of laughing, the guard reached under his shirt and pulled out a tiny pouch hanging from his neck, a small amulet-like pouch that looked worn from being held and touched often. He showed it to me and said he got it specifically to ward off the spirits who were trying to harm him at night during his rounds. The word "spirits" coming out of his mouth in such a serious, practical way, like he was talking about stray dogs or thieves, made my stomach twist. He didn't sound like someone telling a dramatic horror story for fun. He sounded like someone who had adapted to something frightening because he had no choice. Then he told me a story that made the hair on my arms stand even more. He said that when the building was being constructed years ago, a worker fell from his scaffold on the 10th floor and landed on the 8th. The way he described it was simple but horrifying, like he had heard it from old reports and old workers who never forgot, and he said the man didn't die immediately. The worker was injured badly, bleeding, confused, and in shock, and instead of dying where he fell, he crawled. According to the guard, the worker crawled up the fire exit looking for his colleagues, trying to find help, trying to reach the people who could save him, and he made it all the way up to the 9th floor before he died. The guard said the man died there, still trying to find the others, and because of that, people believed his spirit kept repeating that path, moving through the fire exit and corridors, still searching, still restless. As the guard spoke, my mind replayed what I had seen. The man gliding by. The splatters on him. The way I thought it was maroon paint. In that moment, the idea of paint felt foolish. I understood what the guard was implying without him having to say it directly. It wasn't paint. It was blood. That realization hit me like a wave of nausea, because once you label something as blood, the whole image becomes heavier, more tragic, and more terrifying. I thanked the guard in a strange, shaky way and walked toward my station with my thoughts spinning. I sat down, put on my headset, logged in like I always did, but my hands felt cold. I tried to speak normally when a call came in, tried to focus on the script, tried to sound professional, but my mind kept drifting to that corridor and that wall. At some point, without meaning to, I spluttered something under my breath about seeing a man. It wasn't loud, just a nervous slip, the kind of thing you say when you're trying to ground yourself. The girl seated a seat away from me heard me. She turned her head slightly, not even looking surprised, and said, "Oh, you saw him too?" The casualness of her tone was almost worse than fear because it suggested this was normal in that building, like seeing him was just another weird thing that happened during graveyard shift. I stared at her, and she continued, telling me that the dirty man sometimes walked by the pantry on the 10th floor when she was there by herself. She said it as if she was talking about a coworker passing by, except her eyes carried that same tightness people get when they pretend something doesn't bother them as much as it does. Hearing her confirm her own experience made me feel a strange mix of relief and dread. Relief, because I wasn't alone and I wasn't crazy. Dread, because it meant what I saw was real enough that others were seeing it too. And it meant the building held a story that repeated itself through different people's eyes, like a loop that could not be closed. After that night, I could never sit in the fire exit the same way again. Even if I laughed with my friends, even if I smoked and joked and tried to act normal, a part of me stayed alert to that half-open door, and every time I passed a dim corridor or walked near the stairwell, I felt a small tension in my shoulders, like my body remembered even when my mind tried to forget. I also started thinking about the coworkers' elevator experience differently. Before, it was just a scary story we told each other during breaks, but after what I saw and what the guard told me, I wondered if the building had a pattern, a way of trapping people in fear and confusion, not necessarily to harm them, but maybe simply because it carried leftover energy from tragedy, or maybe because certain places remember pain in a way we don't understand. I still tried to hold on to my skeptical side, because that was who I had always been, and because believing too deeply felt like opening a door I did not want to open, but at the same time, I could no longer fully deny what I experienced. The image of that man, smeared in what I once thought was maroon paint, gliding by in a dim corridor at 2 in the morning, and then disappearing into a solid wall, stayed in my mind like a stain. Sometimes I would remember his movement, and wonder if he even knew I saw him, if he noticed my eyes, if he was still searching, still repeating those last desperate moments of his life, crawling up the fire exit, trying to find people who were no longer there, dying on the 9th floor without the help he needed. That thought made the whole thing feel less like a horror story and more like something deeply sad, and yet, sadness does not erase fear. Fear stays because you still don't understand why you were the one who saw him in that moment, why it happened right when we were talking loudly about scary stories, and why the door had been half open as if inviting a glimpse into that corridor. I also couldn't forget the guard's tiny pouch, the way he held it like a shield, because it showed me how people who deal with such things for years learn their own ways of coping, whether through prayer, amulets, silence, or simply pretending not to care. And maybe that's what I did too, in my own way. I went back to work that night and finished my shift because call center life doesn't pause for fear. The calls keep coming, the metrics keep counting, the supervisors keep watching, and you learn to swallow your unease and keep your voice steady on the phone, but inside you carry the memory. Even now, when I think about that building, I don't just remember the long nights, the clients, the jokes in the fire exit, and the tired faces of my friends. I remember the corridor, the dead end, the half-open door, the moment movement caught my eye, and the truth behind what I thought was paint. And whenever someone tells me a ghost story with a laugh, I still feel that cynical part of myself wanting to dismiss it, but another part of me remembers that sometimes these things are not told because people want attention. Sometimes they are told because a person saw something once, something quiet and impossible, and it stayed with them, and they needed someone else to know that they were not alone in seeing it. I lost a friend roughly 2 years ago, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, and I know that sounds cold when I say I never bothered to keep track. But it wasn't because she didn't matter. It was because the days after I heard were a blur, and time stopped making sense in the way it normally does. She was the kind of person who filled up a room without trying. In high school she was vibrant, sharp, quick with comebacks, and loud in the best way, the way debate team people are when they've learned how to turn thoughts into words like they're tossing coins. Everyone called her brainy, and she was, but she wasn't only smart in the good grades way. She had that kind of intelligence where she could read a situation, understand people, and make teachers laugh without being disrespectful. She was pretty too, the kind of pretty people notice even when they're pretending not to, and there was something striking about her being half Filipino and half British, like her face carried two worlds at once. She had the gift of gab, a natural flow when she spoke, and she was witty in that effortless way that made the rest of us feel like we were always a second behind. Even teachers would say, half joking and half serious, that she'd be successful one day, that she'd end up somewhere important. Back then, when you're young, that kind of prediction feels like a compliment you smile at and then forget, because you assume everyone will be okay, everyone will grow up, everyone will simply continue. But life doesn't follow the neat story we imagine. After high school we lost touch, not because we had some big fight, not because we hated each other, but because our paths split in that ordinary way that feels harmless at the time. When you graduate, the social circles you used to swim in together suddenly become different oceans. She went to college at the University of the Philippines, and I stayed in the places and routines that were mine, and there were new friends, new responsibilities, new distractions, and the old connections started to thin out like a rope that isn't being held tightly anymore. I would hear about her sometimes through social networks, through common friends, through posts and updates that popped up like little windows into a life I used to know closely. I would see her smile in a photo, or read a few lines about her activities, and I would think, she's still her. And in my mind that meant she was fine. I never reached out properly, never started the conversation again, and after high school we never spoke, not even once. And it's strange how you can carry someone as a memory and still live as if that person is safely somewhere out there, existing without you. Then the news came, sudden and heavy, and I remember how the words sounded unreal when I first heard them. She killed herself. It was like someone had said a sentence that didn't belong in the world. I remember sitting with that information and feeling my mind try to push it away, as if refusing to accept it could undo it. Her body was back in Davao for viewing for the last time, and I went to the funeral home because I didn't know what else to do with the shock and the sadness. Walking into that place felt like walking into a different kind of air, thicker, quieter, full of grief that had nowhere to go. I was extremely saddened by the pictures of her when she was alive, because the photos were full of the old truth, her happiness, her brightness, her energy. She was smiling in those pictures, alive in that way that makes you think death is impossible, and I kept staring at them like if I stared long enough I could understand what happened, how a person could go from that kind of smile to deciding not to stay in the world anymore. I kept thinking, what happened? What did we not see? What did she carry alone? What did she hide behind that wit and charm that made teachers believe she had everything under control? At the wake I saw her mom sobbing so hard she could barely breathe, and I heard her asking for Valium, like she needed something, anything, to calm her body because grief was tearing it apart from the inside. Her dad was devastated too, but in a different way. He just sat in the corner, still and quiet, like a man whose world had been broken so completely that words had become useless. Watching them hurt in that raw way felt almost unbearable. I cried there, not just soft tears, but the kind of crying that makes your chest ache. I cried for the loss I felt and for what could have been, for the future that had been predicted for her, for the life she should have had, for the success everyone expected, for the stories she would never get to tell. And I cried even though we weren't that close anymore, and that confused me, because part of my brain was saying, "You don't have the right to feel this much." And another part was saying, "But you knew her, you remember her, she mattered in your life." And somewhere in between was a sharp guilt, because I kept thinking about how we had let time pull us apart without fighting it, how I never tried to talk to her again, how I treated her presence in the world like something guaranteed. After I left the wake, the sadness stayed with me in that lingering way, like a fog that follows you home. 2 nights after I went, something happened that I still can't explain in a clean, logical way, something that felt different from the normal random dreams people have. That night I fell asleep and dreamed of her, and from the moment I saw her, I had this strange sense of clarity, like the dream wasn't floating and blurry the way dreams usually are. It felt stable, like a memory you're living inside. I could clearly remember what it was about even while it was happening, and what struck me most was the landscape, because it wasn't like any place I had ever been in real life, but it also didn't feel invented. It felt like a location that already existed, as if I had stepped into a place that had its own rules. We were on top of what seemed like a rocky cliff, and the day around us was gray, not rainy exactly, but heavy and muted, like the sky was made of ash. There was a lone tree standing in the middle of that landscape, leafless and gray, its branches reaching out like thin arms. Everything looked quiet and still, like sound itself was being held back. When I saw her, I felt nervous, not because she looked scary at first, but because my mind kept reminding me of why she was gone. In the dream I spoke to her, and the way I spoke was so direct it surprised even me. I told her outright not to go scary on me, like not to show me bruises and blood, not to appear in a way that would make me panic. I don't know why I said that. Maybe because some part of me expected a dead person to look like death, expected horror because my mind was trying to match the news with an image. But she smiled at me, and the smile was soft, almost patient, like she understood my fear and didn't blame me for it. She said, with this calmness that felt strange in that gray place, that if she'd shown herself to me earlier, that is what I would have seen. She explained it in a way that felt simple but also deep. You only see what we feel inside. In other words, the way she appeared was not about making a show or choosing an outfit. It was about her inner state, her pain, her exhaustion, her emotions. If she had looked gory and dreadful, she said, it would have been because that was what she felt then. And when she said that, I felt a chill run through me, not because she was threatening, but because it made a strange kind of sense, like emotions could shape a person even after death. I remember looking at her more closely then, noticing that she did look pretty in the dream, not just physically, but in the way she seemed calmer, more settled, like the storm inside her had finally quieted down. I even said it out loud in the dream, almost like I was trying to reassure myself. Oh, but you look pretty now. She answered in a way that made my throat tighten. She said yes, she was okay now, but she was just so tired. The word tired sounded heavy, like it carried a long history behind it, like it wasn't only about sleep but about being worn out in the deepest part of the self. Then she said something that made me feel both sad and confused. They won't let me rest. I asked her who, and she said her family, but most especially her mom. She said her mom keeps crying all the time, that her mom won't let her go, and because of that she felt like she couldn't rest. She can't let me go, she said, and the sadness in her voice felt familiar, like the sadness of someone who has been pulled from both sides, love and exhaustion fighting over her. When she explained that, I felt torn because I understood her mother too. A mother losing a child in that way is a pain that doesn't have a proper shape, and grief can become desperate, can become clinging, can become a refusal to accept what happened. I could imagine her mom crying endlessly, calling her name, holding on to her memory with both hands, and I could see why my friend would feel pulled back by that, like she couldn't move forward. In the dream my friend asked me to tell her mom that she loves her and that she wants to rest. She asked me to tell her mom that she was okay. She said it clearly, like it mattered that the message was exact. And the moment she asked me, I felt fear rise up in me, not fear of her, but fear of what it would mean in real life. Because if I went to her family and said, "Your daughter came to me in a dream and told me this," they could think I was lying, or worse, they could think I was mocking their pain. I told my friend this in the dream, that what if they weren't receptive to the message? What if they thought I was crazy or playing a prank? I asked her, what if I make your family angry? What if I hurt them more? She didn't get angry at me. She didn't shout or guilt me in a harsh way. She just told me to try, and she said to keep my promise. The word promise in that gray landscape sounded like a thread being tied between worlds. I asked her why she was telling me this, and why I was the one talking to her instead of her family members. And her answer made me pause because it felt both strange and personal. She said she did try, but that I was the only one who was open. Open. That single word hung in the air like a key, and even in the dream I didn't fully understand it. Did she mean open to dreams, open to signs, open to feelings, open to the idea that there is more than what we see? I didn't know, but I felt the weight of being chosen as a messenger, especially when I hadn't even been close to her anymore. I promised her in the dream that I would do it, that I would try to tell her mom, and then she looked at me like she was listening to something far away. She said I had to go now, that they were calling me to come back, and she reminded me again to remember my promise. I said sure, and then because some part of me still had the old fear of ghost stories, I added something that almost sounded silly in that moment, "Please don't haunt me." She smiled again, and her smile was gentle, like she found my nervousness familiar, like she didn't blame me for protecting myself. And then, almost instantly, the dream ended. My alarm went off, and I woke up with my heart beating fast, my face damp, and my mind strangely clear. as if the dream had been placed in me carefully rather than randomly. I lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, trying to decide what to do with what I had just experienced. It's one thing to have a dream that feels emotional. It's another thing to wake up feeling like you were given a task. 4 hours that day I kept replaying the scene, the cliff, the gray sky, the lone leafless tree, her face, her voice, the way she said she was tired. I wondered if grief had created this dream, if my mind had built it out of sorrow and guilt, if I was simply trying to give myself closure. But the vividness of it bothered me. It felt too organized, too intentional. And the message she asked me to deliver felt too specific. Still, I was scared to act on it. I started thinking about her younger brother, someone I wasn't close to but knew from school. Contacting her mom directly felt too intense, too sudden, so I figured her brother was the safest bridge, someone who could decide what to do with the information. Even then, I hesitated. I didn't want to intrude. I didn't want to be that person who adds strange stories to a family's tragedy. For 2 days I kept arguing with myself. Part of me said, "Keep it to yourself. It's just a dream." Another part of me said, "You promised her." And the promise felt like something that would sit on my chest if I broke it, even if the dream wasn't real. Finally, after those 2 days, I sent him a message. I wrote an email and a Friendster message, because that's what we used at the time, and I tried to make my words careful. I told him what happened, but I also told him not to take it as absolute truth if it didn't feel right to him. I said he could take it at face value, because I might have dreamed it all up, and I said I just had to keep my promise to her. Even writing that felt strange, like I was stepping onto thin ice. After I sent it, I felt both relieved and terrified. I kept imagining his reaction, confusion, anger, disbelief, maybe even comfort. I didn't know which one it would be, and I didn't know if I had done the right thing. Then I called a friend, the same person who had told me she had passed on in the first place. I described everything to him, because I needed to say it out loud to someone who knew her too. I told him about the cliff, the gray day, the leafless tree, the conversation, and then I described the clothes she was wearing in the dream, because that detail had stayed sharp in my mind like a photograph. When I finished describing the clothes, there was silence on the other end of the line. The silence wasn't casual. It was the kind of silence that feels like someone has stopped breathing. Then he spoke, and what he said made my stomach drop. He told me, in a voice that sounded unsettled, that those were exactly the clothes she was wearing when she hung herself. The words hit me like cold water. I couldn't speak after that. I just sat there with the phone in my hand, listening to my own breathing, feeling my mind struggle to hold on to reality. Because how could I have known that? I hadn't seen the body. I hadn't been given that detail. Nobody had told me. And yet my description matched. It made the dream feel less like my imagination and more like a message that had borrowed my sleep to reach me. That night I barely slept. I kept thinking about her saying, "You only see what we feel inside." I kept wondering if her appearance in the dream was not just a comfort for me, but a real reflection of her state. And I kept thinking about her mother crying, refusing to let go, the kind of grief that grabs and squeezes until it becomes a cage for both the living and the dead. After that, I went out and shared the experience with one of my colleagues in the school organization I was part of, not because I wanted attention, but because I needed to understand if anyone else had ever experienced something similar. He was not the type to entertain nonsense. He was practical, serious, the kind of person who would usually raise an eyebrow at ghost stories. So when I started telling him about it, I expected him to laugh or dismiss it. I began describing the landscape first, because for some reason the place felt as important as the message. I told him about the rocky cliff and the lonely tree, and as I spoke, I saw his face change. He stopped me mid-sentence and asked me to stop. And then, before I could even explain why, he started describing it to me as if he had been there too. He described a cliff overlooking a blue sunny sky with a lone leafy tree. As he spoke, I felt my mouth go dry. It was like he was holding up a mirror to the place I had seen, except his version had a different season, a different sky. as if the same location could shift depending on the story being told, depending on the feeling carried into it. I was totally shocked. It wasn't the kind of thing you can easily brush off as coincidence, because it was too specific: the cliff, the lone tree, the sense of being between things. I stared at him, waiting for him to explain how he could know that. He just shrugged in this calm way and told me that his cousin had died of cancer and that they were close. He said his cousin had come to him in a dream, in that same place, and told him he was okay, that there was no more suffering. Hearing him say that made something inside me shift. It wasn't proof, not the kind of proof you can show in a court or write in a textbook, but it was the kind of shared experience that makes you feel less alone in something strange. My colleague and I both sat with that moment, wondering about the sheer coincidence of our stories. Maybe there is such a place, we wondered, a place between worlds where messages of love can be exchanged, a quiet meeting point where people who are gone can show themselves in the form they feel, not to frighten, but to communicate, to soothe, to say what they couldn't say before. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about the word open. I kept asking myself what it meant. Was I open because I was grieving? Open because I still held space for my friend even after years of silence? Open because I didn't immediately reject the possibility that dreams can be more than dreams? Or was it something else, something about sensitivity, about how some people notice things others ignore, how some people hear the faintest knock while others sleep through it? I didn't know, but I knew that after that experience my encounters with ghosts, or whatever you want to call them, increased dramatically. It was like that door had been cracked open, and once it opened, it didn't fully close again. I started noticing small things, feeling presences in quiet rooms, having dreams that stayed with me in a way normal dreams don't, dreams that felt like conversations rather than stories. And even though part of me still tries to be logical, still tries to explain everything as grief and memory and the brain's strange way of coping, another part of me holds on to that cliff and that great tree and the tiredness in her voice, and it believes, deep inside, that she reached out because she needed someone to listen, someone to carry a simple message to the person who loved her most, that she loved her too, that she was okay now, and that she wanted to rest. It was a rainy November in 2006, at least that's how I remember it. The kind of November where the sky stays gray for days and the air feels heavy and damp, and everything smells faintly of wet leaves and concrete. Back then I was taking up broadcast journalism, and one of our major subjects required us to create our own newspaper. And when I say create, I mean everything from scratch. We had to go out and gather real, factual information. That meant visiting police stations, accident scenes, sometimes even funeral homes. We weren't allowed to just sit in a classroom and invent stories. We had to chase them, confirm them, and write them properly. It was exhausting, but at the same time it felt exciting, like we were already living the life of real journalists. Because of that project, I spent several days out in the rain trying to get a good scoop. I didn't really take care of myself. I got wet too many times and didn't bother drying off properly. I just kept going, thinking about deadlines and headlines instead of my health. Eventually my body gave up on me. I got very, very sick. I had fever, chills, body pain, and that heavy weakness that makes even lifting your head feel like a task. But even though I was sick, the project still had to be finished. When we were finally done editing our news articles, our entire group decided to go to our house for an overnight layout session. The computer we needed was set up in my parents' master bedroom, so that's where we all gathered. Papers were scattered everywhere, drafts were printed and reprinted, and we were trying to organize everything neatly into a proper newspaper format. I was half lying down most of the time because I really felt terrible, but I didn't want to leave them alone with the work. At some point while we were using our home computer, something went wrong with the CD that contained our files. It just wouldn't load in the CD-ROM drive. We tried again and again, cleaning it, reinserting it, but nothing worked. That's when my classmate Daniel, not his real name, suggested that we just go to his house because he had a backup copy of all our files saved in his computer. It made sense. We were already running late, and we didn't want to lose our progress. Because I was so sick, they told me to just stay home and communicate with them through text messages. They said I needed to rest. I didn't argue because I honestly didn't have the strength to go anywhere. Everyone agreed with Daniel's suggestion and started packing up their things. Bags were zipped, papers were stacked, and chairs were moved aside. Then something strange happened. Another classmate, Susie, who was also a close friend, suddenly sat down on my parents' bed. She wasn't doing anything. She wasn't talking. Her face went completely blank for about a minute. It was like she was staring at something only she could see. I remember watching her carefully because something about her expression felt wrong. It wasn't boredom. It wasn't confusion. It was something else. After that minute passed, she suddenly seemed to snap back. She looked at everyone and said firmly that we should just stay in our house and do whatever we could for the project there. Daniel asked her why. He looked confused because just a moment ago we had all agreed to leave. But Susie just kept repeating, "No, please, let's stay here. Or if you really want, we can leave early in the morning after sunrise." Her voice wasn't casual. It wasn't like a suggestion. It sounded urgent. I was lying on the bed, sick and weak, just staring at her. I knew something was wrong. I could feel it. Susie wasn't the dramatic type. She wasn't someone who would suddenly change her mind for no reason. After a few minutes of discussion and convincing, the group finally agreed to wait until sunrise before leaving. Maybe they thought it was safer. Maybe they just didn't want to argue anymore. Whatever the reason, they stayed. Not long after that, my mom came into the room. She saw how pale and tired I looked and told me to go to my own room upstairs so I could rest properly. She said she would sleep beside me because when I'm sick, I become a bit of a crybaby. I actually laughed weakly at that because it was true. When I'm not feeling well, I just want someone near me. My bedroom was on the second floor. I slowly walked up the stairs, feeling dizzy and heavy. I lay down on my bed and closed my eyes, hoping I could finally fall asleep. But after just a few minutes, something unusual started happening. Even with my eyes closed, I began seeing a very bright light in one corner of my room, near my closet. It wasn't like the normal patterns or random flashes you sometimes see when your eyes are shut. This was different. It was intense. Very bright. It felt like it was actually there in the room. Then the light started forming into something. I began to see the shape of a man. I could see his body clearly. He was wearing slacks and what looked like a long-sleeved shirt. I'm not sure if his clothes were white, or if he was just glowing so brightly that everything looked white. All I knew was that he was shining. His whole figure was bright. I knew he was a man because of his build and shape. Then I realized something that made my heart skip. He had no head. The moment my mind registered that he was headless, the figure disappeared instantly. Just like that. Gone. Strangely, I wasn't scared. I've seen spirits around before, so the sight of one didn't automatically terrify me. It startled me, yes, but I didn't feel panic. After I calmed down, I immediately reached for my phone and texted Susie. Before I went upstairs earlier, I had noticed she was crying. Not just teary-eyed, but really crying. I asked her directly, "What did you see?" A few moments later she replied. She said that earlier, when she sat on the bed and went blank, she suddenly saw a scene very clearly in front of her eyes. It wasn't like imagination. It was like watching something happen in real time. She saw Daniel being held by a holdupper. She said they were about to cut his head off. She wasn't completely sure if everyone else in our group was there at the scene, but she knew some of them were. However, the main focus of what she saw was Daniel. That was why she suddenly burst into tears. She was extremely scared. She felt like it was a premonition of something terrible that was about to happen, and that's why she strongly insisted that we should not leave that night. When I read her message, my hands felt cold. I then told her about what I had seen in my room. The bright light. The shining man. The headless figure. There was silence between us for a few minutes after that. Then we both agreed that what we saw might be connected. her vision of Daniel almost being beheaded. My vision of a headless man. We didn't say it directly, but we both understood the connection. Hours passed. It was probably around 4 a.m. when something else happened that made everything even more disturbing. Daniel's sister sent him a text message. She was on her way home from work. She worked the graveyard shift for a company called Nano in Clark Field. On her way home, she happened to pass by a crime scene. She said a man had been robbed and hanged on a tree. His head was almost detached from his body. The time the crime happened, according to what people were saying there, was around the same time we had been about to leave our house to go to Daniel's place. And we would have passed that exact route. When we realized that, the room felt colder than the November rain outside. If we had left earlier like we originally planned, we might have walked or driven right into that scene. Maybe we would have seen it happen. Maybe we would have been caught in something worse. To this day, I still think about that night. About Susie's sudden vision. About the headless figure in my room. About the crime that happened at the exact same time. Sometimes I wonder if we were being warned. And sometimes I think that maybe, just maybe, someone or something was trying to protect us. My father has always been an extreme Christian. I mean that in the truest sense of the word. His faith is not casual, not something he switches on only on Sundays. It is deeply rooted in how he sees the world, how he explains things, and how he makes sense of anything that cannot be understood easily. Because of this, he does not believe in ghosts, spirits, or paranormal apparitions. For him, there is God, there is Christ, and there is nothing else in between that deserves belief or attention. Anything strange or unexplained is either ignored, brushed off, or explained through faith. That is why this particular experience of his has always stayed with me, because even though it happened a very long time ago, and even though he refuses to label it as anything supernatural, it still puzzles me deeply. Every time I think about it, I find myself wondering how a man so firm in his beliefs could go through something like that, and still insist that it was nothing beyond his faith. This is his story, as he told it to me, and every detail has stayed with me ever since. At the time this happened, my father was living on a remote island in the Philippines called Guimaras. Life there back then was nothing like life is now. Communication was almost impossible. There were no phones, no fast transport, no easy access to help. When people said you had to cross a mountain just to fetch a pail of water, they meant it literally. It wasn't an exaggeration or a figure of speech. It was the reality of everyday life. Survival depended on physical strength, patience, and knowing the land well. People relied heavily on nature, and nature, in return, demanded respect. I have been to Guimaras myself when I was a child, long after my father's experience, and even then the place felt untouched in many ways. The province was cool and calm, full of trees and greenery that seemed endless. Wild animals still roamed freely in certain areas. There were caves hidden behind thick foliage, hills that rose suddenly from flat land, and massive old trees that looked like they had been standing there for centuries. Everything was visible, raw, and alive. It felt like paradise, but not the polished kind you see in postcards. It was the kind of paradise that still had teeth, still had mystery, still had places where you knew better than to wander into without reason. I remember clearly the moment my father started talking about his experience. We were traveling through a certain area of Guimaras, and as soon as we reached it, he became quiet for a while. Then, almost casually, he began to speak, pointing out the land, the trees, the path. This was where it happened, he said. This was the place that still made him pause, even decades later. Hearing him talk about it sent a strange chill through me, because he wasn't telling it like a ghost story meant to scare someone. He was telling it like a memory he could not erase, a moment that stayed sharp in his mind no matter how much time passed. The incident happened sometime in the 1970s. Back then, fishing was a common way of life in their area. It wasn't just a job, it was survival. My father and his friends would often go fishing when the moon was full. According to local belief and experience, the sea was more generous during a full moon. The light helped them see better, and the tides were more predictable. It was normal for fishermen to head out at night, trusting the moon to guide them. On that particular night, my father and his friends went out to sea as usual. They fished until they were satisfied with what they had caught. When they were done, they went their separate ways, each carrying their share of the fish. My father decided to head home alone. This was not unusual. He knew the path well. He had walked it countless times before, even in the dark. As he was making his way back home, he encountered a stranger along the path. The man spoke to him in a familiar, casual tone, as if they were old acquaintances. The stranger said something that immediately struck my father as odd. He told him, "Hey buddy, if I were you, I would not go home alone. Can't you see we have a full moon? You better be careful." According to my father, there was something unsettling about the way the man said it. It wasn't threatening, but it wasn't friendly either. It sounded like a warning. My father, however, paid him no mind. He shook his head slightly, ignored the man, and continued walking. He didn't ask who the stranger was. He didn't stop to talk. He just brushed it off, thinking it was nonsense or superstition. In his mind, there was nothing to fear. He believed that if God was with him, nothing could harm him. As he passed through the area we were standing in years later, the same place where he started telling the story, he said he began to feel strange. His body felt unusually light, as if his feet were barely touching the ground. It wasn't the kind of lightness that comes from relief or happiness. It was unnatural, like his body was losing its weight. He said it felt as if he might start floating at any moment. Then, suddenly, the entire area was covered with light. Not moonlight, not the soft glow of the full moon he had been walking under, but a different kind of light altogether. It was brighter, more intense, and it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Along with the light came sounds. Voices. Many voices speaking at the same time. When he told me this part, I asked him how he knew the voices were coming from small people. He paused for a moment before answering. He said the pitch of the voices was not normal. It wasn't like the voices of children, and it wasn't like the voices of adults either. It was higher, sharper, and unsettling in a way he couldn't properly describe. The sound crept under his skin. It made the hair on his arms stand up. He couldn't see who or what was speaking, but he knew instinctively that whatever it wasn't human in the way we understand humans. Despite everything he was experiencing, my father said he did not freeze in fear. Instead, he acted on instinct. He looked around and grabbed the dried leaves and branches of a dead coconut tree. He began slamming the dead branches against the ground and against nearby trees, creating as much noise as he could. He said he did this because he thought that if anyone, could see him, they would think he was crazy. But at that moment, he didn't care how he looked. He just wanted the voices and the light to stop. As soon as he started making noise, something changed. The voices slowly faded. The light dimmed and then disappeared completely. The area returned to how it was before, dark except for the moonlight, quiet except for the natural sounds of the night. The strange lightness in his body vanished, replaced by a sudden surge of fear. That was when he ran. He ran all the way back home, carrying the fish, his heart pounding in his chest, his mind racing. He didn't stop to look back. He didn't stop to think. He just ran, driven by the need to put distance between himself and whatever he had just experienced. When he finally reached home, he was shaken, exhausted, and deeply unsettled. Years later, when I asked him directly if he thought what he encountered was a ghost, his answer was firm and immediate. He said no. He said he believes in Christ, and Christ alone. He said that whatever happened, it did not change his faith, and it did not mean he believed in ghosts or spirits. To him, believing in such things would be a betrayal of his belief in God. I know how it sounds. It might sound stubborn. It might even sound foolish to some people. But that is truly how he feels. He refuses to label it as anything paranormal. And yet, the way he tells the story, the details he remembers so clearly, the way his voice changes slightly when he speaks about that night, all of it makes me wonder. I find myself asking questions he will never answer. Who was the stranger he met on the path? Why did he warn my father not to go home alone on a full moon? What was the light that surrounded the area? What were the voices he heard, and why did they sound like they came from small beings? Why did making noise make everything disappear? And why did the experience leave such a deep mark on him if it was nothing? Sometimes I think about the stories from Philippine folklore, about beings that live in forests and remote places, about entities that reveal themselves under moonlight. Other times, I think about how isolation, darkness, exhaustion, and belief can shape perception. And then there are moments when I think that maybe the world is far bigger and stranger than any belief system can fully explain. My father may not believe in ghosts, but his experience remains, standing quietly between faith and mystery. And even now, after all these years, I can't help but wonder what it truly was that walked with him that night in Guimaras, under a full moon, surrounded by light and voices, in a place where mountains guard water and the land still remembers old secrets. Since I work graveyard shifts, I am home during the day while everyone in the house is awake, moving around, talking, cooking, and doing whatever people do when the sun is up. Just a month ago, my oldest sister left 2 of her kids with my mom, and suddenly our home went from normal to loud. I know it sounds harsh, but I could not stand the non-stop noise. My nephews ran through the rooms like they had engines in their feet. They played, argued, whined, dropped toys, dragged chairs, slammed doors without meaning to, and laughed so loudly it felt like it bounced off the walls. Maybe it hit me harder because I am the youngest in the family, and I never had kids around me like this until now. The problem was simple. I could not sleep. I tried closing my door. I tried using a pillow over my head. I tried putting on music. But even that didn't help because I kept hearing little feet and little voices breaking through everything. My body was desperate for rest after working all night, and instead of resting, I would lay there tense and irritated, counting every sound like it was a personal attack. After a few days of that, I made a choice that felt reasonable at the time. My cousin's house was right next to ours, and it was quiet. It was close enough that I could still be around if my mom needed me, but far enough that I could escape the noise. So I started sleeping there during the day. At first, I told myself it was only until the kids settled down, only until I adjusted, only until I found a better way to sleep. I did not think it would turn into something I would later regret. I should explain the house, because the house matters. It is not old. It was built maybe 10 years ago, and it belongs to my cousin and his family. It is a small house, simple and tight, with only 2 bedrooms. One bedroom was for my cousin and his wife, and the other bedroom was for their kids. Because the place is small, sound travels easily. If someone shifts in bed in one room, you can hear it in the other. If someone opens a cabinet in the kitchen, you can hear it even with the door closed. There isn't much space to hide movement or noise, and when the house is quiet, it feels even quieter because every small sound stands out. The walls do not swallow sound the way bigger houses sometimes do. Everything in that house seems close to you, even when it is not. 2 years ago, my cousin's wife was diagnosed with cancer. She fought it for a year, and then she died. It was not a quiet, simple kind of death. It was emotional and heavy, the kind that changes a family. She kept saying she couldn't leave her kids behind. She said it again and again, especially because she had 4 children, and at that time 2 were about 4 years old, and 2 were about 7. She worried about who would care for them the way she did. She worried about them growing up without her voice, her hands, her presence. Her family was superstitious, and when things got worse, they tried things that, in their beliefs, might help. They offered a black pig and a black chicken to the spirits, thinking the spirits could heal her. On my cousin's side, and in our side too, people argued quietly about what was right and what was foolish, but when someone is dying, families will do almost anything just to feel like they are doing something. On our side, we are Catholic, and we kept going to churches, praying, visiting shrines, asking for miracles, asking for mercy, begging in our own ways. In the end, none of it stopped what was coming. She died anyway. After she died, my cousin and his children left the house and placed it under our care. He was grieving, and the house held too much for him. Too many memories. Too many echoes. It was easier for him to leave than to stay. He even arranged to sell the property to us. So when I decided to use the house as a quiet place to sleep, I felt confident about it. It wasn't some abandoned place. It wasn't a mysterious old home. It was just a small, newer house next door, and it was peaceful. There were no kids running through it anymore. There was no constant noise. The first time I walked in with the plan to sleep there, the quiet felt like water on a burn. My shoulders dropped. My mind loosened. I remember thinking, finally, I can rest. I chose to sleep in the kids' room, because it felt less personal than the master bedroom. The master bedroom was right next door, close enough that if you stood in the hallway you could see both doors. In a house that small, next door does not feel like a separate space. It feels like the next breath. In the first days, everything was fine. I slept better than I had slept in weeks. I woke up calmer. I went to work feeling more human. I even told myself I was being smart about it. I wasn't abandoning my family, just finding a way to survive the schedule my job forced on me. The house stayed quiet. The air felt still. The only sounds were normal things: the far-off hum of traffic, a dog barking somewhere, the faint creak of the house settling. Then one day, I woke up around 3 p.m., or at least I think it was around that time, because the light coming through the window had that dull afternoon feel, not bright morning and not dark evening. What woke me was a sound from the other room, the master bedroom. It wasn't a loud sound, but it was clear enough that my half-asleep mind recognized it as movement. It sounded like someone was handling bed sheets, like fabric being pulled and smoothed, like pillows being adjusted, like someone making the bed or fixing the blankets. In that sleepy moment, I did not feel fear. I felt annoyance and confusion, because I thought someone had come into the house while I was sleeping. The first thought that came to me was my mom. I imagined her coming over because she was tired of the naughty kids too, looking for her own quiet moment, lying down in the master bedroom. It made sense in a simple way, because the house was right next door, and it was quiet and empty. I lay there listening, trying to decide if I should get up or if I should just let her rest. The sounds continued for a little while, not rushed, not frantic, like steady hands doing a routine task. Eventually it stopped. I got up later and went back to our main house, and at some point I asked my mom if she had gone into the other house that day. She looked at me like I was joking. She said no. She told me she never went there at all. I laughed because I didn't want the moment to feel strange. I said something like, maybe Abby is in the zone, using humor like a shield. Abby was my cousin's wife, the one who died. I said it the way people say things when they don't want to think too deeply. My mom didn't laugh the same way I did. She gave me a look, not angry, but warning, like don't speak that into the air. I brushed it off. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the wind. Maybe the house settling. Maybe my own sleepy mind. Still, that night at work, the sound returned to me when the shift got quiet, and I found myself picturing the master bedroom, the bed, the invisible hands smoothing fabric. The next few days I started to feel something I didn't want to admit, even to myself. I had the feeling that I was not alone in that house. It wasn't a dramatic feeling like in movies where the air turns cold and the walls bleed. It was more subtle and more constant, like the sense you get when you're sure someone is standing behind you, even though you don't hear footsteps. Sometimes I would wake up and hear sounds that came from the kitchen. The clink of dishes. The soft scrape of something being moved on a counter. The sound of the refrigerator door opening and closing. The light footstep sound of walking across the floor. The kind of everyday sounds you hear when someone is cleaning up or preparing something to eat. At first, I tried to explain it the same way as before. I told myself maybe my mom came over without telling me. Maybe one of my nephews wandered in. Maybe my cousin stopped by. But each time I asked, the answer was the same. My mom said she hadn't gone there. The kids hadn't gone there. Nobody had gone there. The more times I heard those sounds, the more I stopped asking, because I didn't want to hear the answer. I didn't want to stand in the doorway of a quiet house and realize there was no normal reason for what I was hearing. I started to wake up slowly, not jumping, but rising from sleep with a careful stillness, holding my breath and listening before I moved. I would lie there and wait, trying to catch the pattern of the noise. Sometimes it lasted only a few seconds, like a quick opening and closing of the fridge, then silence. Sometimes it lasted longer, like someone moving around, step by step, then stopping, then starting again. But every time I got up to check, there was nothing. The kitchen would be empty. The sink would be dry. The fridge door would be closed. The house would look the same as it did when I went to sleep. And because the house was small, there was nowhere for someone to hide without me seeing them. I began to feel foolish, because what was I supposed to do? Argue with a quiet kitchen? Accuse an empty hallway? I told myself I was tired. Graveyard shifts can mess with your head. Sleep at odd hours can make your mind strange. But then another thing started happening, and it was harder to explain away. Sometimes the house would smell really bad. It wasn't just a normal, old house smell or the smell of dust. It wasn't the smell of garbage left too long. It was a specific odor, one that hit me like a memory I didn't want. I knew that smell. It smelled like when Abby was dying. I cannot compare it to any other odor because it had a distinct heaviness to it, like sickness and sweat and something sour and sad all mixed together. It was the kind of smell that makes your stomach tighten before your mind even names it. The first time I noticed it, I sat up in bed and froze, because it felt so wrong to smell that in a house that was supposed to be empty and clean. I got up and walked around, sniffing the air like a dog, trying to locate the source. I checked the trash. I checked the sink. I checked the corners. I even looked into places I didn't normally bother with, like behind furniture, because I started wondering if a rat had died somewhere. The smell faded after a while, but it left me unsettled. When it happened again, I told my mom, and even she came over to check. She looked for dead rats, for rotten food, for hidden garbage, for anything that could explain it. She found nothing. I knew she would find nothing, because the smell did not behave like a normal smell. It would appear without warning, strong and immediate, and then fade like it was never there. It didn't slowly build the way a dead animal smell would. It didn't linger in one spot. It felt like it moved through the house, like it arrived and left on its own schedule. After that, my sleep changed. Even when I fell asleep, I didn't fall deep. I would wake up at small noises. I would wake up with that feeling of someone else being present. I would lie there with my eyes open, staring into the dim room, listening to the quiet like it was a language I didn't understand. I tried to stay practical, like I always do. I told myself grief does strange things to families. I told myself the house had a history, and my mind was filling in blanks. I told myself it was all in my head, and if I just ignored it, it would stop. But it didn't stop. It kept happening in little ways, just enough to make me doubt my own calm. The last thing that finally pushed me to stop sleeping there happened on a day that started ordinary. I went back to our main house to get something. I don't even remember what it was now, something small and forgettable, like a charger or a shirt or some paper I needed. I was half asleep still, moving through my day in that tired fog that comes from working nights. I left the cousin's house, went to ours, got what I needed, and then went back. In my mind, it was quick, just a few minutes. And because it was so quick, I didn't lock the cousin's house when I left. I didn't think I needed to. I was right next door. Nobody was there. It was daytime. The neighborhood was normal. When I came back and stood at the door, I reached for the knob without thinking. I turned it, and it turned easily, but the door would not open. I pulled and pushed, thinking maybe it was stuck in the frame. It didn't budge. The knob kept turning, smooth and normal, but the door felt like it was pressed from the inside. It was like a huge piece of furniture had been dragged in front of it, like a heavy cabinet or a couch had been shoved against the door, blocking it completely. I leaned my shoulder into it. Nothing. I pulled harder. Nothing. That moment made my skin go tight, because it wasn't just a small strange noise anymore. It was a physical barrier between me and the inside of the house. I stepped back, staring at the door like it was something that could stare back. I told myself, okay, maybe the knob is broken. Maybe the latch isn't moving properly. But it didn't feel like that. It felt like something was holding it shut. I called my mom. My voice sounded too high to me, too rushed. She came over, and she called one of our neighbors too, someone strong who could help if something was jammed. They tried the knob. They pushed. They pulled. They shook it the way people do when they think a door is just being stubborn. They couldn't open it either. My mom looked at me with a serious face, the kind of face that says don't joke right now. The neighbor tried again, harder, and still nothing. The door was locked in a way that didn't make sense, because it wasn't actually locked. The knob turned. The latch should have moved. But the door stayed closed. I swallowed and tried to sound normal, because I didn't want to say what my mind was whispering. I said, okay, I'll try the window. The window was one I could reach and slide open enough to squeeze through. I didn't like the idea of climbing through a window in broad daylight like a thief, but I wanted to get inside and see what was blocking the door. As I moved toward the window, I remember feeling a strange hesitation, like the house didn't want me to come in that way either, like I was forcing myself into a space that was no longer mine. Still, I climbed in. I put my hands on the sill, lifted one leg, and slid my body through, careful not to knock anything over. The air inside felt still and warm. The house smelled normal at first, just quiet air and faint dust. I landed on my feet inside, and before I could even turn toward the door, my mom shouted from outside that the door had opened. Her voice had that shocked edge in it, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. I turned and looked. The door was now open, as if nothing had ever been wrong. As if it hadn't been blocked. As if it hadn't held itself shut against three people trying to force it. I walked to it slowly, my heart beating harder than it should have. I pushed it closed, then opened it again. It moved like a normal door. I looked around the inside of the house for anything that could have been blocking it. There was nothing in front of the door. No furniture. No object. No mark on the floor where something had been dragged. Nothing that explained what had happened. My mom stepped in, and she looked around too, her eyes scanning the space the way people scan when they are trying not to panic. The neighbor came in behind her, and he checked the knob and the latch. Later, we had someone look at it properly, the way you do when you want a normal answer. The person checked the knob and said it was not broken. It worked fine. The latch was fine. The door frame was fine. There was no reason it should have refused to open. And standing there in that small quiet house, with the door swinging easily now like a liar pretending innocence, I felt something settle inside me, a heavy certainty that I had been ignoring too long. Whatever was happening in that house, it was not just my tired mind playing tricks. It had moved from sounds and smells into something physical. It had forced itself into the real world of hands and doors and pressure. It had made itself known in a way that left no simple excuse behind. I didn't scream. I didn't run. But I knew I was done. I went back to our house and slept with the noise of my nephews and the chaos of daytime life, because somehow that loud, annoying normalness felt safer than the quiet next door. At least in our house, I could blame the sounds on living people. At least in our house, when a door didn't open, it was because a child had locked it or someone had pushed a chair by accident. In my cousin's house, the silence was not empty anymore, and I could not pretend it was. Even after I stopped sleeping there, I still thought about those afternoons when I woke up to the sound of someone making a bed in the master bedroom, and the nights when I remembered the smell that arrived without warning, and the moments when I heard the kitchen as if someone was living their quiet routine in a house that was supposed to be vacant. I kept remembering the way I joked about Abby, and how my joke didn't feel funny in hindsight. I do not know what I was hearing. I do not know what I was smelling. I do not know what held that door shut, and then opened it the moment I climbed through the window, like it wanted me to enter in a way that felt wrong, like it wanted me to cross a line. I only know what it felt like, and I know what it changed in me. When you work graveyard shifts, people will tell you that your sleep will be strange, that your mind will play tricks, that your dreams will bleed into your waking hours. I tried to believe that. I tried to be logical. But some things do not behave like dreams, and some moments do not leave room for easy explanations. After that day, I stopped looking for quiet in that house, because the quiet there had a presence, and I could not rest inside it anymore. About 2 months ago, while I was on duty during a night shift, something happened that I still think about whenever I feel myself getting too tired at work, and I want to share it exactly as I remember it. I work at night because I'm a call center agent assigned to a US account, which means our schedule follows US office hours even though we're on the other side of the world, so my day starts when most people are already winding down and my night is spent under bright lights, with headsets on, listening to other people's problems, speaking politely even when my eyes feel heavy, and trying to stay focused while my body keeps reminding me that it would rather be asleep. In our line of work, we're given a 1-hour break that everyone casually calls lunch break, even though we often don't eat a full meal during it, and honestly most of the time we use that hour to sleep because night work drains you in a very specific way. Normally I sleep right in my cubicle because it's convenient, and you can drop your head, fold your arms, close your eyes, and steal a little rest without walking anywhere, and you get used to the hum of voices, the tapping keyboards, the occasional laughter, and the constant background noise of a busy floor. It's not comfortable, but it's familiar, and after a while your body learns how to rest anywhere for even a few minutes. But on this particular day, a colleague who is also a friend suggested that we sleep in the training room instead. She said it would be more comfortable because we could lie down on the carpet, and she was right about that, because the training room has more space and you're not stuck sitting upright in a chair. Another reason she brought up, and the one that made us both immediately interested, was that the training room was warm. That might sound like a small detail, but when you work on the production floor, you know how cold it can get, especially when the air conditioning is running all night like it's trying to freeze the whole building. And it's one of those things that doesn't sound serious until you live it, because you can be tired and already feeling weak from lack of sleep, and then the cold makes your muscles tense and your bones feel stiff, and it's hard to truly relax. On that day there were no trainees in the company, so the training room's air conditioner was off, which meant it stayed warmer than the main floor, and for us that sounded perfect. We imagined lying down, stretching our legs, feeling the warmth of the room instead of that sharp, dry cold, and getting a deeper kind of sleep, even if it was only for an hour. We walked to the training room at around 3:10, and as we came in, other employees were leaving because they had taken their breaks earlier, and we were among the last ones scheduled to go. I remember noticing the shift change in the atmosphere. The hallway felt quieter, footsteps were fewer, voices faded, and for a moment it felt like we were moving away from the busy world and into a private corner. When the last of them left, the training room belonged to us. The room was simple, with the kind of setup you'd expect: chairs arranged for sessions, maybe some tables, an open space where people could stand for activities. But what mattered to us right then was the carpet and the emptiness. We put ourselves down on the floor, close enough that it felt normal, like two friends doing the same tired routine, and I remember thinking that this was going to be a good break, the kind that makes you feel like you'll survive the rest of the shift. I laid down, letting my body sink into the carpet, and I could feel the difference immediately, because even though it wasn't a bed, it was still better than a chair, and the warmth felt like a blanket you didn't have to carry. My friend settled beside me, and the room was quiet enough that I could hear little things I usually wouldn't notice, like the faint sound of the building itself, maybe distant traffic, or the soft, steady hum of electricity somewhere in the walls. And then gradually my thoughts slowed, my eyelids got heavier, and I drifted into sleep. At first it felt normal, the usual kind of work break sleep where you fall fast because you're exhausted, and you don't even care about dreams, you just want your mind to turn off, and for a moment I thought that was exactly what was happening. But then something changed, and I can't explain it in a clean way because it didn't feel like a normal dream and it didn't feel like fully being awake either. It felt like I was in between, like my mind was floating right on the edge where it can still sense the world but it isn't fully in control of the body. In that strange half-awake state, I suddenly felt a heavy pressure on top of me, and the best way I can describe it is that it felt huge, like something big and solid had been dropped onto my chest and upper body, almost like a door or a thick slab or something wide and heavy pinning me down. The pressure was not just uncomfortable, it was frightening, because it made breathing feel difficult, like my lungs couldn't expand the way they needed to, and the more I tried to pull air in, the more I felt the weight pressing back. I tried to move, and that was the scariest part, because I couldn't. I remember focusing hard on my arms, thinking, move your hand, lift your shoulder, do something, and nothing responded. It was like my brain was shouting commands and my body was ignoring every single one. I could feel myself struggling, not in a dramatic way like someone fighting a real attacker, but in that trapped way where you're aware you're not moving and panic starts to rise because you don't know why you're stuck. I tried to force my legs to kick, tried to twist my torso, tried to turn my head, and it felt impossible, like my muscles had been unplugged. My mind started running through explanations even while I was afraid. Is this just a weird dream? Am I having a nightmare? Am I sick? Am I fainting? But even as those thoughts flashed, the sensation stayed very physical, like something real was on me, and my fear grew because the room was supposed to be safe and empty, and I was lying there beside a friend, and yet I felt helpless. Then, in the middle of that struggle, something happened that made the whole experience even more confusing and unsettling. It suddenly felt like I had managed to wake up, like I had broken free of the paralysis. I had the sensation that I was now sitting up on the floor. In my mind, I was upright, and the heavy pressure was gone, and I was looking around the room as if I had just forced myself out of that trapped state. But in the same moment, I saw something that made my stomach drop. I saw myself still sleeping on the floor beside my friend. It wasn't like looking at a mirror, and it wasn't like watching a video. It felt like I was actually sitting there, separate from my own body, looking at myself lying down as if I was two versions of the same person in the same space. The sight was so strange that for a second I didn't even know how to react. My mind couldn't decide if it was still dreaming, if it was hallucinating, if it was some kind of sleep trick, or if something worse was happening. I just remember feeling confused and small, like I had stepped into a situation my brain did not have a category for. And then I heard voices. At first it was like distant noise, but quickly it became clear enough that I recognized it as laughter, voices laughing at me, not kind laughter, not friendly laughter like coworkers joking, but laughter that felt sharp and mocking, like it was directed at me, like something was enjoying the fact that I was scared and confused. I can't tell you exactly how many voices there were, or whether they sounded male or female, because in that moment the fear mattered more than the details, and the laughter felt like it was coming from around me, not from one clear spot, almost like the room itself carried it. As soon as I heard it, panic hit me hard. I didn't want to be sitting there anymore, and I didn't want to be separated from my body, and I didn't want whatever was laughing to know I could hear it. I felt exposed, like a spotlight had turned on, and the only thing I wanted was to snap back into normal reality. The next thing I knew, I was lying down again, back on the floor, and that heavy trapped feeling returned. I was once again unable to move, as if I had never sat up at all, as if the moment of separation was only a cruel tease, and the pressure and paralysis had grabbed me again. I tried harder this time, because the fear made my mind desperate. I focused on my fingers, on my toes, on my jaw, trying to force any part of myself to respond. I tried to make a sound, even a small one, something that could alert my friend, but my mouth wouldn't cooperate. My breathing felt shallow, and the pressure felt as if it was daring me to fight it. And then, in the middle of that struggle, something shifted beside me. My friend moved in her sleep. It wasn't a big movement like waking up fully, more like the kind of movement people make when they adjust position, half-conscious, following instinct. But what happened next mattered more than anything else, because she reached over and embraced me while still asleep, pulling closer as if she was seeking warmth or comfort, and the moment she did that, It was like a switch flipped in my body. The paralysis broke. The heavy pressure eased. I suddenly felt myself fully awake in the normal way, aware of the carpet under me, aware of my friend's arm around me, aware of the room being quiet and warm. I could move again. I could breathe normally again. And I lay there for a moment with my heart pounding, trying to process what had just happened, trying to decide whether it had been a nightmare, a sleep-related episode, or something else. I didn't want to scare my friend, and she still seemed asleep, so I didn't shake her or sit up dramatically. I just stayed still, breathing carefully, letting the fear settle down slowly, and telling myself that maybe I had been half asleep and my body had played tricks on me. But even while I told myself that, I couldn't ignore how real it had felt, especially the weight and the inability to move, and the feeling of seeing myself from the outside, and the laughter, which still echoed in my mind in a way that didn't feel like an ordinary dream. Eventually our break ended. We got up, brushed ourselves off, tried to return to normal work mode, and the training room looked the same as always, which made it feel even stranger that something so frightening could happen in such a plain, familiar space. As we were about to leave the room, my friend looked at me and asked a question that caught me off guard. She asked, very casually, "Did you turn the aircon on while we were sleeping?" The moment she said that, I felt a small jolt, because I remembered that the air conditioner was off, and it was one of the reasons we chose the room in the first place. I told her no. She immediately checked the air conditioner to see if it was on, but it wasn't. The room still felt warm. Nothing had changed. She looked confused and then told me why she asked. She said she embraced me because she felt very cold. When she said that, it made me feel unsettled all over again, because during my experience, there had been that heavy pressure and that fear and that sense of being trapped, and I had woken up only when she hugged me, and now she was saying that she had hugged me because she suddenly felt cold even though the room wasn't cold at all and the air conditioner never turned on. I didn't know what to say to her in that moment. I didn't tell her everything right away, because how do you explain to someone, in the middle of a workday, that you felt pinned down by something invisible and that you saw yourself sleeping and heard voices laughing at you? You start to worry they'll think you're overreacting or that you're just exhausted or that you're trying to make a scary story out of nothing. But inside, I couldn't stop thinking about how the hug had felt like a rescue, like the exact moment her arm touched me. Whatever had me trapped had let go, and now she was telling me that she did it because she felt a coldness that shouldn't have been there. Even after we left the training room and went back to the production floor, the bright lights and busy noise didn't erase the memory. It stayed with me as a sharp reminder that sometimes, during those night shifts, your body and mind can enter strange states where you don't feel fully in control, and whether it was something paranormal or something related to sleep, it still felt terrifying and real in the moment. I kept replaying the details, trying to make them fit into a logical shape: the warm room, the quiet, the heavy pressure, the inability to move, the sensation of sitting up, the sight of my own sleeping body, the laughter, the sudden return to paralysis, and then the hug that snapped me back awake, followed by my friend's comment about feeling very cold even though nothing in the room changed. And that's exactly why this experience stuck with me, because it didn't end with only my own fear. It ended with another person noticing something odd too, even if she noticed it in a different way than I did, and that small overlap made it harder for me to dismiss everything as just a normal dream.